Listening to Tang Qinhe's explanation, Liao could tell that she was talking much more colloquially than before. He immediately understood that theory was very popular in the Imperium of true human beings, and she had not just come up with it. Perhaps it was brainwashing rhetoric that every immortal cultivator had to accept. Liao was quite curious about the immortal cultivators' theories. To maintain a kingdom as enormous as the Imperium of true human beings, to ask so many immortal cultivators to sacrifice themselves incessantly, and to consider itself the guardian of humanity after enslaving countless ordinary people. The Imperium of true human beings certainly had a self-consistent system of theories to support its shamelessness. It was the belief for the immortal cultivators and the source of their strength. If he could study the belief of the immortal cultivators, he would be able to locate the source of their strength. He could analyze it and come up with solutions. That would be the competition of beliefs between the Federation and the Imperium. It was too great an opportunity to let go of. Liao was very interested in how the immortal cultivators brainwashed themselves into such an evil and yet complacent ideology. Solemnly, he bowed to Tang Qinhe and respectfully asked, "I feel that I'm onto something, but I'm still confused about some of the critical parts. I wonder, can you enlighten me with the real meaning of the true path of immortality, Senior Tang, including the relationship between the ordinary people and the cultivators?" Tang Qinhe was of the lowest rank among the three immortal cultivators. She was quite happy when Liao addressed her as a senior. Raising her head, Tang Qinhe looked at Su Changfa in inquiry. Su Changfa had been observing the two of them not far away. He coughed and nodded. In their plan, Liao was not going to be used temporarily but as a long-term investment. They would rely on his help to invade the Flying Star sector. His identity, his cultivation, and his secret made him the perfect trader available. Until they found the next candidate that was even more apt for the job, he was very valuable. If Liao could be brainwashed into an immortal cultivator, he would be willing to do things on his own without complaint, which would be perfect for them. Having received the permission from the captain, Tang Qinhe said with a smile, "All right, now that you've made up your mind to thoroughly reform yourself, of course, we would like to give you a hand. Let me ask you a question first. Which one do you think is more critical for a human being, the body or the soul?" Liao blinked, not sure which answer fitted his current role better. Before he replied, Tang Qinhe spoke again. "Or maybe, let's start with a simpler question. Are there spectral cultivators in the Flying Star sector? The ones whose souls persist after their death and are attached to some magical equipment or puppets?" "There are." Liao nodded. "Spectral cultivators are common in the Flying Star sector. Nobody feels strange about them. They are regarded as our own kind, too." "That's right." Tang Qinhe clapped her hands. "The spectral cultivator is under a metal shell and thinks with a crystal processor, while a human being is in a body of flesh and blood and thinks with their brain cells. The two existences that look vastly different are considered to be the same kind. Let me give you another example. Do you know an evil art known as the soul transference technique in the world of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago? Such a technique could transfer a human being's soul into the body of an animal and swap it with the animal's soul. Imagine that, one day, you are captured by a strong cultivator for experiments. You are locked with a monkey, and your soul is swapped with the monkey's through the soul transference technique. Then, your soul will be confined inside the monkey's body, and the monkey's soul will be confined in yours. If so, between you and the monkey, which one do you think is more qualified to be called a human being?" "Me, of course," Liao blurted out. "Not just the body of a monkey. Even if I'm in the body of a cow, a goat, or a pig, I am still a human being." "That's right. I agree with you. This is the only conclusion after thousands of years of debate in the world of the immortal cultivators," Tang Qinhe said with a smile. "I'm giving you two examples to prove one thing. What defines a human being is not your genes, not your body, but your soul, the amalgamation of your spirit, will, and memories. Genes can be filtered, modified, and mutated. Your body of flesh and blood are nothing more than a shell. Even if it is replaced by a new one that is made of metals and crystals, it will not change your essence as a human being. For those who have cultivated to our level, we can stimulate our genes and cells and perform preliminary modification on the cells all over our body, thereby changing us into the opposite of our natural appearance. Are we no longer human beings after we grow tusks, scales, a three-lobed lunge, 2 hearts or 2 brains during the modification? Eagerly nodding, Liao said, "Of course we are." He agreed with the immortal cultivator's opinion so far. After a cultivator advanced into the core formation stage, the end of their spine would begin to expand, and a second brain would slowly take shape. The functions of the internal organs would be significantly enhanced. By the training of special techniques, they could even grow brand new organs. Liao's cell obliteration cannon was the most typical example. It was impossible for ordinary people to grow a translucent crystal concretion in their palm or on their chest. Judging from his appearance, Liao indeed looked irregular when he activated the primeval cells to the maximum. However, it would be preposterous to say that he was no longer a human being. The essence of a human being was not the body but the soul. That was the mainstream opinion of the Heavens Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector. It was also the theoretical background of the new Federation. Liao had always been a firm supporter and promoter of the theory. His understanding about the theory was even more profound than Tang Qianhe's. Earlier, outside of Heavenly Path City in the Blood Demon sector, he had persuaded Jean Xianxia through the theory and made Jean Xianxia realize her real identity. Tang Qianhe was truly embarrassing herself by preaching that theory to him. Therefore, as long as they carry the soul of a human being, no matter what they look like, in a body of flesh and blood, in a metal shell, or in any other bizarre appearance, they can be regarded as human beings alike, right? Tang Qianhe asked with a smile. Liao sensed that there was a trap in the question, but he did not figure out where the loophole was after consideration. Thus, he nodded hesitantly. If so, it should be true vice versa, right? Dangerous brilliance beamed out of Tang Qianhe's eyes as she said, "The essence of a human being is not the shell but the soul. Although ordinary people boast a shell that is almost identical to ours, they lack a real soul. So, they are not true human beings. They are like what you get after transferring the soul of a monkey into the body of a human being, which is naturally not a human being but a monkey that looks like a human being." Liao was dumbfounded. Is it even possible to explain it in such a way? He barely needed any pretension when he stammered, "Say, Senior Tang, then, how can you confirm that a person has the true soul?" "It's simple." Tang Qianhe tapped between her eyebrows with a smile. "It all depends on the spiritual root. As soon as your spiritual root is awakened, and you master the ability of absorbing spiritual energy, you will be qualified to fight for the civilization of mankind. That's the sign of a true soul. Otherwise, how are the useless crap whose spiritual roots cannot be awakened be addressed with such a great title as human being? Do you still remember the example of the parasitic wasp? In many cases, the eggs of the parasitic wasp and the eggs of the host are kept and raised together. Even their larvae look very similar, but they are essentially 2 different species. It is also the relationship between us and ordinary people. When our body is just born, we have to go through the period where our spiritual root is not awakened, which is like the eggs that the parasitic wasps planted into the host. At first glance, we are truly identical to ordinary people. However, after receiving harsh training, some of us will eventually distinguish themselves. They will surpass their limits and awaken their spiritual roots. They will understand their duty and glory as part of mankind. Only those people are the parasitic wasps and qualified to be called true human beings. It is also where the name of the Imperium of True Human Beings comes from. In the Imperium, everybody is divided into 2 kinds. Cultivators whose spiritual roots are awakened, such as you and me, are addressed as true human beings. Only true human beings are entitled to be citizens of the Imperium and the pillars of humanity. The useless crap whose spiritual roots cannot be awakened after 10 to 20 years of training are, of course, unqualified to be called human beings. You may call them hominoids or subhuman. They are a relatively advanced animal between livestock and true human beings. Despite knowing that he was being brainwashed, Liao still found the shock to his worldview almost unbearable. You have been brainwashed by the archaic ideologies of the cultivators for decades, Tang Qianhe mocked. Do you feel that what I said is ridiculous jibber-jabber? Liao hurriedly shook his head and apologized. Not exactly. I simply feel that, well, ordinary people and livestock are still different, aren't they? Livestock can neither think nor talk, while ordinary people can communicate with cultivators freely. The best you can say is that those hominoids are relatively personable, Tang Qianhe sneered. Personable animals are not rare. Cats and dogs are very personable themselves, which many people like to keep as pets. After being raised for a few years, the pets will be connected with their master and can understand the meaning of their master's words and actions. As for the hominoids, they are the upgraded version of cats and dogs at best, right? Is there such a thing as animal rights extremists in the history of the Flying Star sector? They are a bunch of psychos who consider cats and dogs their own kind and, sometimes even as their sons and daughters. They place their hobby on the moral high ground and climb up there to demonstrate. They cannot bear to see others mistreating cats and dogs and often stop them in the most violent ways. In short, they attach more importance to animal rights than they do to human rights. Liao blinked and nodded. Not only were there such people in history, there are even a lot of them at the present day. They are making quite a fuss nowadays, especially when things don't go their way. That's right, Tang Qianhe snorted. In the eyes of immortal cultivators, the hypocritical cultivators who consider protecting the ordinary people, their destiny, are nothing more than animal rights extremists in a different form. The cultivators' claim to protect ordinary people is no different from the animal rights extremists' obsession of cats and dogs. It is not because they are kinder, more righteous, and more merciful than others, but because of their selfishness. Selfishness, Liao stammered. What selfishness? In the Imperium of True Human Beings, there was a very famous sociologist and psychologist named Ma Tianluo, who proposed theory of the hierarchy of needs, Tang Qianhe explained. He pointed out that the lifelong needs of a human being, from bottom to top, can be divided into 5 levels, namely the physiological needs, the safety needs, the love and belonging needs, the esteem needs, and the needs for self-actualization. The physiological needs and the safety needs are easy to understand. Warm, fed, comfortable, unharmed from enemies, they are desires that even animals will have. The love and belonging needs are not difficult to understand either. Human beings are a gregarious species. One always hopes to be enveloped in love, friendship, romance, and all other positive feelings. Even saints cannot fully cut off their emotions. As for the esteem needs, if we get to the bottom of it, it means one's yearning to be of a certain position in a society and to be acknowledged, respected, and even worshipped by others. Once such needs are met, one will feel confident and perceive the value of one's existence. The needs for self-actualization are the needs of the highest level. It refers to the maximal achievement of one's dreams, ambitions, and creeds, and the implementation of one's belief. The cultivator's actions are very easy to understand if analyzed with Master Ma's theory of the hierarchy of needs. The protection of ordinary people can satisfy the love and belonging needs of the cultivators, make them revered and admired by the general public, and carry out their principles and beliefs. So, the 3 higher levels of needs in the hierarchy are met at the same time. To be honest, the cultivators protecting ordinary people and receiving the cheers and applause from them are driven under the same ulterior motive as the ordinary people who raise a pet dog, establish a doghouse, buy dog food, and even call the dog their family, for the sole purpose of the adoration of the pet. Are they particularly fond of little animals? Not at all. It is just a way to fill their empty heart. Otherwise, why are there much more people who raise cats and dogs than those who raise toads and cockroaches? If we get to the bottom of it, it's only because cats and dogs are cuter and more personable. They bring a sense of gratification to the ordinary people, which is why the ordinary people keep them as pets. By the same logic, the ordinary people bring a sense of gratification to the cultivators as high-level pets. So, the cultivators protect the ordinary people. Well, having never heard of such absurdities, Liao failed to come up with any refutation for the moment. Moreover, he did not dare show much resistance in case the three immortal cultivators grew suspicious of him. He could only agree with Tang Qianhe and said, "Well, that doesn't seem too bad, right? Everybody is free to spoil their pets. There's nothing wrong about that." Tang Qianhe harumphed. With both despise and disgust, she said, "It's a pity that, like the animal rights extremists, the cultivators like to regard the satisfaction of their desire as their morals. They consider their own prejudice as the universal truth. They even interfere with other people's perfectly normal behaviors. There are limited resources in the universe. Keeping ordinary people as pets will consume a lot more resources than keeping cats and dogs will. Also, the ordinary people are much more brutal than cats and dogs. One moment of carelessness, and they will bite you, forgetting what you've done for them. The cultivators are all selfish, short-sighted fools. Out of their petty interests and their natural instincts, they can only see that ordinary people are poor here and now and need to be protected at all costs. They feel that they are being kind and merciful, but little do they know that they are causing a disaster in the long term, which will eventually lead to the overall collapse of the civilization of mankind." Liao frowned. "What disaster?" The civilization of mankind, like the ecological system in nature, is in fact both solid and feeble, Tang Qianhe said carefully. They are solid because the natural rules that they entail allow their self-adjustment and self-balance, and they can purge themselves and evolve under the restraint of the seemingly cruel rules. On the other hand, they are feeble because, once human beings, as the wisest of all creatures, grasp the ability to modify certain rules, and if they do modify them driven by their self-proclaimed leniency, the eventual collapse is almost unavoidable. Fellow cultivator Li, you've heard of the ecological equilibrium before, haven't you? Liao nodded. The ecological system of the great nature is a piece of balanced and impeccable artwork. Let's imagine a prairie where there are a few wolves, hundreds of rabbits, and boundless fields of grass. Together, they constitute a simple ecological system. The rabbits feed on the grass, and the wolves feed on rabbits. The rabbits are lovely and can provoke anyone's sense of pity. The wolves, on the other hand, are hideous and brutal, and it is quite gory when they hunt the rabbits. At first glance, it is very tempting to define rabbits as good and wolves as bad. Then, one day, some omnipotent human beings arrive at the prairie. Seeing the bloody scenes where the wolves hunt the rabbits, and enjoying the bunnies cuddling them in their arms, the newcomers make up their minds to beat the bullies and help the poor. They kill and drive away all the wolves. The only creatures left are furry, chubby, gentle, lovely rabbits. Will the prairie be a paradise henceforth? Of course not. In less than a year, the rabbits, who are highly fertile and good at destroying the roots of the grass, will ruin every bit of the prairie. Then, losing all the sources of food, the rabbits will die on a large scale until they go extinct in the end. Do you understand? In the ecological system, the seemingly hideous and brutal wolves are actually the guardians of the grass, the rabbits, and the great nature, while the seemingly friendly, warm-hearted guys are fiends who are enslaved by their expanding morals. Maybe they really meant well. Maybe they fought hard against the wolves and paid a lot of blood and sacrifices while they were protecting the rabbits. But so what? It does not change the fact that the entire ecological system has been destroyed by their kindness. Liao's brain was humming. The immortal cultivator's rhetoric was apparently tempered time and time again during the past 1,000 years. Although it was a bit imposing, it did seem justified and reasonable at first glance. Taking a deep breath, with sacred brilliance gleaming on her face, Tang Qianhe proudly declared, "The civilization of mankind, like the ecological balance, has its own internal logic of operation and development. Only the fittest should survive. Only by maintaining a certain level of cruel competition can we make sure that the most excellent genes receive the most abundant resources and be passed on, and that the foul genes are slowly eliminated instead of wasting our resources and polluting the environment. This is just the metabolism of the civilization of mankind. It is a normal and reasonable process. The superior are selected, and the inferior are eliminated. However, as the civilization of mankind developed and all kinds of new techniques and technologies were invented, It seemed that we had defeated Mother Nature and could ignore the rules and logic. Therefore, many people grew arrogant. Their rationalities were replaced by their passions, and they were even bold enough to serve justice for the nature. Their living embodiments are the contemporary cultivators. The contemporary cultivators conquered every place and removed the enemies of the civilization of mankind. They created a stable world without any trouble inside or outside. They also developed advanced technology of spiritual energy and popularized the magical equipment and the techniques. The living environment of the ordinary people was significantly improved. Their average longevity had been more than multiplied. As a result, the population of the ordinary people soared like a volcanic eruption. The foul genes which should have been eliminated in a harsh environment were actually passed on. They were like the exponentially growing rabbits on the prairie who have lost the wolves as their enemies. Such a world seems beautiful, but it is just a man-made, delicate and vulnerable greenhouse. Cannot last long. As soon as the population of the ordinary people reaches a tipping point, their infinite desire for resources will eventually collapse the entire world. Soaked in their foul genes, the cultivators will also lose their desire for innovation and retrograde with them. In the end, everybody will be doomed. The fire of civilization in the world will perish forever, just like the desert that has been chewed up by the rabbits. Do not think that I am overstating this. In the history of the Imperium of true human beings, we have discovered too many self-destructing worlds of cultivators. It is exactly because we saw the miseries of those worlds and learned their lessons that we were motivated to further pursue the true path of immortality. After we return to the base, you can ask Master Su to show you the destruction of said worlds. You will understand what I mean. Anyway, no matter how harmonious, beautiful, and prosperous a world of cultivators appears, and no matter how bonded the cultivators and the ordinary people are, it is achieved at the cost of trading the future and sacrificing the interests of their progeny. It is the last moment of consciousness before death and the eventual brilliance of a civilization in its sunset. For someone like you who is unaware of the truth and has been brainwashed by the cultivators for decades, the immortal cultivator's behavior may strike you as cruel, brutal, and even ferocious. However, it is just like wolves hunting rabbits. What appears to be brutal is a matter of necessity for the ecological equilibrium. It is greatly beneficial for both the prairie and the long-term prosperity of the rabbits as a whole. Liao took a deep, deep breath. He began to feel that he was being slightly shaken by Tang Qianhe. Tang Qianhe, of course, could not be smart enough to come up with such theories. Such words must have been drafted by the great theorists among the immortal cultivators after hundreds of years and inculcated into every citizen of the Imperium's head from a young age. Liao did not intend to fight theoretical enemy when he was not prepared. Pretending that he was enlightened, he nodded quickly and changed the topic. I think I understand now. However, what if I ate immortal cultivators instead of ordinary people? Ordinary people are just hominoids. It doesn't matter because they are special, high-level animals. But what will happen if I really hurt people of my own kind? Dwelling in her own world, Tang Qianhe was talking colloquially, when Liao suddenly threw such a tricky question at her and caught her unprepared. She was dazed for a moment, not knowing what to say. The Imperium of true human beings is the peak of the civilization of mankind. Of course, we have a thorough law system to protect the interests of every citizen of the Imperium. Su Changfa had approached the two of them at some point. With his hands behind his back, he said casually, according to the penal law, the civil law, and the maritime law, if the clauses regarding the act of rescue are invoked, you will probably be charged with unjustifiable self-defense and insulting bodies. Liao was dazed. Unjustifiable self-defense? Insulting bodies? Exactly, Su Changfa replied confidently. The Imperium boasts a vast territory. Thousands of starships are cruising in cosmic storms every day. Naturally, a lot of accidents have happened. We are very experienced in dealing with such issues. Based on the experience of the Imperium in the past, nobody is innocent in such an extreme environment. Once realizing the limitation of resources, anybody can be an attacker, and anybody can be a victim. It's just that some of them take action earlier than others do. Fellow cultivator, What do you think? With a hint of fear and panic flashing in his eyes, as if he was reminded of the miserable days again, Liao nodded quickly and said, Exactly. Exactly. I wasn't the one who attacked first. Precisely so. Since you were attacked, you were merely trying to protect yourself. So, your action was a self-defense or unjustifiable self-defense at worst. Isn't it a reasonable conviction? As for the bodies, in the eyes of the immortal cultivators, they are just shells and nothing too important. Accusing you of insulting the bodies would be good enough. After discretional evaluation of evidence, with consideration of the unjustifiable self-defense and the crime of insulting bodies, you would be probably sentenced to a few years of penal servitude. You may also be exiled to a certain dangerous legion to fight against the enemies of the Imperium. However, for every citizen of the Imperium, if you want more training resources and plan to crawl higher up the ladder, you will have to seek military credits in a battlefield anyway. The more dangerous a battlefield is, the more rewarding and the more tempting the trophies there will be. Therefore, such a sentence is just the bite of a mosquito. It doesn't really hurt. Liao clicked his tongue. I can get away so easily? Smiling gently, Su Changfa patted Liao's shoulder. Fellow cultivator Li, you are too young to understand the designing principle of the laws of the Imperium. The designing principle of the imperial laws is to sustain the immortality of the civilization of mankind, to facilitate the evolution of human beings, and to pour fuel on the fire of humanity. This is the first and foremost clause in the Constitution of the Imperium. All our laws have been drafted with this principle at the center. Then, how can we facilitate the evolution of human beings and pour fuel on the fire of humanity? It's simple. Survival of the fittest. Give the most excellent genes the most abundant resources so that they can pass on, while all the foul genes will be filtered, eliminated, and destroyed by nature. You were the only survivor in the cosmic storm. You may have resorted to ruses and schemes, you may have robbed other people, and you may simply have been more fortunate than the rest. But none of that changes the fact that you defeated countless enemies in the harsh environment and survived. The fact proves that you were the most smart, sorted, agile, or strong person on board. In other words, you boasted the most excellent genes. Then, your survival means the survival of the most excellent genes. Making the carrier of excellent genes live on is in the best interest of mankind. Therefore, from the perspective of the imperial constitution and human beings as a whole, of course, you will not be punished with too harsh penalties, at least theoretically. Liao immediately grasped the key word. Theoretically. Fellow cultivator Li, you are indeed quick-minded enough to have noticed the key part. Yes, I was merely talking about theories, Su Changfa said with aplomb. In reality, when such things do happen, it is usually difficult to find concrete evidence. So, the cases are not often addressed in a court. Even if they are filed to the court, the judges are generally not fond of such messy cases because the scarce evidence can barely form a chain. In the end, the suspects are often acquitted of any charges due to lack of proof. The family of the victims know the practice clearly, too. Therefore, the plaintiffs rarely go to the court, too. They usually appeal to the local arbitral tribunal deployed by the Imperium. Such appeals do not require any evidence. As long as they are proposed by the immediate family of the victims or their friends in the same sect, with reasonable doubt, the appeals will be accepted quickly. Liao was getting more and more shocked. What then? How are the appeals going to be handled without evidence? They are not going to be handled, of course. There's no evidence after all. Su Changfa smiled. The so-called arbitration is just a fair duel between you and the family of the victims hosted by the arbitrator. Ha! Liao was dumbfounded. Was it really possible? Do you remember what I just said? The designing principle of the imperial laws is to ensure the succession of the best genes. Therefore, if your enemy wants you to be punished, they must prove that the genes of their family are more excellent than yours. They will be able to prove it as long as they defeat you in an arena. By then, you will be guilty of not cannibalism but destroying the possibility of genes more excellent than yours being passed on. By the logic of the imperial laws, this is the most appalling crime that jeopardizes the continuity of the civilization of mankind. It is the most severe felony. Of course, you will be punished as heavily and as quickly as possible. Then, you will be arbitrated to be guilty. If the families of the victims accuse you again in court, you will be found guilty even if there is no evidence and be sentenced to more serious penalties than what are due. Of course, most of them wouldn't go through such trouble. You will be taken care of by the family of the victims directly in the arena. Unrecovered, Liao said, "What if I win? If you win, it means that your genes are indeed excellent enough to be passed on. Even if new evidence shows up later, the family of the victims will not be allowed to trouble you again in any way. Such arbitration is a one-time thing. Only one arbitration can be filed for a specific accusation. The result of the arbitration will stand in effect permanently. If they can't kill you this time, they will never be allowed to kill you again. If the family of the victims continue harassing you after you crush the challenge from them in public and prove the superiority of your genes, you will not need to do anything yourself. The law of the Imperium will be on your side. Your enemy will suffer the heaviest punishments, to the point that the entire family may be executed." After thinking for a long time, Liao nodded. "I got it now. As long as I am strong enough, I will not be guilty of whatever I do. The winner is the king while the losers turn into bandits. Isn't it the universal truth?" Su Changfa said coldly. However, in the world of the cultivator, such a truth is decorated into an unspoken rule that is often expressed implicitly, but in the world of the immortal cultivators, it is the most frank and explicit rule, fair and square for everybody. Liao took a long breath and mumbled. "Then, wouldn't the society be in chaos if all the strong experts murder and plunder at their will?" "Why would it?" Su Changfa smiled. "If you are strong enough to be, say, a sector master, you will be able to draft the rules of the game yourself. You will receive stable, incessant benefits through open, legal approaches. Why do you have to resort to the violent and inefficient methods such as murdering and plundering? If you have to murder and plunder, it only means that you are not strong enough to be rule makers. Then the local sector master and experts will soon find you and kill you, or they may also suppress you and recruit you into the game, making you part of the system. How can such a society not be stable? I totally understand now." Liao slapped his head and bowed deeply to Su Changfa and Tang Qianhe. Delighted and fully convinced, he said, "Thank you for your enlightenment, seniors. Your words have been a great eye-opener for me. I feel that I have found a brand new world. It's like that I've been living in a smothering case for decades and never found the real world until I broke out of the shell today." However, rolling his eyes, Liao hesitated. "I seem to have one last question that I cannot find an answer to." "Please speak, fellow cultivator Li." Su Changfa smiled. "This is far from enlightenment. We are simply discussing and exchanging ideas with each other. All right, this is my confusion. Your amplification on true human beings and hominoids is truly spectacular and instructive for me. However, on second thought, I seem to notice that the true human beings are not necessarily born by true human beings, are they? And their offspring might not be true human beings either, right? It is the case in the flying star sector anyway. Many cultivators' parents are not cultivators, and although their children have higher chances of becoming cultivators, not every one of them can awaken their spiritual root. If a true human being or an immortal cultivator has parents and children that are all hominoids, doesn't it mean that the parents and the children are different species? Isn't it a little bit inexplicable? What's inexplicable? Tang Qian has sneered. When a horse and a donkey mate, they give birth to a mule. The horse and the donkey are parents, and the mule is the child. Are they the same species? Liao was immediately rendered speechless, his neck reddening. "I assume what you are really interested in, fellow cultivator Li, is the relationship between the true human beings and the hominoids, especially the interaction between those who have the same bloodline in the Imperium of true human beings, right?" Su Changfa asked comfortingly. Liao hurried to nod. "You are not wrong to say that the true human beings and the hominoids are two different species," Su Changfa explained. "According to the precise categorization of biology, technically speaking, they are two different genera in Kingdom Animalia, branch Vertebrata, class Mammalia, order Primates, suborder Anthropoidea, species Hominidae. Although the two genera have no reproductive isolation, and they are even free to communicate and transform between each other, they are essentially different. However, although the hominoids are deemed a special, high-level animal and a proximity of blood to ours, and the slavery system is still operating in the Imperium, the system has been perfected after 1,000 years of development. It is certainly not as bloody and chaotic as you imagine. The hominoids are the providers of our genes and the incubators. They are much more agile, sturdy, and automatic than any kind of artificial puppets. They are perfect, indispensable tools to build the civilization of mankind. Therefore, the hominoids boast a higher position in the Imperium than regular animals. Legally speaking, they are also equal to the rare animals that are about to go extinct. The rare animals that are about to be extinct are protected by the Rare Animals Protection Act. As for the hominoids, their essential benefits are protected by the Hominoids Protection Act, too. See? We don't entirely refute the protection of animals. What we object to is just the obsessive, extreme methods. Protecting animals is protecting ourselves. How can we not understand such simple logic? All in all, although the hominoids cannot become citizens of the Imperium, as long as they demonstrate talents in a certain aspect or their value to the Imperium, they can also live a relatively comfortable life. Even if they are slaves, they will be the property of their owner and be protected from the scourge of the alien species and the natural disasters in the universe. Their survival rate and average longevity are much higher than in the chaotic world outside of the Imperium. As for the hominoids who have blood relationships with the immortal cultivators, such as the immortal cultivators' parents and children, their days will be even better. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Although bloodline is highly valued in the Imperium military credit matter even more. It is highlighted to prove the excellence of your genes with your weapons and fists. Most immortal cultivators wouldn't deny such blood relationships. They will even arrange better jobs for their hominoid relatives, such as the management of the slaves. Other immortal cultivators will not trouble such hominoids, either. After all, as long as one immortal cultivator is born into the house, it means that the bloodline of the house entails genes of a relatively higher level. Even if all the descendants of one particular generation are hominoids, odds are still higher that there will be immortal cultivators in their offspring. From that point of view, treating them well is beneficial for the future of the civilization of mankind. Let's say that some of your family members are hominoids who are absolutely good for nothing. You can always keep them as pets. At the very least, they can satisfy the emotional needs of the immortal cultivators by amusing us. We are definitely not detached monsters. Regard my hominoid relatives as pets? Liao found it difficult to agree on. Do you feel that your morals have been overturned? Xianxia asked, not in the least bothered. After thinking for a moment, Liao nodded dutifully. Even for the role that he had fabricated, such a groundbreaking theory was still too much to be accepted so quickly. As he expected, Xianxia did not burst into fury. He simply smiled and said, "The so-called morals are simply tools to adjust the relationships in a society. They are a set of man-made rules and regulations. When the social relations change drastically, the morals will undergo paradigm-shifting transformations. There are no eternal morals from the ancient times to the present day. Mankind is evolving. The world is evolving. Naturally, the morals are evolving too. Let me give you the simplest example. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, when the fire of the civilization of mankind had just been lit, it was still a matriarchal society where everybody only knew their mother but not their father. Then, honoring their mother would be the highest moral. Not knowing and not supporting their father would not be immoral at all. About 100,000 years ago, when mankind just entered the slave society, it was a matter-of-fact practice to regard slaves as sacrificial items. There was even a whole set of serious, extensive rituals that was developed on the basis of the burial system. Can we accuse the ancient people at that time of being immoral? In the time of the ancient cultivators, when the civilization was underdeveloped, teenagers 12 to 13 years old were already getting married and having children. It was decided due to objective factors such as the short average longevity and the high death rate of infants. What is immoral about that? What's absolutely unacceptable in our eyes is fitting for the corresponding society. At their time, that was all necessary for the development of the civilization. On the other hand, while we cannot judge the ancient people with the morals of the present day, can the ancient people impose their morals upon us? Let's imagine this. There's a portal here that allows one to travel to the past or the future, and three ancient people from the matriarchal society, the slave society, and the world of ancient cultivators respectively visit our world today. After witnessing that we are surnamed after our fathers, that children are forbidden from sexual intercourse, that even the most powerful monarchs no longer demand human sacrifices after their death, and all the other systems that we deem conscionable, they, however, pointed at our noses and cursed aloud, decrying our shameless and depraved society. Then what will you think, fellow cultivator Li? Liao was lost for words. Tapping his right temple softly, Su Changfa said, "The biggest problem for the cultivators is that, while mankind has evolved to a new social form and begun to struggle for a life in an even broader universe, they turn a blind eye to our progress and simply cling to obsolete morals. To be honest, I have run into some righteous, unwavering cultivators. How virtuous they are. They were swearing even before they were executed, shouting that all immortal cultivators are barefaced, inhumane, unpardonable fiends. Fellow cultivator Li, do you know what was on my mind every time I heard such declarations?" Liao shook his head hard. "I always felt that I saw a leader of a matriclan who had traveled to the modern day berating us for not worshipping the morals that our ancestors left for us. To her, we were wicked enough to have surnames after our fathers instead of revering our mothers. Do you see what I am getting at?" "I do." Liao's throat was extremely dry. His voice seemed to be echoing from a broken broadcast rune array. "What you are suggesting, Senior, is that every era has its own morals. Right now, we are in the era of the grand universe. The morals of the cultivators are as outdated as the morals of the matriarchal society. You are truly smart." Su Changfa's smile was even brighter than before. "Although we are making use of you, frankly speaking, I'm thinking more and more highly of you right now. I believe that you will grow into an excellent immortal cultivator one day." Hearing the compliment, Liao felt so disgusting, as if he had just devoured a mouthful of flies alive, and the flies were still humming inside his head. The Imperium of true human beings was truly a traditional superpower that had developed 1,000 years. It was hard to determine the country's hard power, but the soft power of demagogism was truly impressive. No wonder the immortal cultivators could have unwavering beliefs despite the abnormality of the beliefs, to the point that many nascent soul-stage immortal cultivators could be born. Regarding Su Changfa and Tang Chenha's theories, Liao needed some time to digest them to come up with rebuttals. In the meantime, he pretended to be the sincerest follower behind Tang Chenha, as if he were an elementary school student, while she blatantly described the Imperium of true human beings to be a well-deserved, unparalleled last guardian of mankind. Soon, flourishing sun, the war base, was right in front of them. Completely dwelling in the immortal cultivators' dangerous theories, Liao walked in with the three immortal cultivators without having the time to study the appearance of flourishing sun. The place that they had entered seemed to be a garage. Ivory brilliance was emanating from the wall. Every corner was in the most perfect arc. There was not the slightest gap in the entire room, leaving a flawless, futuristic feeling. The garage was almost half the size of a sports field. It was empty, but a pool of green light was embedded to a corner of the room, from which grand illusionary soldiers were popping out one after another before striding to another corner of the room mechanically, where they entered the hibernation state. What advanced soundproof and heat-proof rune arrays! Liao thought to himself. He knew that, after the three immortal cultivators changed their plan and decided to explore the depths of Kunlun, they must have altered the mode of the war base in order to produce new grand illusionary soldiers for the perilous mission. However, while large-scale production was being conducted not far away, he could barely perceive any noise, vibration, heat, or spiritual waves. It meant that the Imperium had technology generations ahead of the Federations in the fields of sound, heat, and spiritual energy isolation. The three immortal cultivators whispered for a moment. Then, Tang Qianhe and Ko Ruhua entered a pathway enveloped in ivory brightness respectively. However, Su Changfa stayed with Liao and extended his hand with a smile. This way, fellow cultivator Li. I am in fact not a person who likes to expound on theories. After all, everybody can have their own theories, and it eventually boils down to the size of their fists to decide who is right and who is wrong. I prefer to discuss the issues that are more concrete and substantial. Now that you have proved to be smart enough and do not reject the true path of immortality, we can communicate more freely now. So, I now invite you to take a look at the self-destruction of a few worlds of cultivators whose guideline was to protect the ordinary people. Su Changfa brought Liao to an arched secret chamber. The silver-white wall was so spectacular that he felt that he was in the middle of a shining giant egg. As lights and shadows flashed, the wall slowly vanished and turned into a boundless sea of stars. The 3,000 sectors and the infinite space zones were floating in the dark universe like glittering lanterns. All the stars were gradually stretched into thin lines. The two of them seemed to be diving deep into the sea of stars. The nebulas and the stars were zoomed in, and a brown planet was quickly enlarged in front of them. This place was a large simulation room of the Grand Illusionary Land. It was more realistic than all the Grand Illusionary Lands that Liao had experienced. It was even more detailed than the real world. He could vaguely sense that information streams as boundless as oceans were raging behind the light and shadow. Liao found it rather peculiar. Every gram would be a heavy burden for a super long-distance space jump. Tremendous spiritual energy had to be consumed to teleport it over. Therefore, every gram of weight would be calculated carefully for a starship that was about to perform a super long-distance space jump. Nothing useless would ever be brought. But why was Su Changfa's flourishing son carrying a simulation room of the Grand Illusionary Land, which appeared to be useless? Thinking quickly, Liao immediately realized what was going on. This was a brainwashing room. The three immortal cultivators came from far away. It was necessary for them to develop their own kind in the new world and raise their loyal representatives so that the influence of the Imperium of true human beings could be expanded. The traitors who were allured by power and benefits were all vile, undependable scumbags. They could be transformed back with higher power and more benefits at any time. Only by brainwashing the traitors could they become real immortal cultivators and work for the Imperium of true human beings dutifully and diligently. That would be the better approach. Therefore, a brainwashing chamber was definitely necessary for their starship in order to deeply brainwash the key persons such as Liao. Liao estimated that they would decide the value and the possibility of betrayal of the targets first before they coerced the targets into join their side. After the targets joined them, they would test the targets with the carefully woven rhetoric. If the targets were not firm believers, it was very possible that their worldview would be shattered. Then, they would bring the targets here and reestablish a worldview that was completely different from the past for them through the more vivid tales from history. For cultivators below the nascent soul stage whose beliefs were not firm, after such a triple strike, it was indeed possible that they would believe in the new ideology in their dizziness and end up being immortal cultivators. Liao sniffed in his heart. Now that he had advanced into the nascent soul stage, his belief and his soul had melded together. He was now one of the most stubborn diehards. It was impossible that he would be brainwashed by a few words. Therefore, he simply watched what else the immortal cultivators could offer. In front of Liao, the yellow and brown planet grew larger and larger still. He could tell that it was the fourth planet of a certain star, boasting an atmosphere and abundant ocean resources. The picture slowly passed through the atmosphere and descended. Every detail of the planet was displayed. It could be seen that this was a planet with a highly developed civilization. Honeycomb-like cities were everywhere on the vast continent. They were connected to each other via certain translucent tubes. All the cities were brimming with coruscating skyscrapers. Many of the cities were even larger than the capital city of the Star Glory Federation. However, all the cities were empty and lifeless. Even the most splendid buildings were full of rust and dust. They were like countless monuments standing together and telling the glory of the past in silence. What left the deepest impression on Liao was a statue almost 100 meters tall at a city square. It was a young man with one hand on his hip and the other hand pointing at the sun. From the vigorous face and the muscular body, it was not hard to envision the fearlessness of the civilization in its heyday. It was a shame that the statue was now rusted and covered in bird feces. His smile was covered by dust and stains, and a lot of vines had also swallowed it inch by inch from the bottom. The previously shining gold statue had turned brown, red, and green, nothing more than a pile of mottled garbage. Su Changfa's deep voice echoed behind Liao. Now, fellow cultivator Li, I will tell you the stories of 3 sectors. After the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium, they all absorbed part of the essence of the Imperium and were the first to be revived. They were once at the glorious peak under the lead of the Cultivators. However, because of the Cultivators' unrestrained pity, selfish hypocrisy, and their foolish ideology of protecting the ordinary people at all costs, the 3 worlds slowly embarked on the path of self-destruction, until they were ruined in the end. Their doom was not because of the invasion of the alien species, not because of natural disasters or apocalypses, and had nothing to do with the Imperium of true human beings. In fact, one of the worlds of cultivators had already self-destructed before the Imperium of true human beings was born. What they left for us was just a heap of dead bodies, a monument, and a profound lesson. This is the first world, the Curly Dragon sector. The world around Liao slowly shivered before the map of the Curly Dragon sector was fully displayed. Like the Flying Star sector, the Curly Dragon sector was a world spread over dozens of space zones but with a small population. It was not far away from the capital ring of the Star Ocean Imperium in the past. As a prosperous world not too seriously scourged by the war, it was slowly revived in the 2nd millennium after the Star Ocean Imperium's collapse. The picture flashed. It could be seen that many human beings in bizarre clothes were excavating relics, exploring the foreign planets, and reconstructing their civilization. Although the environment was extremely harsh, everybody's face was glowing with hope and happiness, as if a torch was burning in their chest. However, the distribution of resources of the Curly Dragon sector was quite special. Curly Dragon, the mother planet of the world and the sole naturally habitable planet, had extremely limited crystals. Most of the resources were actually reserved in the harsh planets at the edge of the world that were far away from the mother planet. Liao nodded. The situation was rather familiar in the Flying Star sector. Maybe it was a common feature of the sectors with multiple space zones. At first, Su Changfa continued, the ignorant people of the Curly Dragon sector didn't realize it. Relying on the non-abundant resources of their mother planet, they still developed an advanced civilization. But the more advanced a civilization is, the more crystals it will consume. Very soon, as the population of the mother planet boomed, the crystals were running low. Right then, people of the Curly Dragon sector discovered another few relics of the Star Ocean Imperium. Finally, they grew clearer of the world that they were living in. After learning that all the crystals of the mother planet were buried on the shallow surface, and that they would find no more however deep they excavated when the resources were drained, all the people were shocked. Hehe. Fellow cultivator Li, if you were leader of the Curly Dragon civilization, what would you have done? It's simple. Organize an exploration fleet and go to mine the resource planets at the remote area. Liao blurted out without thinking. Exactly. That's the most correct methodology. The resources of any planet will run dry. Every civilization is faced with a cruel race of death since its birth. They must figure out a way to leave their mother planet before the resources do run dry. If they grasp space cruising technologies that are advanced enough for them to leave the mother planet and march into the universe before the resources run out, the civilization will be preserved and enter the next round of the death race that is even crueler. But if they cannot leave the mother planet after the resources run out, they will be trapped in the cradle forever, unless a civilization of a higher level discovers them in time. Su Changfa sighed and said, the problem of the Curly Dragon sector was that their mother planet was too deceptive. Aside from crystals, the mother planet boasted abundant mother lodes of all the metals you could possibly imagine. The climate was stable, too. Destructive disasters were rare. Harassment of demons and extraterrestrial devils were never heard of. It was the best natural paradise for the reproduction of lives. The crystals, despite their insufficient volume, were mostly buried very shallowly and easy to develop. Some of the crystal mines were actually open air. A pebble you kicked on the road might be a crystal. Every sign couldn't help but give everybody the illusion that more abundant mother lodes were deeper under the ground. Therefore, for a long time, the people of the Curly Dragon sector believed that their mother planet was resourceful enough to provide everything for them. They were not in a hurry to explore the sea of stars at all. Instead, they dedicated all the resources to the construction of their mother planet, building it into the most spectacular heaven. The living environment significantly improved. Not just the cultivators, even the ordinary people could live extravagant lives. Everybody thought that such days would last forever. Everybody took 6-hour workdays, paid vacations, 3-year maternity and paternity leaves, a munificent pension, and other benefits for granted. Everybody wanted the easiest, most creative jobs. The entertainment business, the lottery business, and other third industries thrived. Nobody was interested in the fundamental work that was in the slightest exhausting. The workers of such trades often went on strike for violation of human rights, demanding fewer work hours, better working conditions, and better wages and benefits. Such a carefree life lasted 300 years with no problem whatsoever on the surface. The Curly Dragon sector almost became the epitome of harmony between cultivators and ordinary people, and a paradise where human rights were absolutely ensured. However, good days came to an end eventually. All the crystals on the mother planet were running out. After parsing the map of resources of the Curly Dragon sector from the Star Ocean Imperium, they got a good piece of news and a bad one. The good news was that the Curly Dragon sector was not barren. There were still enough crystals for the coming thousands of years. The bad news was that all the reserves were in the most remote space zones of the Curly Dragons, which had harsh environments that were absolutely unfavorable for human beings. With such a prosperous mother planet, the people of the Curly Dragon sector had never thought it necessary to develop space cruising technologies in the past hundreds of years. Thankfully, their civilization was already rather developed, and a lot of relics of the Star Ocean Imperium were available. After excavation, analysis, and duplication, they finally boasted the preliminary abilities for space voyage and resource collection. However, after thorough analysis, the specialists of the Curly Dragon sector reached the conclusion that, with their current technology, tremendous sacrifices were unavoidable to mine in the remote space zones. Countless miners were bound to be killed miserably in the dark, cold, foreign stars because of various factors. The death rate would be proportional to the yield of crystals. If they wanted resources, they had to trade lives for them. From their preliminary estimation, every ton of raw crystals meant the possible death of 3 to 5 miners. Liao was suddenly alarmed because he vaguely understood what Su Changfa meant. Rolling eyes, Su Changfa asked with a faint smile, "Fellow cultivator Li, if it was in the Flying Star sector, how would you have dealt with the situation?" Liao pondered for a moment and replied, "If it were in the Flying Star sector, the cultivators probably would have led the elites among the ordinary people, such as the stronger soldiers, to form dare-to-die teams. No matter how many sacrifices must be made, the crystals need to be excavated, right? After all, without crystals, it would be practically impossible to escape the planet and the galaxy. Everybody would end up trapped on the mother planet one day. The Flying Star sector is different from the Curly Dragon sector as Senior Su described. Iron Plateau, our mother planet, was struck by an apocalypse 5,000 years ago. The environment there is harsh in the first place, dominated by the aggressive chi trainers who dislike foreigners. Therefore, we do not have a resourceful mother planet that we can count on. We must get everything on our own. Having to struggle for a life in the rigorous sea of stars, the cultivators and the ordinary people of the Flying Star sector are not as delicate as those of the Curly Dragon sector. I believe that they wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice when necessary. Moreover, I believe that the high death rate is just temporary. After the environment of the resource planets is improved, the excavation and purification magical equipment advances, and everybody's experience in mining grows more abundant, they will certainly figure out a set of effective approaches to reduce the death rate to an acceptable level. Su Changfa smiled and said, "It appears that the civilization of the Flying Star sector is still in the rising period and not entirely rotten yet. The civilization of the Curly Dragon sector, however, was too sick to be treated. The people of the Curly Dragon sector lived comfortable lives on the resourceful mother planet without doing anything for too long. Hundreds of years of such a carefree lifestyle corrupted the resolution, doggedness, ambition, devotion, and all the other noble spirits in their hearts. Spoiled by the cultivators, the ordinary people of the Curly Dragon sector took for granted the benefits that they had traded the future for. They thought that their actions were justified. Also, the cultivators dwelled in the halo of savior for too long and lost their way amid the cheers and admiration of the public. When the harsh environment of the resource planets, the tediousness and dangers of mining, and all the other cruel truths were demonstrated to them, most people were not able to accept it. Other than a few cultivators, nobody was willing to be killed in such places. Was trading their lives of flesh and blood for cold crystals ethical and justifiable? Or was it unpardonable? The question raised unabated discussion in the civilization of the Curly Dragon sector. The entire society was divided into two sides with opposite ideologies. They further drifted away from what they should do and wasted their precious time and effort on meaningless debates. The discussions lasted decades, during which whatever was left of the crystals on the mother planet were still being consumed rapidly, but not a single mining starship was sent to the resource planets. Decades later, perhaps because of the stimulation of the alarming stock of resources, the Curly Dragon sector finally managed to reach a consensus. The crystals had to be excavated, but nobody could be killed. Not just death, even the relatively more exhausting work was in violation of human rights and the core principles of the civilization. Therefore, they wasted precious resources, attempting to build an absolutely safe and comfortable mining system. In the mining system, the mining starships were as extravagant as space yachts, and the mining bases were even more enjoyable than luxury hotels. Most of the dangerous jobs were completed by the spiritual puppets. All the miners had to do was sit in the bases and tap on the light beams while drinking their beverages. Even so, few people were willing to mine on the resource planets. The miners who agreed to work in the frontier all believed that their sacrifices were too huge. They greedily demanded higher pay, better benefits, and better working environments time and time again. In the end, the package of a miner was several times higher than that of a professor on the mother planet. The yields of the mother lodes, instead of being transported to the mother planet, were dedicated to the modification of the mining resources lavishly. Instead of improving the efficiency of mining, they constructed a lot of entertainment facilities unrelated to the work in the mining bases under the guise of building a humane working environment. They also reduced the working hours to 5 hours per day, and they went on a strike every once in a while. Hehe, you can't have all the best in the world. Is it possible to excavate crystals so easily? Because of their follies, the cost of excavation and transportation soared. They could barely make ends meet in the end. Every ton of raw crystals would waste more resources than the value of the crystals. Of course, such a system was not promising. Finally, some cultivators who couldn't stand it any longer proposed a reform, but it was too late. The miners and part of the administration on the resource planets had established a powerful labor union. As an enormous interest group, they united and negotiated with the mother planet. They even extended their hands into the government of the mother planet. High benefits and easy work were considered basic human rights in the Curly Dragon sector. Most people supported the labor union of the mining industry and believed that they had sacrificed for the entire civilization. Cultivators who grew up in such an environment couldn't force the ordinary people to do anything, either. Under the aggression of the labor union, they conceded time and time again despite their strength. After every concession that the cultivators made, the labor union would be more arrogant, demanding more privileges. The miners' theory sounded reasonable at first. Crystals were mostly excavated for the training of cultivators and to provide energy for the magical equipment. Of course, cultivators would take the most advantage. If so, wasn't it only reasonable that the cultivators paid more for them? Not only was theory acknowledged by most ordinary people, even some of the idiotic cultivators also agreed with the idea and betrayed their companions. Just like that, the cancer in the body of the civilization grew ever larger, draining the nutrition of the mother planet. Instead of fixing the shortage of crystals, it escalated the problem. The half-automatic mining system that adopted countless spiritual puppets had a lot of problems itself. As the spiritual puppets were slowly worn, invisible dangers accumulated and reached a tipping point. Finally, on a resource planet named Bloody Dragon, a cosmic storm disrupted the communication between the spiritual puppets and the mining bases, and the chips of the spiritual puppets happened to have a fault that escaped the attention of the miners responsible for security. In the end, an unprecedented disaster was caused, in which more than 1,700 miners were killed. The gory accident made the Curly Dragon sector question the safety and legitimacy of mining on the resource planets. Is it really reasonable and justifiable to trade lives for cold crystals? If a civilization must be sustained by the deaths of ordinary people, what is the worth of such a civilization being sustained? Blood crystals. What the cultivators are consuming are the blood crystals traded with the ordinary people's blood. Such voices spread virally under the freedom of speech. Meanwhile, the high compensations rendered 5 insurance companies and the mining group bankrupt, raising a huge economic crisis in the world. The labor union of the mining industry took the opportunity to attack. All the miners returned from the resource planets to the mother planet for demonstrations against the cultivators. They demanded better working conditions and safety measures. In their delirium, they proposed unrealistic terms. With the technology of the Curly Dragon sector at that time, their demands were simply fantasies that could not be satisfied. This time, the cultivators truly had no choice. However, even at the moment of life and death, the cultivators were still unable to deal with the labor union. Instead, they built a mining team exclusively made of cultivators, hoping to address the resource problem by themselves. How was it possible? Cultivators were much fewer in number after all. Also, mining on the resource planets was a simple, repetitive, low-intelligence job most of the time. They were wasting their lives by going down the wells in person. Just like that, the resource collection system of the Curly Dragon sector managed to keep functioning at an extremely low efficiency. In the following hundreds of years, the number of cultivators grew smaller and smaller. It was mainly caused by 2 factors. Firstly, with the mother loads on the mother planet being exhausted, the spiritual energy on the surface was thinner and thinner. It was essentially a small age of doom. Of course, the number of newly awakened cultivators plummeted. Secondly, the resource planets were highly perilous. When cultivators mined crazily, burning their life and soul, their average longevity was much lower than when on the mother planet, and the casualty rate was significantly higher. Also, after dedicating most of their time and effort to the meaningless mining work, they had barely any time to train themselves and could not advance. In the end, 1 death meant 1 fewer cultivator. The ordinary people didn't notice anything wrong about that. It was because the labor union of the mining industry had already berated the cultivators during the competition with the cultivators. Crystals are excavated mainly for the enjoyment of cultivators. For ordinary people, we can live an excellent life even without crystals. Most of the people of the Curly Dragon sector were fooled by such a claim. They were not interested in anything happening on the resource planets. After all, the remaining assets left by their ancestors were enough for them to live comfortable lives for hundreds more years. For an ordinary person, hundreds of years was long enough. They couldn't see the end of it even when they were about to die. But for a civilization, hundreds of years is just a blink of an eye. Just like that, after hundreds of years of fuss, the brilliant and glorious civilization of the Curly Dragon sector finally embraced its unavoidable doom. The number of the cultivators hit rock bottom and was not enough to sustain the functioning of the resource collection system. All the mining bases fell into states of disrepair. As the crystals ran dry, the last transportation route between the mother planet and the resource planet was cut off. the Curly Dragon sector finally lost the ability of space cruising, collection, and transportation for all eternity. Su Changfa's voice was cold, and his face was gloomy. Together with the empty, desolate cities displayed in the grand illusionary land, dark, depressing clouds were looming in the room. Although he knew that he was simply being brainwashed, Liao still felt cold sweat all over his body. He could not help but ask, "So, what happened to the civilization of the Curly Dragon sector?" Thousands of years later, the civilization of the Curly Dragon sector is no more, Su Changfa said casually. Not many files are left for our reference. We can only make basic speculations. First of all, as the crystals ran dry and the spiritual energy got rarefied, the Curly Dragon sector officially entered the Age of Doom. After the last cultivator perished, nobody was able to awaken their spiritual root ever again. Without crystals, without spiritual energy, and without the lead of cultivators, the civilization of the Curly Dragon sector was mired in the rotting swamp that was their mother planet. As the population and the average longevity continued soaring, everybody's desires and demands were infinitely magnified. The shortage of resources could never be completely resolved. Yes, there were still high reserves of coal and petroleum on the mother planet. Other kinds of chemical energy and the nuclear energy were available too. However, spiritual energy is the purest, strongest energy form in the universe. Neither chemical energy nor nuclear energy are remotely close to the spiritual energy. The starships powered by chemical energy or nuclear energy can never surpass 1/100th the speed of light. Not surpassing 1/100th the speed of light disapproves the possibility of a mature and stable space cruising, collection, and transportation system, just like you can never hope to conduct trades across the ocean with a few canoes that are riddled with holes. Besides, the coal and petroleum resources are exhaustible, too. Just like that, in the several thousand years after the crystals were extinct, coal, petroleum, and other resources were exhausted, too. At that time, people of the Curly Dragon sector finally realized the importance of marching into the Sea of Stars. But how was it possible for them to achieve that with their canoes powered by nuclear energy and chemical energy? Without energy, the civilization declined as a matter of course. The civilization of the Curly Dragon sector did not collapse abruptly but walked to its doom step by step. One may say that it died of old age. Shwa! The picture in the grand illusionary land flashed. The forsaken cities vanished, replaced by naked, short people whose skin was extremely pale. They were no taller than dwarves, but their limbs were rather proportional and slender, like mini versions of normal human beings. They were wearing naive, if not moronic, smiles. Their big eyes, which almost occupied half of their faces, were blocked by a translucent membrane. But there was not the slightest spark of wisdom or humanity in them. Their movements could not have been slower. Even the simplest movement of stretching out their arms took them quite a few minutes. Looking at the weird mini-people, Liao could not help but recall a creature. Sloth. They are the natives of the Curly Dragon sector after their civilization has degenerated for thousands of years, Su Changfa explained. After landing on the mother planet of the Curly Dragon sector, the exploration team of the Imperium discovered the remnants of the civilization in the complicated sewer system of the abandoned cities. To adapt to the world without energy, their bodies and habits have mutated to the mode where heat is the least consumed. In their entire life, they spend most of the time lurking in the darkness below the ground, not moving at all. The heat they consume is a fraction of what a normal human being would. By sucking part of the residues of the civilization of the past, they will be able to live on. Liao shuddered hard and mumbled, "Where are the descendants of the Curly Dragon sector right now?" "Still in the Curly Dragon sector," Su Changfa said unhurriedly. "We have established quite a few natural reserves of rare hominoids on their mother planet to protect them. Such reserves are open to all citizens of the Imperium. The history of the civilization of the Curly Dragon sector is the best lesson of patriotism. It is also a reminder to all immortal cultivators that we must not repeat the mistake of the cultivators. If you are interested, fellow cultivator Li, you can visit the descendants of the Curly Dragon sector in the Curly Dragon Natural Reserve someday in person. You will understand by then what a sensible choice you are making today by abandoning darkness for brightness." Liao took a deep breath, and he could not help but ask, his voice shivering. "You have caged human beings and exhibited them? Are you not listening? Fellow cultivator Li." Xianxia raised his voice. "They are not true human beings. They are hominoids." "Hominoids? Hominoids? Hominoids are not humans but a bunch of short-sighted and sluggish creatures, animals, beasts that are hopelessly driven by natural instincts. You must not spare any mercy on the cattle. As long as you show them the slightest kindness, they will be insatiable. Eventually, they will ruin the entire civilization as well as themselves. Only by treating them as cows, goats, pigs, and dogs and discipling them with strict rules can they expect to contribute whatever value they have to push the civilization of mankind forward. Hehe. The cultivators of the curly dragon sector were too lenient and concessive. That was the essential reason of their doom. If it was the immortal cultivators, we would have disbanded the labor union, stopped the strikes, suppressed the demonstrations, and executed all the leaders of the labor union at the earliest chance. We would have skinned them and shattered their soul so that they would have nowhere to run. Whoever dares cause any trouble will be sent for mining on the resource planets together with their family and friends. A ton of crystals means the death of 3 to 5 miners? Does it really matter even if it means 30 to 50, or even 300 to 500 miners must be killed? Compared with the continuity of the civilization, such sacrifices are just a drop of water in the bucket. What does it matter even if millions of slaves are killed after working hard for hundreds of years? At the very least, the civilization will develop at a high speed, and there will be more and more immortal cultivators. We will be able to build starships of large scales, which will grant us the ability to march to the broader universe. By then, the energy issue will be resolved, and all the sacrifices will be worthwhile. The entire civilization will continue its glory, instead of embracing its doom like the foolish people of the curly dragon sector. There's a saying in the Imperium, "The flower of civilization must be fertilized with infinite blood." It describes the logic quite well. Fellow cultivator Li, what do you think? Liao swallowed and struggled to nod. He suddenly felt that Xianxia's hand on his shoulder was as slippery and greasy as 5 cold vipers. His heart seemed to have been bitten hard by a viper, too, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Xianxia could tell that he did not mean it, but he was not in the least bothered and simply smiled. Fellow cultivator Li, I know that it is hardly possible for you to accept all theories of the true path of immortality after only such a short time. It doesn't matter. Let's take it slow and explore it bit by bit. As long as you don't have any prior hypothesis bias, you will certainly be enlightened in the end. This is everything about the curly dragon sector. Then, let's talk about the tales of the medicine fork sector, the second self-destructing civilization. Behind Xianxia, the light and shadow broke apart into dancing butterflies, only to condense into a space zone that looked vastly different from the previous one. At the center of the space zone was a glowing planet that seemed to be made of green jade. The medicine fork sector was a world that slowly grew prosperous 2,000 years after the glory of the curly dragon civilization. Different from the curly dragon sector, the medicine fork sector was not a world with multiple space zones. It only had one prosperous space zone. All the spiritual energy and crystals were concentrated on Medicine Fork, the mother planet. Therefore, the shortage of resources was never a problem. However, the Medicine Fork sector had its threats, too. In the Medicine Fork sector, other than human beings, a lot of demons were occupying the planet, too. The two parties fought each other for more than 1,000 years as sworn enemies. The demons were very adept at biochemistry and virology. The biochemical weapons and virus weapons that they developed dealt tremendous damage to the people of the Medicine Fork sector. They nearly declared the doom of the newly born civilization of the Medicine Fork sector. At that time, Medicine Fork was an out-and-out planet of plague, where everybody suffered from viruses and pestilence. They struggled to catch their breath, never knowing if they would live to see the end of the day. However, the rise of humanity was the unstoppable trend. After 1,000 years of bloody battles, The cultivators of the medicine fork civilization developed marvelous drugs and disease control systems. Eventually, they annihilated all the demons in the medicine fork sector. The golden era of the medicine fork civilization thus began. Without the enemies, nothing could stop the rapid development of the medicine fork sector. Because of the miserable memories of being tortured by plagues and viruses in the past 1,000 years, the main focus of the medicine fork civilization was the field of medication. In only several hundred years, the people of the medicine fork sector had developed the most remarkable medication skills and an almost perfect, fully comprehensive health care system. Many of their advanced medication skills are tantalizing even for the imperium of true human beings today. Under the creed of protecting all the ordinary people, most of the cultivators of the medicine fork sector were devoted to the fight with diseases. A doctor was seen as the most honorable profession in the medicine fork sector. They basically destroyed all the harmful bacteria and viruses in nature before they cured the diseases that troubled human beings one after another. Also, through the injection of all kinds of medications, they established a solid barrier within the body of every ordinary person, preventing them from being invaded by any intruder. For the hundreds of years, Medicine Fork was almost a planet without illness. Many ordinary people lived their entire life without ever being affected by the slightest ailment. Not just cancer or seriously infectious diseases, they wouldn't even catch a cold. As a result, the average longevity was greatly improved, and the ordinary people looked healthier and healthier too. They could easily live to 200 years. The quality of their life had a drastic improvement compared with the era of plague. At first glance, just like the curly dragon civilization's glory before their crystals ran out, everything about the medicine fork civilization appeared perfect when it climbed to the peak of development. Thinking for a moment, Liao frowned and asked, "What's the problem of a world without diseases?" "What's the problem?" Su Changfa scoffed. "The biggest problem is that the cultivators broke the rules of nature and shattered the balance between human beings and nature. Human beings are the spirits of all creatures, the perfect existences that were born after billions of years of evolution of all carbon-based life forms. Even counting from the time when human beings were first born, we have also developed an effective immune system in the competition with nature, germs, viruses, and diseases. Without any medicine or medicative approaches, the immune system of the human body alone is enough to defeat most of the bacteria and viruses and also build up the body during the process. The growth is sometimes even deeply etched into our genes and passed on to future generations. This is what we know as evolution. That's not necessarily right," Liao observed. "If one doesn't go to a doctor in time when they are sick, it is still very possible that they may die." Su Changfa snorted and said, "Diseases are the filtering system that nature has bestowed upon human beings. By eliminating the carriers of foul genes, it can be ensured that the species as a whole will develop to the correct path. For the civilization of mankind as a whole, a certain degree of elimination rate must be guaranteed. Only by filtering those who are unsuitable for survival can the optimal configuration of resources be achieved. For an individual, death is a tragedy, but for a civilization, the real tragedy is that those who should have died continue living and wasting resources." Liao could not help it any longer. Pretending to be enlightened, he replied, "That explains a lot. I understand now. So, there is no such place as a hospital in the imperium of true human beings, right?" "Of course, there are hospitals," Su Changfa said with a smile, "but they are mostly focused on external injuries. For the infection of viruses, cancer, and other diseases, we will simply inject some immune system activation drugs into the patients to stimulate their own potential to cope with the diseases. So, in our hospitals, it eventually comes down to the patient's own immune system and resistance to deal with bacteria, viruses, and cancers. The doctors only help awaken and enhance them." Liao was dazed. "Does it work?" "Of course," Su Changfa said. "Although not as good as the 100% healing rate that the medicine fork civilization claimed, we have found that general tumors and infections can be killed by the patient's own vitality. If they cannot be killed, we hardly intervene or perform other procedures because the patient's fire of life is too feeble to prove that they are qualified to live on." Rendered speechless, Liao could only prick his ears and keep listening. However, the cultivators of the Medicine Fork civilization chose a different methodology from ours, Su Changfa said. They believed that the civilization of mankind was a whole. All human beings were brothers and sisters, regardless of their sex, age, and wealth, whether they were ordinary people or cultivators, and no matter how many deficiencies there were in their genes and how low their immunity was, they were worth saving through whatever means possible. Therefore, they modified the entire planet at a huge cost, establishing an ecological system that was devoid of fatal bacteria and viruses and was therefore extremely vulnerable. They also injected tremendous hormones, antibiotics, and chemical drugs into every citizen's body, constructing an impenetrable, man-made immune system. At that time, the people of the Medicine Fork sector would have injections from the moment that they were fetuses in their mother's womb. The moment they were born, they would be soaked in the tanks of medicine. That was the cost to trade for a seemingly long and healthy life. It was a pity that the health and longevity on the surface were actually founded on an extremely feeble foundation. It's like the cultivators worked hard to build a greenhouse for all the ordinary people and kept them safe inside from the storms of the outside world. It was indeed an effective approach in the short term. However, the side effect was that everybody, including the cultivators, became flowers in the greenhouse. As the saying goes, a country without an enemy will soon die of arrogance. The same logic applies to human beings, too. Without the attacks of diseases, bacteria, and viruses, there would be no chance of drills. Maintaining your health purely with medicine is like protecting your nation with foreign mercenaries. How could it possibly last long? Just like that, the people of the Medicine Fork sector grew up in an enormous sterile room generation after generation. Their immune system grew weaker and weaker until they lost the ability to survive on their own. The historians of the Imperium of True Human Beings, when studying the civilization of the Medicine Fork sector, named their disease acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, because their environment was too clean and overloaded with interventional medicative defense measures. Their immune system collapsed completely, and even their genes were changed. Their immune system, just like our appendix and tail, became useless organs and slowly degenerated, eventually vanishing. Because the acquired immunodeficiency syndrome caused by the cultivator's unconditional love for all the brotherly human beings, we also call it the spoil disease. Everybody having AIDS was just part their problem. What was more horrible was that, under the cultivator's principle that nobody should be left behind and everybody must be saved, many people who were unsuitable to survive because of their foul genes or, at the very least, unsuitable to have offspring were rescued by them and allowed to get married and have children like normal people, only to leave descendants that were even fouler. The cultivators could suppress the ostensible symptoms of the carriers of foul genes with their incredible medicines and medication skills. However, it was impossible for them to address the problem from the source, which boiled down to the gene strands. As a result, the foul genes spread, lurking among the people of the Medicine Fork sector. They were like an inactive volcano that was expanding incessantly and could wake up at any point. To suppress the symptoms of the foul genes, the cultivators had to increase the dosages of drugs, but the increased dosages led to the escalation of AIDS. Such a vicious circle was utterly unstoppable. Although the Medicine Fork civilization was on the brink of destruction, it still looked prosperous and brilliant on the surface. They were not as foolish as the people of the Curly Dragon sector. They had developed rather advanced space cruising technologies after several hundred years, which were excellent enough to support space jumps across different sectors. That was the peak of the golden era of the Medicine Fork civilization. When they gazed at the boundless sea of stars, every citizen was confident that they could conquer every enemy, including nature. However, they never thought of one thing. While their immune system was deteriorating, the bacteria and viruses, their most dangerous opponents, were mutating or evolving. The medicine and antibiotics that the Medicine Fork people produced could kill 99.99% of viruses. However, the surviving one, under the stimulation, would have shocking mutations and become even more sordid, mysterious, and fatal. Survival of the fittest is the law of the universe. The Medicine Fork civilization led by the cultivators stomped on the rule arrogantly. But the bacteria and viruses in the Medicine Fork civilization had always abided by the rule. Bolstered by the medicine and antibiotics, they were struggling, mutating, and evolving at a speed hundreds of times higher than before. Cultivators of the Medicine Fork sector noticed that the bacteria showed more and more resistance and the viruses were mutating faster and faster, too. A newly discovered disease could mutate into dozens of variants in only a couple of months. However, they still did not realize their mistake. They simply produced even more drugs, vaccines, antibiotics, and interferons crazily. It's like when you are faced with a blocked flood, you simply want to increase the height of the dam for temporary safety, but you never foresee the damage that the collapse will cause in the future. For a while, their strategy seemed to be working. All the bacteria and viruses on the land were thoroughly examined by them. They had also developed pertinent vaccines and antibiotics for everybody. But they overlooked the ocean. Just when the first space fleet of the Medicine Fork civilization was about to set off to explore the Sea of Stars, an undersea volcano located at the west of the planet suddenly erupted and threw tremendous materials at the bottom of the ocean into the sky. The materials included an ancient virus that had hibernated for hundreds of thousands of years in the sulfur and mud near the undersea volcano. For the past hundreds of thousands of years, such a virus had never appeared on the planet before. The Medicine Fork civilization did not know the first thing about it or have a targeting vaccine. The virus swept across the entire planet like a hurricane. Mixed with the bacteria and virus that hundreds of generations of drugs and antibiotics had failed to kill, it led to a calamitous pestilence. The greenhouse that cultivators built for the Medicine Fork civilization after almost 1,000 years was finally shattered ruthlessly. The flowers, with tremendous foul genes lurking inside their bodies and without an immune system, were exposed to the terrible storm. In only 3 months, the Medicine Fork civilization lost 1/5 of its population. The social order was on the verge of collapse. It fell to the deepest level of hell from the clouds. In fact, at that time, the civilization could still have been saved. With a cruel face, Xianxia made a chopping gesture as he said, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Establish quarantines and gather the cultivators, whose resistance is higher. They will maintain the basic order and kill all disease carriers and suspected carriers, thereby purging the entire planet of the civilization of the Medicine Fork sector. Half of the population, or maybe even 3/4, may be lost. But so what? The civilization exists as long as cultivators are there. Later, the crashed immune system can be recovered slowly, and the civilization will be rebuilt from scratch. If the Medicine Fork civilization had survived from the calamitous pestilence, which seemed to be an unavoidable doom at that time, I believe that they would have been much stronger and even become a dominator in the Sea of Stars. However, under the leadership of the cultivators with their petty kindness, nobody was resolute enough to make such an unpardonable decision. On the contrary, the belief of protecting all the ordinary people had melted into the bones of every cultivator, which decided that they would not give up anyone, not even the carriers and the suspected carriers. As a result, the calamitous pestilence got worse and worse. In only 1 year, the Medicine Fork civilization lost 4/5 of the population. The social order completely fell apart. It was not until this moment that the immune system in the survivors began to evolve again and raced with the viruses. Too late. It was awakened too late. The virus was evolving hundreds of times faster than their immune system. After decades on their last breath, the last survivor of the Medicine Fork civilization was consumed by the pestilence and turned into a pile of filthy bones. When the explorers of the Imperium of True Human Beings arrived in the mother planet of the Medicine Fork sector, we saw many well-preserved starships in a splendid launch field. Those starships that were rather advanced even in our eyes had become paradises for rats and cockroaches. The Medicine Fork civilization could have leapt into the stars, but it was smothered in the cradle by tiny bacteria and virus. What's most ironic is that, when the historians and archaeologists of the Imperium explored the planet carefully, trying to find the cause of the calamitous pestilence thousands of years ago, we did find the undersea volcano that erupted once, and we successfully retrieved the ancient virus that was in the hibernation state in the sulfur and mud near the volcano. Fellow cultivator Li, do you know what the virus really was? Liao shook his head hard. It was a primordial version of a respiratory syncytial virus. Su Changfa smiled. Despite the scary name and the high contagiousness, it is not fatal in any way. In fact, the modern mutants of the virus will often cause the following symptoms: high fever, headache, nasal congestion, rigor, and sore muscles, which are often collectively known as a cold. Ha! Liao exclaimed in disbelief. Exactly. A virus from the primeval era that could cause nothing more than a cold shattered the once glorious medicine fork civilization, which claimed to have destroyed all the diseases, brutally into smithereens. Su Changfa burst into laughter. The cultivators of the medicine fork sector naively thought that they could rescue everybody. But as it turned out, they rescued nobody in the end, not even themselves. Liao's emotions were in turmoil. He knew full well that the self-destructive civilizations of cultivators must have been carefully selected by the authorities of the Imperium of true human beings. Chances were that the materials were just propaganda with exaggerated and distorted stories. However, despite all the overstatement and vilification, the picture where the glorious civilizations in the past slid into the abyss step by step with no way to stop was still vaguely visible. Liao found it impossible to laugh under the helplessness and desperation. He pondered carefully about what the reborn Star Glory Federation would do when the cultivators were caught in a similar situation. The destruction of the Curly Dragon civilization and the Medicine Fork civilization is truly poignant. However, the decay of the martial meritocrat civilization is much more thought-provoking than them. Su Changfa made a gesture. The grand illusionary land changed yet again. This time it was a sector that was even more prosperous. Hundreds of sailing routes connected almost 20 planets, interweaving with each other like a spider web. Now, fellow cultivator Li, I would like to show you the self-destruction of the third and the last civilization. Liao was refreshed. The destruction of the Curly Dragon civilization and the Medicine Fork civilization had already been stunning enough for him. Now that the martial meritocrat civilization was kept to the last, there had to be even more twists and turns to the story. At this moment, Liao had already changed his attitude. He was not simply viewing everything as the brainwashing methods of the Imperium of true human beings. He was also hoping to learn lessons from the destroyed civilizations that could guide the way for the Star Glory Federation or, at the very least, point out the wrong directions for it. The martial meritocrat civilization was a very classic civilization of cultivators. They were much more fortunate than the Curly Dragon civilization and the Medicine Fork civilization. The resource reserves were neither too high nor too low. The planets were neither too dense nor too sparse. The enemies were neither too strong nor too weak. Neither strong enough to devour them as a whole, nor so weak that their sense of community, ambitiousness, devotion, and other positive spirits couldn't be triggered. All in all, led by the cultivators, the pioneers of the martial meritocrat civilization slogged and strived from scratch. After bloody battles, they destroyed the demons, the extraterrestrial devils, and other enemies, and eventually established a powerful country, the Alliance of Martial Meritocrats. Citizens of the Alliance of Martial Meritocrats neither dwelled in the abundant resources of their mother planet and lost their ambitions and courage, like the people of the Curly Dragon sector did, nor pursued an absolute sterile world fanatically while forgetting the rules of nature, like the people of the Medicine Fork sector did. Although they had defeated the enemies within their reach, they did not lose their sense of enterprising. Instead, by excavating the relics of the Star Ocean Imperium, they gained a deep understanding about the vastness of the universe and realized that many other human beings were still scattered in the 3,000 sectors. All human beings are family. March to the Sea of Stars, find our brothers and sisters, and let our civilization radiate to every direction. It was the slogan and dream for every person of the martial meritocrat sector in its golden years. Boosted by such noble, great, and righteous ambitions, they strode forward together and successfully developed space cruising technology. Space fleets of an enormous scale were established. Many determined, devoted experts distinguished themselves, too. They marched out into the grand universe without any hesitation. Fellow cultivator Li, up until now, do you feel that the martial meritocrat civilization is more balanced, stable, and excellent than the previous two civilizations? Liao pondered for a moment and nodded. He felt that the martial meritocrat civilization was a duplicate of the Star Glory Federation from the environment of birth to the creeds that everybody believed in. The Federation was in its golden years as well. However, now that the outcome of the civilization was obvious, there had to be a fatal problem in it. The rise and decline of the martial meritocrat civilization would be a highly valuable lesson for the Star Glory Federation. Instead of waiting for Su Changfa to talk, Liao asked promptly, "What's the martial meritocrat civilization's problem?" Su Changfa smiled and said, "The fatal wound of the martial meritocrat civilization was that they adopted a parliamentary system where voting and partisan competition were highlighted when the country was established." Liao was suddenly alarmed. "Isn't this exactly like the Federation? What's wrong about voting and the parliamentary system?" Noticing the suspicion in his eyes, Su Changfa unhurriedly replied, "Voting and the parliamentary system do not have a problem per se. In fact, the imperium of true human beings is quite democratic too. A voting system has been implemented in many levels. However, how can the votes that will decide national affairs be given to ignorant hominoids casually? In the imperium, only the citizens who are true human beings have the right to vote. The more important an issue is, the higher the demand on the voters will be. For many national policies, only the immortal cultivators in the core formation stage or even the nascent soul stage are qualified to vote. This is the only way to keep the stability of a country and the rationality of the decisions to be made. However, it was not the case in the alliance of martial meritocrats. What they adopted was an absurd system where everybody had one vote equally. An illiterate hobo with ulcers all over his body had one vote, a lazy, treachery gangster had one vote, and a well-revered, capable cultivator in the nascent soul stage, theoretically, also had only one vote. Fellow cultivator Li, tell me about it. Is there a more hilarious thing in the world? Well, Liao scratched his head. After a sniff, Su Changfa continued. The martial meritocrat civilization was the civilization where the hypocrisy, short-sightedness, and petty kindness of the cultivators stood out the most. The one-person one-ticket voting system was just the first clue. As for the laws and the social morals, the rights of the ordinary people were overstressed while the position of the cultivators was belittled. With great power comes great responsibility. Cultivators are the servants of the civilization of mankind and must devote their everything. Cultivators come from the ordinary people and must serve the ordinary people unconditionally. Ordinary people are water, and cultivators are fish. Without ordinary people, there will be no cultivators. Every crystal that cultivators consume is a cost of the wealth of mankind. Therefore, the techniques and cultivation arts that the cultivators trained with the crystals do not belong to the cultivators but to mankind. Such absurdities were the most popular theories in the martial meritocrat civilization. They were the undebatable truths. All in all, cultivators of the martial meritocrat civilization dedicated themselves to the most tiresome and dangerous jobs. Their tax rate was many times higher than that of the ordinary people. When the ordinary people were in trouble, they had to give everything that they had to help them. In short, from the laws to the morals, everything dictated that they be out-and-out saints. The cultivators of the martial meritocrat sector, whose heads must have been seriously wrong, after being brainwashed for a long time, accepted everything in the end too. They degraded themselves but considered it a pleasure. They devoted but never asked for anything in return. Liao coughed hard. One side is willing to take, and the other is willing to offer. There doesn't seem to be a problem, does there? If the territory of the alliance of martial meritocrats had been restricted to the martial meritocrat sector alone, there wouldn't have been a problem. After all the cultivators and ordinary people shared the same history, creeds, culture, and values. No matter how demanding the ordinary people were, they had boundaries after all. Besides, the ordinary people of the martial meritocrat sector fought their way to prosperity through bloody battles too. They were not entirely lowly, lazy, troublemaking creatures. They were as demanding on themselves as they were on the cultivators. Everybody was giving it their all to march to the universe so that they could find more sectors and save the brothers and sisters there. What seriously went wrong, however, proved to be the brothers and sisters that they rescued from other sectors. Liao's heart was tightened. How so? The Star Glory Federation also considered protecting the human beings of all the 3,000 sectors as its responsibility. In the planning, it was also going to expand actively and explore new sectors in order to build up the entire Federation. The Martial Meritocrats sector's fall would be a great lesson for them. The Martial Meritocrats sector was quite fortunate, Su Changfa sneered. With the star maps of the Star Ocean Imperium, it soon found a sector not far away from them named Sand Primitive Sector, which was also inhabited by a lot of human beings. However, not every sector was as lucky as the Curly Dragon sector, the Medicine Fork sector, or the Martial Meritocrats sector, which did not suffer much in the Gory War, had a relatively stable environment, and could absorb the heritage of the Star Ocean Imperium during the reconstruction of their civilization. Most of the sectors had been destroyed in the war that caused the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium. They were shattered and occupied by tremendous demons and extraterrestrial devils. In such a harsh environment, even though some of the human beings survived, it was impossible for them to sustain a complicated and delicate modern civilization. They were forced to retrograde to the primitive stage and build everything from scratch again. The Sand Primitive Sector was exactly such a miserable world. Before the Martial Meritocrats people arrived, the civilization there had been at an extremely low level, which was no better than the world of ancient cultivators 40,000 years and even worse in many aspects. The natives of the Sand Primitive Sector were nomadic. They were aggressive, radical, sensitive, and suspicious in nature. There weren't systematic training techniques and cultivator arts. Everything was incomplete. The few cultivators were known as shamans and fought with their talents and instincts. To resist the rough environment and the brutal alien species, the shamans of the Sand Primitive Sector had to establish an extreme and cruel religion named the Chiyu cult, in which the legendary ruthless god of war was honored to be the supreme god. They trained themselves with the strength of belief and triggered the potential inside human bodies through approaches such as seances and other sacraments, in order to raise the most bloodthirsty berserker warriors. As time went by, the culture of the Sand Primitive Sector was also deeply affected by the Chiyu-worshipping belief, which often proved to be radical, passionate, and fearless. The Chiyu cult leaked to every pore and every bone of their daily life. They formed different tribes around the shamans who claimed that they could communicate with God Chiyu. The people only knew the shamans and Chiyu but did not have any idea about officials, government, or law. All in all, the Martial Meritocrats sector and the Sand Primitive Sector were vastly different from each other in history, culture, belief, social form, and strength system. Other than the similar appearance and language, they were essentially two different species. However, at that time, even the smartest, keenest cultivators of the Martial Meritocrats sector didn't realize what such differences actually meant. The discovery of the Sand Primitive Sector made the entire Martial Meritocrats sector overjoyed. The people of the Martial Meritocrats sector had finally found subjects that they could save. Their long-accumulated sense of justice and sympathy finally emerged in all its splendor and had somewhere to go. When they discovered that their poor brothers of the primitive sector were struggling on a mother planet whose environment was extremely harsh under the scourge of demons, extraterrestrial devils, and other alien species now and then, large-scale aids were immediately underway. Magical equipment, crystals, and techniques were delivered to the Sand Primitive Sector incessantly without bothering the cost. Many volunteers arrived at the new land, too, promulgating the latest training methodology and system to the natives. In order to cope with the threats of the enemies, before they taught the people of the Sand Primitive Sector how to till the land with machines, they taught them how to use the advanced chainswords, crystal cannons, heat-sensitive flying swords, and even crystal suits. Since the environment of the Sand Primitive Sector was too harsh, and the demons and extraterrestrial devils were not likely to be wiped out anytime soon, it didn't take long for the Alliance of Martial Meritocrats to pass many laws including the Bill of Equal Human Beings and the Bill of Sectoral Free Communication. According to the laws, all human beings in the Sea of Stars were brothers that were entitled to the same natural rights. Among them, the right of free migration, the right of residence, and the right to protect oneself from any war were the most sacred and inviolable three. Therefore, as long as they were willing to, the natives of the Sand Primitive sector were absolutely qualified to immigrate to the Martial Meritocrats sector freely. After receiving simple education and training, they would be granted the citizenship of the Alliance of Martial Meritocrats and have the same privileges and benefits as natives of the Martial Meritocrats sector did. Even Liao found it unbelievable when he heard the part. Were the people of the Martial Meritocrats sector all morons? Although Liao supported the integration of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector because of the push of the Imperium of true human beings, it was unthinkable to grant all demons the citizenship of the Star Glory Federation. Besides, in the Star Glory Federation, there were many cultivators who had a different stances from Liao's. The radical ones of them included Lu Zue and Zhou Hengdao, and the more conservative ones included his wife, Ding Lingdang. Regardlessly, they were all wary of the demons and checked Liao and his supporters from the other side of the scale. Liao had no issue with Ding Lingdang's belief being utterly different from his. On the contrary, he found it very necessary. One civilization could not have only one voice, even if the voice sounded correct and righteous. Only by the check and balance of different ideologies could it be ensured that the civilization walked on the correct path without leaning to either side. Although all the cultivators of the Federation, including Liao, had the pure heart of a newborn babe to believe in brightness, it did not mean that they were really 3 years old. Su Changfa smiled. Do you feel that the people of the Martial Meritocrats sector were silly? Liao nodded subconsciously. Wrong. The Martial Meritocrats people may have been a bit naive, but they were not foolish enough to open the door for burglars, Su Changfa said coldly. However, misguided by a faulty system, even the smartest guys will have to push forward, even if they know clearly that swamps and abysses are in the front. If they don't walk forward, those behind them will still push him into the abyss. The bills that the Martial Meritocrats sector passed were ostensibly because of their belief and ideology. But more importantly, they were meant to address the issue of the shortage of labor force. At that time, the Alliance of Martial Meritocrats had developed for more than 1,000 years. It was a rather mature, high-level civilization. Most of the citizens were highly educated. They all hoped to participate in jobs that were technology-intensive, vigorous, creative, and brought a sense of achievement. The great leap in the space cruising technology and the exploration of new worlds provided many technology-intensive, high-paying, and promising jobs for them. At that time, a job related to space exploration was the biggest dream and a dream that could very likely be realized for every citizen of the Martial Meritocrats sector. But then there was a problem. Although the advanced jobs were sufficient, who was going to fill in the dirty, tedious work and the simple, repetitive jobs? Spiritual puppets were naturally a choice. However, the cost of the puppets was too high. Also, they would consume a lot of crystals. It would be too wasteful to deploy them for such lowly work. Although there were abundant resources in the Martial Meritocrats sector, the people there had equally abundant ambitions. They were hoping to explore the entire universe. Crystals, as fuel for the space voyages, had to be carefully distributed. The arrival of the Sand Primitive sector seemed to have solved the problem perfectly. While the natives of the Martial Meritocrats sector were engaged in the advanced, demanding, vigorous, and creative jobs where astronomy, medication, law, liberal arts, and philosophy were involved, the Sand Primitive sector took part in the low, simple, repetitive jobs that did not require any creativity or bring any sense of achievement, as the bottom-level workers and farmers in the society. Doctors, stargazers, and workers were just different fields of work. Nobody was nobler than anybody. All the citizens were helping each other and contributing in their own way to a brilliant, glorious civilization. It was perhaps what the decision-makers of the Martial Meritocrats sector had thought. Liao was hooked by the story. He asked subconsciously, were the people of the Sand Primitive sector not willing to take it? I wouldn't say that. The first generation of the Sand Primitive people accepted such an arrangement rather gladly, Su Changfa replied. After all, the environment of the Sand Primitive sector was too harsh, and too many enemies were out there. Compared with their home, the Martial Meritocrats sector was almost heaven on earth. Even the heaviest, dirtiest, and most boring jobs in the Martial Meritocrats sector were still 100 times better than their days in their homeland. Besides, the two sectors were far away from each other after all. Although the space carriers of the Martial Meritocrats sector jumped back and forth at the highest frequency, few natives of the Sand Primitive sector were transported to the Martial Meritocrats sector. They took up less than 1/10 of the whole population. When you live under somebody else's roof, you must learn to bend your neck. People of the Sand Primitive sector were rather dutiful and hardworking when they just arrived in the foreign land. They took over the dirty and tedious jobs that the natives despised and worked diligently. They had no complaint whatsoever about the minimum wages and benefits. They worked from day to night for the sole hope that they could move their wife, their children, and even their entire family to the Martial Meritocrats sector to live a happy life. The Sand Primitive people who had just left their homeland naturally kept their habits as a nomadic people and continued worshipping their Chiyu cult. However, they often chose times and locations that were unattractive and conducted their rituals in secret so that nobody else would be disturbed. Human rights, including the right to worship different gods, were respected in the alliance of Martial Meritocrats. The citizens generally had an indifferent view toward different religions, ranging from pantheists to atheists. They knew clearly that the legendary deities such as Pangu or Nuwa were prehistoric civilizations at best. There were no real gods in the universe. Their religious beliefs were more of a hobby. Now that the Sand Primitive immigrants had done their jobs so excellently, it did not seem inappropriate to let them keep their religion because they were not disturbing anybody. Moreover, many citizens of the Martial Meritocrats sector regarded the Chiyu cult to be an exotic, mysterious culture from a foreign land. They even joined the Chiyu cult to feel the unique charm of the primitive culture for themselves. Chiyu was a sagacious mythical king in ancient China. As Su Changfa spoke enticingly, the grand illusionary land behind him was changing and displaying vivid pictures. 2. The last picture was one where countless people were worshipping and dancing deliriously in front of a black, angry Chiyu statue. Compared with the Curly Dragon civilization and the Medicine Fork civilization, the Martial Meritocrats civilization had left much more detailed records. They were almost like the real-life experiences of some citizens of the Imperium. Seeing that the number of the Sand Primitive people whose skin was blackened and whose body was tattooed was growing non-stop, Liao felt that his teeth were aching. Jean Tui once told him blatantly the real Red Tide plan, which was in fact the roadmap for the demon race to integrate into the Federation. It was basically the same. However, from Liao to Ding Lingdang, and even including Lu Zue and Zhou Hongdao who had died and Speaker Jiang Hailu who was still alive, everybody more or less kept their vigilance. There was no way that the Red Tide plan would be implemented exactly as Jean Tui had in his mind. It was because human beings and demons used to be sworn enemies. The two parties were wary of each other by nature. The people of the Martial Meritocrats sector, however, took the people of the Sand Primitive sector as their siblings. They embraced all of them without the slightest alarm. Liao seemed to envision the beginning of a tragedy. At first, the integration of the Martial Meritocrats sector and the Sand Primitive sector seemed to be going well. Model integration zones were established in which the Martial Meritocrats natives and the Sand Primitive natives lived in peace, took part in different jobs, and communicated with each other closely. There were even a lot of married couples from different worlds. Quite a few hybrids were born. With the Sand Primitive natives engaged in the labor-intensive work, the natives of the Martial Meritocrats sector were able to focus all their attention on realizing their dream to explore the Sea of Stars. The national capabilities soared, and the territory quickly expanded. Su Changfa sighed. However, the decision-makers of the Martial Meritocrats sector did not foresee the fatal changes caused by two factors. Firstly, the alliance of Martial Meritocrats adopted an election system where one citizen had one vote. Under such a system, a nascent soul-stage cultivator locally born and raised had one vote, and an immigrant from the Sand Primitive sector who was new to the place, who had just learned the dialect of the Martial Meritocrats sector, and who couldn't even repair a toilet, also boasted one sacred vote because he was a citizen of the nation. Although the cultivators of the Martial Meritocrats sector were people of honor and integrity, they would not concede or give up in the pursuit of the supreme power. They would also debate and argue with each other. They might not be fighting for their selfish interests, but only when they were high in power could they carry out their belief and the belief of their party. In order to enter parliament and even the highest decision-making circle, they had to fight for more votes. The alliance of martial meritocrats had been founded for 1,000 years. Most parties had their own ticket bunker, which was the range of their influence. The votes in every election wouldn't change too much. It was very difficult for them to win votes from the ticket bunker of other sects, too. Although the system was a bit rigid, it ensured the stability of politics and the continuity of policies. But the arrival of the sand primitive immigrants changed everything. Many parties had been kept in balance for hundreds of years, with a similar number of hardcore supporters. But with the votes of the sand primitive people, it was very possible that the situation in the past would be changed. The more sand primitive people are in favor of us, the more likely we will win the election. How can we get more sand primitive people to support us? First of all, naturally, we will promise them more privileges and assure them that the policies will be in effect as soon as we are in power, thereby winning over the sand primitive people. Then, we can try our best to move their family, friends, and even the entire tribe to the martial meritocrat sector and make the newcomers citizens of the nation. So, we will have more new votes. As a result, the votes on our side will definitely increase exponentially. Even if we don't do it, our hostile parties will. If the hostile parties are supported by more sand primitive immigrants, we will never be able to carry out our beliefs in office. Such a train of thought was simple enough even for a building foundation stage cultivator or a core formation stage, not to mention those in the nascent soul stage. In fact, it was exactly what the smart and civilized cultivators did. To win the support of the voters from the sand primitive sectors, today Party A proposed that the social position of the natives of the sand primitive sector must be improved and that a certain ratio of employees in the government agencies must be from the sand primitive sector. The next day, Party B proposed that the conditions required for the natives of the sand primitive sector to join the alliance of martial meritocrats should be loosened and that every sand primitive native would automatically be granted citizenship and the voting right the moment they entered the martial meritocrats sector. The day after that, Party C proposed that, in order to maintain the basic rights of the citizens from the sand primitive sector, they must be provided with additional allowances other than free food and housing. The sand primitive people, on the other hand, knew the importance of gratitude quite well. They indeed supported Party as Party BS and Party CS, making those parties win the elections smoothly and crush many opponents that had troubled them for hundreds of years. The parties in elect, after savoring the fruit of success, wouldn't abandon such effective approaches. To ensure the victories in the future elections, they spared no effort moving large batches of sand primitive natives to the martial meritocrat sector and transforming them into citizens of the alliance of martial meritocrats and even the disciples of the local sects. Day after day, year after year, the privileges and the position of the sand primitive natives became better and better. Their number and voice grew larger and larger. Eventually, they became a force that nobody dared to mess around with. The alliance of martial meritocrats only meant to hire a few workers in the beginning, but now the workers had become the bosses. Despite the benefits that were even higher than regular natives of the martial meritocrat sector, they were greedy enough to demand higher wages, benefits, and better living environment and a medication, education, and social security system that favored them biasly. In many cases, the sand primitive natives were in fact too stupid to come up with all that. It was the parties and local sects of the martial meritocrats sector that offered the conditions to them promptly time and time again, stimulating their greed and ambitions to expand. This was the first fatal mistake that the martial meritocrats civilization made. The second fatal mistake, in the meantime, was the population issue. Liao felt that his eyelids were jumping. What's the population issue? The martial meritocrat civilization and the sand primitive civilizations were actually two civilizations of different eras and levels. Yet, the childish cultivators melded them together by brute force. Su Xianxia sneered. The martial meritocrat civilization had already entered a highly developed phase. As the educational and economical level improved, the fertility rate naturally decreased. Traditionally speaking, natives of the martial meritocrat sector focused more on the self-perfection and self-actualization. Faced with the boundless sea of stars, too much work needed to be done. and too many mysteries were waiting to be explored. Everything would consume a lot of time and effort. Therefore, the natives of the martial meritocrat sector did not like having too many children, if they were married at all. Many of them believed in celibacy, claiming that they would devote their life to the sea of stars. For those who chose to have offspring, they often stopped when they had 2 children. They carefully educated every child and raised them with their all. Therefore, it was even less likely that they would be interested in more children. That was the practice of the society. The natives of the martial meritocrat sector who had a handful of kids were often mocked by their friends for their lack of ambition. They would be considered to be the antiques from ancient times. But the sand primitive natives were different. The harsh environment of the sand primitive sector meant an appallingly high death rate. So, fertility meant everything. Only by giving birth to enough children and transforming them into the most frantic warriors in the most efficient way could the sand primitive civilization survive while being surrounded by the infinite enemies. Therefore, the females of the sand primitive sector were all highly fertile. They usually started having children immediately after their menarche and wouldn't stop until their menopause. It was not strange at all if they had 20 children. In the sand primitive sector in the past, most of the 20 children would die of diseases or in the battles before they grew up. Such cruel eliminations ensured that the population wouldn't excessively expand and that only the strongest could survive. However, the kind-hearted cultivators, who were determined to protect every ordinary person, had arrived. How could they bear to watch the sand primitive natives being killed by the alien species while doing nothing? Therefore, they taught the sand primitive sector tremendous techniques, aided them with countless flying swords and crystal cannons, and eventually helped annihilate all the enemies of the natives of the sand primitive sector. The enemies were gone, new medication procedures were introduced, but the tradition of fertility was unchanged. Naturally, the population of the sand primitive sector boomed. Cultivators of the martial meritocrat sector simply waited and watched everything happen. Instead of stopping it, they even encouraged the practice and offered all kinds of birth benefits and education funds. It was because such a tradition was their sacrosanct culture. It was also because every newborn baby in the sand primitive sector meant a new vote in the near future. Just like that, after only 100 years, after a series of population booms and crazy immigration, the citizens from the sand primitive sector almost took up half of the population of the alliance of marital meritocrats now. Fellow cultivator Li, take a guess. What would happen next? Taking a long breath, Liao narrowed his eyes and said, "The sand primitive natives were about to reveal their true face, weren't they?" "Wrong." Su Changfa laughed maliciously. After 100 years of learning, the new generation natives of the sand primitive sector were much more cunning than their predecessors. They fully continued the nature of the nomadic people and lurked around the prey, setting up traps quietly. On the surface, nothing too dramatic happened. Although the demands from the sand primitive natives were more and more arrogant, and the Chiyu cult was spreading inside the alliance of martial meritocrats more and more actively, it was nothing different from what they had been doing in the past century. Like frogs in warm water, the natives of the martial meritocrat sector were rather used to it. The situation did not seem to be out of control. However, in the darkness, a theory known as original sin suddenly rose up and swept across the entire world. Original sin? Liao frowned. He had never believed that any sin came with one's birth and felt subconsciously repulsive about the phrase. Thinking quickly, Liao opened his mouth and asked, "Is that a ruse that the sand primitive natives came up with, claiming that the martial meritocrats natives occupying a prosperous and steady world was highly unfair? It was their natural-born original sin, so they had to make up for the sand primitive natives? Is it a hilarious theory like this one?" Su Changfa smiled and shook his head. "If you think that way, you are terribly underestimating both the martial meritocrats natives and the sand primitive natives. Also, the history would lose its general significance. You can totally argue that the destruction of the martial meritocrats sector has nothing to do with the ideology of the cultivators, but is solely because the cultivators there were too idiotic. You can argue that, if it were cultivators who were more sober and wise, and they had taken it slowly to assimilate the sand primitive natives step by step, the outcome might have been entirely different. Liao almost choked for a moment. It was exactly what he was thinking. When the Star Glory Federation was accepting the demons, they were certainly not as naive and foolish as the Martial Meritocrats natives. No, the history that I'm telling you is much more complicated than that. The destruction of the Martial Meritocrats was not caused by their stupid immigration policies, either. At best, the Sand Primitive natives were just a trigger. The so-called original sin was not used to explain the contradiction between the Martial Meritocrats natives and the Sand Primitive natives, but that between cultivators and ordinary people. It was not the Martial Meritocrats natives who had original sin, but the cultivators. What? Dumbfounded, Liao scratched his cheeks beyond his control. He found it hard to believe. What original sin does a cultivator have? Isn't it obvious? Su Changfa said thoughtfully. Including the Martial Meritocrat civilization, most of the cultivation civilizations hold, to different degrees, that natural human rights are inviolable and that everybody is equal whether you are a cultivator or an ordinary person. However, you can draw a preposterous conclusion from the ideas, which is that cultivators and ordinary people are naturally highly unequal. Yes, the law can protect the rights and political position of the ordinary people. Through the one-person, one-vote system, the ordinary people can even pretend that they are as good as the cultivators. However, it is just a lie that they tell themselves. Once the spiritual roots are awakened, cultivators boast speed, strength, body build, and intelligence that far exceed the ordinary people's. Their sight, hearing, and other senses will be much keener, too. Such advantages on the cultivator's body are something that ordinary people can never achieve however hard they do physical exercises. With such advantages, cultivators can easily eclipse all ordinary people in any competitive field. They can occupy all the jobs that have a high demand on intelligence, physical strength, speed, or the soul. They can be eye-catching heroes who will be cheered and applauded by the general public. As long as one cultivator appears in a certain field, it means that all ordinary people, even if they work so hard that their every cell is exploding, will not stand any chance of competition. They can only give up nicely and watch the cultivators show their techniques. In short, the world is the cultivator's stage, and the ordinary people are the audience below the stage at best, whose only responsibility is cheering and applauding. They don't deserve, nor are they capable of, going to the stage and demonstrating their own splendor. Fellow cultivator Li, is such an inequality not an original sin of the cultivators? Su Changfa's smile grew creepier and creepier as he spoke, but his tone was ever calmer. Liao could not help but feel goosebumps all over his body. More critically, the inequality not only means that ordinary people cannot compete with cultivators in any field, but also means that ordinary people are totally incapable of protecting their lives and their property. Everything is in the hands of the cultivators. The ordinary people have to accept the fact that their happy and peaceful lives are founded on the cultivators' kindness, pity, and charity. Everything that they have is a sand tower in wind and a pavilion without a foundation. It is maintained by the cultivators' ungrounded morals. Today, the cultivators decide to help the weak, beat the bullies, and protect the ordinary people chivalrously. That's why the ordinary people are living a good life. But what if the cultivators change tomorrow? What if the cultivators, for any reason, or for no reason but their bad mood, decide not to protect the ordinary people any longer and want a different way of living? By then, the cultivators will be able to kill ordinary people, take away their property, enslave their family, and regard all their offspring as free slaves. Cultivators won't do that, Liao blurted out. Hardly had he spoken out when he felt cold sweat in his heart. Su Changfa gazed at him and smiled. The key point is not if they will, but whether or not they can. And obviously they can. Cultivators can harm ordinary people easily, but ordinary people cannot hurt cultivators at all. Therefore, the latter can only pray that the former abide by the social rules that have been long abided by, which are morals. This is where the most fatal problem lies. As I said just now, fellow cultivator Li, morals are the most unreliable things in the world. As the productivity and the social relations change, morals will also change at an astonishing speed. Besides, there are also a lot of accidents. The easiest example will be you, fellow cultivator Li. I believe that you must have been a model cultivator in the past. Chances are that you did a lot of good things and protected many ordinary people. Didn't you? His eyelids twitching violently, Liao pretended that his mind was in chaos and nodded softly. A fiendish smile popped up on Su Changfa's old, wrinkled face. However, after the accident in space, in which you went so far past the line that the line is a dot to you, you have changed in each and every way. Even if the ordinary people could trust you wholeheartedly in the past, can they still trust you right now? If you hadn't run into us but returned to the flying star sector by luck, are you certain that you could have regarded the ordinary people the way you did instead of considering them to be delicious meat? If you harmed an ordinary person, driven by a certain weird instinct of yours, and maybe even their entire family, would they be capable of defending themselves? Liao's face was pale as he made a gagging posture, but he failed to come up with a reply. Nobody can stand the fact that their fate is entirely based on other people's kindness and mercy, Su Changfa said coldly. Cultivators' abilities to harm the ordinary people however they want and never to be harmed by the ordinary people are their original sins. Biggest original sins. Targeting the two original sins, the solutions proposed were quite easy. First of all, the tax rate for cultivators was further increased, and their rights were limited. Ordinary people were much more in favor in jobs, education, politics, and all the other fields. Secondly, since cultivators were so dangerous, bordering on brutal animals, they had to be monitored closely. Their identity, capability, level, and whereabouts would be tracked and known by the public. When necessary, the cultivators could be kept in detention even without proof. Thirdly, the Committee of Equal Human Beings was founded to investigate all cases in the past century where cultivators abused their abilities and harmed the interests of the ordinary people in unfair competitions. Also, magical equipment that could restrain the abilities of the cultivators was developed to ensure that the ordinary people boasted the ability to harm the cultivators. Absolute power means absolute corruption. Right now, the cultivators boast absolute power. So, their corruption will only be a matter of time. Only if everybody has the ability to harm each other will the balance of power be achieved and the stability and development of the alliance ensured. Those were the main points of the original sin theory. Soon after the theory popped up from the dark abyss, it swept across the entire alliance of martial meritocrats like a wild tide under the support of most of the ordinary people. How is it possible? Liao's eyebrow was almost standing like sabers. It's not strange that the original sin theory was supported by the citizens from the Sand Primitive sector because the Sand Primitive natives were probably behind the theory. But weren't half of the citizens from the martial meritocrat sector? Why did they support such a farce? You find the original sin theory absurd because you are a cultivator. It's only reasonable that you take the cultivator's side, Su Changfa declared coldly. If you were an ordinary person who barely had the strength to capture a hen, you wouldn't find it absurd at all. Instead, you would probably feel greatly enlightened. Try to walk in their shoes, fellow cultivator Li. Summon your computational ability and imagine that you are an ordinary person. What exactly will be at the bottom of your heart when you are faced with the high, mighty, omnipotent cultivators? Su Changfa placed his freezing arm on Liao's shoulder and craned his head to Liao's ear. His vague voice sounded like a breeze from the deepest level of hell. Seeing that they are higher, faster, stronger, smarter, and more handsome than you, that they have a much higher social position and a better ability of self-actualization, while knowing for a fact that you will never be able to catch up with them for the rest of your life. As an ordinary person, wouldn't you feel a bit jealous? When you see that the cultivators can blow up a giant rock with a single punch and kick away a demon beast weighing more than 10 tons after a casual kick, would you find it irresistible to imagine how it would feel if you were the one being punched and kicked? As an ordinary person, wouldn't you feel a bit scared? When you watch the splendid cultivators living an extraordinarily marvelous life on the stage, and when you turn back to review your boring, lackluster life in the auditorium, wouldn't you feel a bit desperate about your weakness, idiocy, uselessness, and ugliness? Jealousy, fear, desperation. when all the negative emotions overlapped and haunted you day after day, year after year, wouldn't a tiny bit of hatred brew at the deepest part of your bones? Although Su Changfa did not release any spiritual energy, Liao still found it barely possible to breathe. However, he said drily, most of the cultivators had helped the ordinary people and won their gratitude before, right? So what? As the old saying goes, if you give a beggar a bowl of rice, you will be his lifesaver, but if you give him a tank of rice, you will be his sworn enemy. The favors that cultivators did to the ordinary people could never be returned in this life and the next. So, should the ordinary people always keep the kindness in their heart and focus on returning the favors for the rest of this life and probably the next while doing nothing else? When there are too many favors, the favors will be a heavy burden, and the last straw on the hatred that was condensed by jealousy, fear, and desperation. Perhaps the rise of the original sin theory was indeed bolstered by part of the sand primitive shamans in secret, but they were merely speaking the truth that was on everybody's mind and nobody dared to voice. Have you ever heard a story named The Emperor's New Clothes, fellow cultivatorly? The cultivators and the ordinary people of the martial meritocrat civilization had knitted the emperor's new clothes with their hypocritical morals to cover the natural, irreconcilable contradiction between the two parties. The natives of the martial meritocrat civilization born and raised in such an environment, be they cultivators or ordinary people, had been brainwashed since childhood. Their eyes were covered in a membrane, and they lost part of their sight. After a long time, they were all convinced that the emperor's new clothes were a real thing. The sand primitive natives, on the other hand, were the innocent child. They saw through the truth with their most barbaric, animalistic instincts and ripped apart the non-existent new clothes, revealing the cruel truth to everybody without concealing anything. Right now, cultivators and ordinary people could no longer pretend that they were equal. As the saying goes, inequality rather than scarcity is the cause of trouble. If there weren't such things as a spiritual root and techniques, and everybody in the world was an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the fact was that some of the people, with their spiritual roots and techniques, were entitled to wealth, power, and a marvelous life that other people could never hope to enjoy for the rest of their life. Why? One's sense of happiness is not necessarily improved with better materialistic conditions. It is often achieved in comparisons. In a society with cultivators, even if the materialistic conditions are significantly increased because of the good things that cultivators have done, the increase of the sense of happiness will still be far from enough to offset the emptiness, frustration, and desperation when ordinary people compare themselves with cultivators. Liao was so anxious that he was breathing heavily. He suddenly felt that, compared to everything that had happened in the martial meritocrat sector, the conundrums that he had been faced with in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector were as easy to fix as arithmetic of the elementary school level. Just like that, the original sin theory further spread out in the martial meritocrat civilization, winning the support of the media and the general public. From the newspapers of the national level to the taxi drivers on the street, everybody was talking about the motions to improve the position of the ordinary people and to limit the abilities of the cultivators. The trend was already unstoppable. Don't forget what I said earlier. The Alliance of Martial Meritocrats adopted a one-person, one-ticket voting system and worshipped the absolute equality between cultivators and ordinary people. There were a lot of representatives and government officials that were ordinary people in parliament and government agencies of every level. With such a government and such a public opinion, do I need to tell you what kind of policies and bills would eventually be passed? In the end, the highest authorities of the Alliance of Martial Meritocrats accepted the original sin theory without distinction, and they truly established an organization named Committee of Equal Human Beings to investigate the cases of the cultivators in the past 100 years and to review their unjust enrichment. Also, the cultivators would be monitored every hour of every day. What they were doing at a particular second, and how much they had grasped a certain technique, must be known by the public. What's unjust enrichment? Liao asked. Generally speaking, Su Changfa explained, if the cultivators had achieved benefits with techniques that could absolutely never be grasped by ordinary people, the benefits would be deemed as unjust enrichment. Liao could not help it any longer. Did the cultivators not resist when other people were already shitting on their necks like that? Resist what? Don't forget that the cultivators of the martial meritocrats sector, after being brainwashed by the hypocrisies of their predecessors for 1,000 years, had always considered themselves to be the servants of the civilization of mankind. Su Changfa cackled. Many cultivators were believers of the original sin theory themselves and members of the Committee of Equal Human Beings. They insisted that they were indeed guilty of stripping the sense of happiness and competitiveness of the ordinary people. Also, compared to the ordinary peoples, their strength was too high, and it was only reasonable that the ordinary people felt scared. It had to be restrained. Such cultivators were the saints of saints. They were known as the expiators. Some of the cultivators, however, just like you said, were not willing to let other people shit on their necks. But what could they do when faced with the overwhelming discontent of the public? They did not know how to attack the ordinary people at all after 1,000 years of brainwashing education. Moreover, if they did attack, the accusations that the original sin theory raised would be proved valid, and the situation would be even worse. Such cultivators who were seething in fury and yet had nowhere to vent it were known as the liberals. The majority of the cultivators, although dissatisfied about the original sin theory, never thought to resist it, because if they stood up, society would be divided. They felt that, if they made minor concessions to the ordinary people in appeasement, the ordinary people would be content, and their worries would be alleviated. Eventually, the martial meritocrat civilization would stay unified, stable, and developing. Such cultivators were naturally the cowardly appeasers. In short, until the cultivators were psychologically prepared to suppress all the ordinary people and revolutionize the social form, they wouldn't be able to perform their magnificent capabilities at all when they were faced with the surging tides made of ordinary people. Just like that, a great trial began. Su Changfa scratched his beard with a gloating smile. Fellow cultivator Li, you must have felt that such a trial was mixed with the euphoria of the mob's self-proclaimed victory. It was destined to go out of control. The investigation soon became criticization. The trial soon escalated into confiscation. After all, according to the definition of the Committee of Equal Human Beings, 99% of all cultivators' achievements were unjust enrichment. Faced with such blatancies, for even the cultivators who had been brainwashed for 1,000 years and were willing to be the servants of the civilization of mankind dutifully, part of them couldn't stand it any longer and rose up to resist. Then, the spiritual valley tragedy took place. It was unexpected conflict when an inspector from the Committee of Equal Human Beings was investigating a sect named Spiritual Valley Sect, with a troop made of ordinary people. In retrospect, the conflict was quite uncanny. The sand primitive shamans and the believers of the Chiyu cult were perhaps behind it. They were probably lurking within both the disciples of the Spiritual Valley sect and the troop of the ordinary people and attacked each other when the atmosphere was most intense. The cause of the Spiritual Valley tragedy is unknown today, but the result is that more than 1,000 soldiers who were ordinary people were killed by the cultivators of the Spiritual Valley sect. The most dreadful scene for the ordinary people was finally played. Under the demagogism of the sand primitive shamans and the believers of the Chiyu cult, the rumor that the cultivators had finally revealed their true faces and were about to purge all the ordinary people quickly spread out to every corner of the world. To defend the life and glory of the ordinary people, they had to take action first and deal with the extreme cultivators once and for all. It was the only thought for the panicked and anxious ordinary people. The civil war of the martial arts civilization officially broke out. One party of the war was the liberals of the cultivators who refused investigation and trials and were determined to defend their rights. The other party was the expiators of the cultivators who were too deeply brainwashed to wake up and the ordinary people. The appeasers of the cultivators were divided. Most of them joined the liberals, making the number of the liberals quickly expand. They became the majority of the cultivators. However, faced with the troops of the ordinary people that were as boundless as oceans, they were still the minority, not worth mentioning at all. Don't forget that there were countless citizens from the sand primitive sector who were both aggressive and fearless in the alliance of the martial meritocrats right now. The sand primitive natives were similar to the Iron Plateau natives that fellow cultivator Li described. Because of the extremely harsh environment that they lived in, their combat ability was multiple times higher than that of the ordinary people, even if their spiritual roots had not awoken. When hypnotized by the chief shamans of the Qiyu cult, they could even trigger their potential and become berserker warriors. Besides, in the past 100 years, to annihilate the demons and monsters of the Sand Primitive sector, the martial meritocrat sector had aided them with a large batch of magical equipment and helped them train an unbelievably huge troop of ordinary people. Right now, the magical equipment and the troop were both turned around to attack the liberals of the cultivators in the martial meritocrat civilization. There were few expiators, but partly to win the trust of the ordinary people again in redemption, and partly to win the civil war, they could only refine popular magical equipment on a large scale and arm the ordinary people. Because the body build of the Sand Primitive natives was better than that of the martial meritocrats natives, and they were more used to cruel wars, most of the soldiers who were armed with magical equipment were from the Sand Primitive sector. The civil war lasted 30 years. The cultivators and the ordinary people, who were family before, attacked each other on the battlefield, their blood shed in the smoke. However capable the cultivators were, they were made of flesh and blood, and they could be consumed by the ordinary people with their absolute advantage in number. After 30 years of civil war, the liberals of the cultivators completely failed. They either perished or surrendered. The expiators of the cultivators who had been fighting on the front lines were not any better. They suffered tremendous losses, too, and were much less influential. In short, in the entire martial meritocrat civilization, the strength of the cultivators had hit rock bottom, with no way of making a comeback. The strength of the ordinary people, especially those from the Sand Primitive sector, however, expanded to the maximum. Splendid, spectacular cities appeared in the light and shadow behind Xianxia. However, in the modern establishments that were brimming with skyscrapers and spirituality, the glittering shadows of cultivators were fewer and fewer. What was left of them were weary, exhausted, and could barely stand on their feet. On the other hand, the believers of the Qiyu cult, covered with eccentric tattoos, who had bloodshot eyes and delirious faces, became more and more common. Because the Qiyu cult had mastered the ability to trigger the life potential of ordinary people and turn them into berserker warriors, and it was highly organized and militarized, more and more ordinary people joined the Qiyu cult in the 30 years of civil war and fought against the liberals of the cultivators under the lead of God Qiyu. At the last picture, almost every alley and boulevard was occupied by the fanatic worshippers of the Qiyu cult, who prayed to their god in the most primitive and barbaric ways right below the coruscating skyscrapers. The few cultivators were entirely surrounded, if not swallowed, by them. They looked vulnerable, isolated, and helpless. Liao sighed deeply. Cultivators were the sabers of the civilization of mankind after all. They were the protectors and the guides for everyone. Right now, the ordinary people of the martial meritocrat civilization broke the saber themselves and abandoned their protectors. Then, the tragedy to come was unavoidable. Xianxia sneered. The expiators of the cultivators thought that they would be trusted and embraced by the ordinary people again after they annihilated all the liberals and helped the ordinary people win the civil war. They were too simple-minded. The ordinary people were scared and jealous of them not because of what they did but because of what they could do. Even though they had raised the cleavers toward their own kind in the civil war time and time again, butchering all their compatriots and even their friends from the same sect, it was impossible for the expiators to be trusted by the ordinary people. The stronger and the more damaging they were in the battlefield and the more glorious accomplishments they achieved, the more scared, wary, and antagonistic the ordinary people were to them. In the past, the liberals were the common foe for the expiators and the ordinary people. They were still able to fight side by side to defeat the enemy. But the bows and the hounds were useless after the birds and the hares were captured. Now that all the liberals of the cultivators were annihilated, how could the expiators survive the disaster? After the Civil War, the expiators did not know yet that the ordinary people had already heaved the guillotine and put the thorny nooses on their necks in secret. The Committee of Equal Human Beings was still busily doing its work to limit the rights of the cultivators in full scale, including day and night surveillance, registration of cultivation arts and techniques, presumption of guilt on the cultivators, and such. The cultivators thought that, as soon as the bills were passed, the grand reconciliation between the cultivators and the ordinary people would be achieved, and everybody would be reunited again. Hee. How could it be so simple? The bills were passed one after another. The rights of the cultivators were gradually reduced until they were unable to move at all, like bears trapped in cages. Still, the greedy ordinary people were not satisfied. They pushed further and eventually came up with a final solution. The solution demanded that all the cultivators have a crystal bomb, which stored high-purity marrow crystals powerful enough to blow their head away from their torso, put in them the day that their spiritual root was awakened. The remote control rune array of the crystal bombs, in the meantime, would be kept and utilized by an independent department made of the members of the Committee of Equal Human Beings, who were ordinary people. In such a way, the ordinary people would have the ability to harm the cultivators, too. Shocked, Liao exclaimed. He remembered the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle that Xianxia had crafted. If all cultivators were to wear such a shackle for their entire life, with the rune arrays that controlled the shackle in the possession of the ordinary people, such a life would be worse than death. The expiators of the cultivators were truly the victims of their own wrongdoings. At this moment, the expiators of the cultivators finally understood that what the ordinary people wanted was not reconciliation but complete suppression. They were trying to take away all of the cultivators' rights. They also finally came to the realization that cultivators and ordinary people, both physically and mentally, were two species that were entirely different from each other, and that individuals of different species could never understand each other. Su Changfa continued in that same unemotional tone. The expiators of the cultivators, who could not have regretted their actions more, finally stood up to resist, but it was already too late. In the 30 years of civil war, they had personally seen that most of their own kind were sent to hell. They had suffered tremendous causalities themselves, too. The ordinary people, in comparison, were armed by the magical equipment that they had provided and even grasped some of the methods to deal with the cultivators under their personal enlightenment. In the meantime, the sand primitive shamans and the celebrants of the Qiyu cult slowly seized the power of the martial meritocrat civilization in the civil war step by step. Most of the citizens of the martial meritocrat sector had been bewildered by them. At this moment, the sand primitive natives finally ripped apart their disguise and revealed their true faces. The space gate that connected the martial meritocrat sector and the sand primitive sector was activated to the maximum. Large batches of warriors of the sand primitive sector marched into the martial meritocrat sector on the shabby starships and crushed the vulnerable fortresses of the expiators like burning tides. The high, mighty, handsome, omnipotent cultivators kneeled in the dust, beheaded, hanged, and minced. Their family and children were enslaved, their sects were burnt to the ground, and the lineage of their bloodlines and their techniques were cut off. Even the firmest expiators in the Committee of Equal Human Beings failed to escape their doom. They were executed for all kinds of crimes that they didn't commit. Their heads were cut off amid the cheers and applause of thousands of people. Just like that, the once glorious martial meritocrat civilization was destroyed by the childishness, cowardice, and weakness of the cultivators. The Qiyu cult became the final victor of the war. Almost all the cultivators were annihilated and butchered. Behind Su Changfa, pictures of turmoil, battles, massacres, incineration, and ordinary people lunging at the cultivators with their hideous faces appeared. Screams, cries, roars, laughter, and prayers were echoing from the stereo broadcast rune arrays non-stop. In the end, the splendid and prosperous martial meritocrat civilization ended up as a dark, desolate wasteland. Below the wasteland were the piles of bones of countless cultivators. Above the wasteland, however, were the zealots of the Qiyu cult, in their barbaric and ignorant ways, with a state of mind that was incompressible for normal human beings, burning the classics of cultivation, breaking any idols other than Qiyu, and detonating the headquarters of every cultivation sect. They were eliminating all traces of the cultivators at a visible speed. Although he had known the outcome since the beginning, Liao could not help but feel deeply sorry when he did see it. To be honest, the destruction of the previous two civilizations, namely the Curly Dragon civilization and the Medicine Fork civilization, did not trouble him too much. He believed that it was because of the technological issues that they were ruined in the end and that their destruction had nothing to do with the path of cultivation per se. However, the destruction of the martial meritocrat civilization, the contradiction between the cultivators and the ordinary people, and especially Su Changfa's declaration that individuals of different species could never understand each other indeed touched Liao more or less. He vaguely felt that something was wrong but could not tell exactly what it was for the time being. After all, the materials were the brainwashing tutorials that the Imperium of true human beings must have carefully compiled. The presentations of the three civilizations were in a logical order, with the first two being the groundwork for the third. At first glance, theory was indeed convincing and flawless, and it was not something that he could refute immediately. Liao thought for a moment and suddenly realized that Su Changfa was not telling the whole story yet. He frowned and asked, "Senior Su, you mentioned just now that almost all the cultivators were annihilated? So, some of the cultivators did escape from the martial meritocrat civilization." "Not some, but one." Su Changfa smiled and said unhurriedly, "The young cultivator was the youngest son of the chairman of the Committee of Equal Human Beings. He had received the most extreme brainwashing education since childhood and had absolutely no doubt about the expiator's theories. Since his spiritual root was awakened and he became a cultivator, he had dedicated his life to the most glorious cause in the entire universe, or to wit, to be at the service of all ordinary people like a cow or a mule. In the 30 years of civil war, he was a tough warrior on the expiator's side. He was as peaceful and warm as a spring breeze when he was with the ordinary people, but he was as cold and ruthless as a blizzard when he was faced with the liberals of the cultivators. He made great contributions to the victory of the Civil War and thereby became the youngest member of the Committee of Equal Human Beings. He was too deeply poisoned to be rescued. After the final solution was raised by the ordinary people, and even his father, the chairman of the Committee of Equal Human Beings, was planning to stand up to resist, he was still obstinate enough to leak his father's plans to the ordinary people and made yet another contribution for the final fallout of the expiators. The young cultivator had truly done everything that he could for the ordinary people. As the saying goes, you don't thank somebody else for saving your life. You express your gratitude with real actions. He had done such a great favor to the ordinary people that the ordinary people, feeling that there was no way they could return it, threw him into a highly active volcano and watched him being swallowed by the burning magma. Liao could not help but sigh again. Any extremely belief would turn out to be a disaster in the end. The young cultivator was truly pathetic, pitiful, shameful, and detestable. Senior Su, did the young cultivator have a high cultivation? After he was swallowed by the magma in an active volcano, did he survive? Hearing that question, Su Changfa smiled knowingly. He was a young man. How high could his cultivation have been? After being soaked in the magma for more than 10 minutes, even the strongest spiritual shield was about to be exhausted. Most of his body tissue was about to be melted by the magma, and death was already knocking the door. However, the time of his doom hadn't come yet. Nobody realized that a relic from the Star Ocean Imperium was actually hidden in the deepest part of the active volcano. Shocking images were popping up in the grand illusionary land behind Su Changfa. In the first image, a bunch of excited, crazy ordinary people were raising a young man, who was impaled on soul-suppressing nails and bound by icy chains, and marching to the crater of a volcano. It could be vaguely seen that the young man's blood-stained face was written with regret, misery, and pain, which was an obvious contrast to the insanity and delirium of the ordinary people around him. It appeared that, at this moment, the young cultivator's belief in the path of the cultivators had finally, completely crashed. The second image was captured from the young man's perspective. He seemed to be falling rapidly into a bottomless abyss. Above him was the round crater. In the middle of the smoke, a circle of hideous heads were watching him dropping into the magma in entertainment and satisfaction. In the third image, the young man was struggling in the magma. Most of his spiritual energy was locked, and his limbs, face, and torso were corroded by the magma non-stop into ash and nothingness. The young man's screams pierced Liao's soul through the broadcast rune arrays. Liao felt that his blood was freezing and could hardly bear to watch it any longer. In the fourth image, the young man, whose limbs were shortened and whose internal organs were seriously damaged, finally got rid of the bondage of the chains and the barrier magical equipment. Driven by his survival instincts, he crawled to the place where the temperature was relatively low. Finally, he found a mysterious rune array on the half-frozen wall. In the fifth image, the young man was in the middle of a silver, shining secret chamber that had calligraphic, complicated rune arrays on the walls. He was enveloped in colorful mystic rays, too. It seemed that this place was the relic of the Star Ocean Imperium. However, after the colorful mystic lights integrated, they sank into a black color that resembled the night sky. The young man was so seriously eroded by the magma that the poisonous heat had deeply invaded his bones and cells and even corrupted his soul. It was impossible for him to repair the cells. His crippled body and face that could not have been more twisted were delivered into a crystal suit that was as dark as ink. It was a crystal suit, an artificial body, and a life-sustaining system for him. Who, as the black monster slowly stepped out of the mystic rays, hoarse breaths that were uncannily deep and depressing echoed from the broadcast rune arrays. It sounded like, because he had inhaled too much magma and sulfur in the volcano, his lungs were forever burning with infinite wrath. Liao was secretly alarmed. Although it was just an illusion that the grand illusionary land had created, he could still sense that the young man's crashed belief was quickly condensing into something different and much stronger under the motivation of hatred and fury. The young man brought so much pressure to Liao that he almost could not help but summon the whole strength of the nascent soul stage to resist it. However, he vaguely had a feeling that, even if he activated the maximum strength of the nascent soul stage, he still would not be able to compete with the black monster. And it was still just an illusionary shadow. Liao swallowed hard. He was more baffled than ever. To build such an effect in the grand illusionary land required a very precise simulation system made of magical equipment at the cost of tremendous crystals. Why were the immortal cultivators doing that? If it was just for brainwashing, were the stories of the previous 3 civilizations not enough? Who was the young man, the last survivor of the cultivators of the Martial Meritocrats sector? Really? The young cultivator found a relic of the Star Ocean Imperium from the depths of the active volcano. He activated the medication equipment inside and stuffed his broken body into a special black suit, managing to save his life. Su Changfa seemed to have overlooked the bafflement on Liao's face and continued unhurriedly according to his own pace. However, the Martial Meritocrats sector and the Sand Primitive sector were both occupied by the Qiyu cult. The relic of the Star Ocean Imperium was not of a high level, either. It was just a tiny base where a small scout starship with not much firepower was stored. Fighting the entire Qiyu cult with a small scout starship would definitely be madness. Besides, for the young man at that time, what he loathed most was not the Qiyu cult at all, nor the Sand Primitive natives, but the ungrateful, depraved, ordinary people. Liao understood it now. What the young man found must have been a small starship that was similar to Sparkle. Such starships were highly automatic and could even cruise on their own, but they did not have a high combat ability. Their main purpose was exploration and reconnaissance. A Sparkle was naturally far from enough to compete with all the people in 2 sectors. The young man had no choice but to run away. With the extraordinary performance of the starship from the Star Ocean Imperium, he successfully avoided the hunting of the Qiyu cult and dived into the depths of the Sea of Stars. Su Changfa's voice was mixed with a hint of untamable excitement. Starting from the moment he escaped from the Martial Meritocrats sector into the universe, the naive, childish, and idiotic cultivator in the past died. But a brand new existence broke out of the cocoon and was born. The young man killed his past self. He also gave him a new name, Wuying Wen Qi, as a reminder for himself not to forget the great hatred and humiliation that he and all the other cultivators had suffered in the Martial Meritocrats sector. Wuying Qi swore that he would return to the Martial Meritocrats sector one day and seek his vengeance in ways 100 times crueler. Liao swallowed hard again. It appeared that the ordinary people of the Martial Meritocrats sector and the Sand Primitive sector would not meet good ends either. A very advanced hibernation system was installed in the small starship of the Star Ocean Imperium that Wuxia discovered. In the long journey, he entered long dormancies through the hibernation system and would not be awoken by the crystal processor until valuable relics and worlds were detected, so that he could explore and travel. In such a way, he trained himself in the boundless sea of stars and polished himself in the craziest methods. As for Wuxia's history of training in space, where exactly he went to and what benefits he got, debates have remained unabated. Some say that he was once in the sectors controlled by the demons. He was even captured and ended up being a slave. But after games of wisdom and bravery, he successfully escaped. Some say that he visited a world governed by the demonic cultivators and even went to the home of the extraterrestrial devils. On the battlefield of the extraterrestrial devils, he fought millions of devils and successfully tamed countless of them. There's even another theory stating that Wuxia once explored the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor, the strongest expert of mankind in the past and the founder of the Star Ocean Imperium. Not only did he receive the Supreme Emperor's legacy, he also found a few volumes of the Book of Revelation. Liao's heart was pounding again. The Book of Revelation, which stored the essence of the Pangu civilization, was actually found by Wuxia. Liao was more and more curious about the young man who was locked in a black shell. All in all, with the hibernation system, and through his adventures in multiple sectors, Wuxia finally reached an unbelievable level after wandering in the Sea of Stars for hundreds of years. At that time, navigated by the broken star maps he retrieved from different sectors, he finally arrived in a new sector and encountered another civilization of mankind that was led by cultivators. Behind Su Changfa, a star map that was dozens of times vaster and more prosperous than the Martial Meritocrat civilization popped up. Interconnecting transportation routes and dense light spots that represented habitable planets formed a glittering and lively ocean. A torch seemed to be burning furiously in the dark, bleak space. Liao could not help but grow suspicious in his heart. Didn't the guy say that he would tell the stories of the destruction of 3 civilizations? What's a 4th civilization doing here? However, Liao vaguely had a feeling that Curly Dragon, Medicine Fork, and Martial Meritocrats were just appetizers. The 4th civilization was Su Changfa's real focus, and the key point of the true path of immortality. It was not until he reached this particular civilization of mankind that Wuxia finally understood that there is no limit in the universe. He had thought that the Martial Meritocrat civilization was the strongest, most advanced force of human beings in the universe. He had never expected that the force at the center of the universe, after absorbing the heritage of the Star Ocean Imperium, included dozens of resourceful core sectors. Its influence radiated to the 100 sectors nearby. There were indeed as many experts and warships as drops in an ocean. It was truly an invincible civilization. For such a civilization that spanned multiple sectors, it was certainly inappropriate to name it after a certain sector. Since they claimed that they were the rightful successors of the Star Ocean Imperium, and they adopted a parliamentary republic regime under the lead of the Cultivators, the country had been named the Star Ocean Republic. The Star Ocean Republic was unquestionably the strongest country in the entire universe at that time. Wuxia's hometown was already occupied and tarnished by people whom he loathed the most. He had also been traveling alone in the cold universe for hundreds of years. Everywhere he went, he had been fighting against demons, devils, and monsters with his wisdom and courage, risking his life. Occasionally, when he ran into another civilization of human beings, they were either uncivilized or catching their last breath like the Curly Dragon civilization and the Medicine Fork civilization. He was already too exhausted to move any farther. Naturally, Wuxia was fascinated by the opulence and advancement of the Star Ocean Republic. He decided to stay in this place, partly to learn the advanced techniques, technology, and magical equipment of the Star Ocean Republic, and partly to establish his own force so that he could march back to his hometown one day. The Star Ocean Republic was a superpower at that time. All the distinguished persons in the sectors nearby yearned to join it. The Star Ocean Republic was quite open to and did not reject anyone who had special skills. Xianxia's cultivation was extremely high, and he brought many secret treasures with him. Soon, he was embraced and granted citizenship of the Star Ocean Republic. Xiangshi's hometown had been ruined, but he considered the Star Ocean Republic to be his second hometown. He sincerely hoped to integrate into the country and fight for the prosperity of the civilization of mankind. The Star Ocean Republic? Liao listened unemotionally and chewed on the name. The strongest country in the universe called itself the rightful successor of the Star Ocean Imperium. 2. Things were getting more and more interesting. Xiangxia at this moment was no longer the innocent, childish young man he used to be, Su Changfa said. In the 30 years of civil war of the martial meritocrat civilization, his battle-commanding abilities had been honed to an excellent level. During his hundreds of years traveling in the Sea of Stars, he had experienced more adventures than normal cultivators could dream about. His body, his will, and his soul were all as tough and unwavering as iron. When he arrived in the Star Ocean Republic, Xiangxia distinguished himself and rose to fame when he only demonstrated a fraction of his capabilities. He established his own force and gradually got in touch with the government of the Star Ocean Republic. Don't forget that Xiangxia used to be the youngest member of the Committee of Equal Human Beings, and his father had even been the chairman of the organization. He was sort of born and raised in a family of politicians and learned a lot from the familial knowledge. After the tremendous changes that he went through, he grew an even more profound understanding of humanity. Xiangxia soon discovered that many fatal problems were hidden below the splendor of the Star Ocean Republic on the surface. The seemingly on-fire, well-respected, and flourishing strongest country in the universe actually had undercurrents flowing everywhere. Germs and viruses were growing and undermining the foundation of the country. The problematic issues included the decline of the high-quality population, over-medication, the frequent strikes organized by the greedy labor unions, the incessant increase of benefits and wages, the serious aging population, the unbalanced development of different sectors, the low-quality immigrants from the remote sectors, the conflicts between different beliefs and religions. Also, with the Star Ocean Republic governed by Parliament for almost 1,000 years, different parties had already formed indestructible groups. Faced with the absolute power that nobody could check, the representatives had slowly become corrupt too. Elections gradually became games of money and crystals. To win the elections, all kinds of dirty methods and ruses were employed. Everybody was thinking about the short-term, selfish interests of their own party and sect. Nobody had ever given any thought to the long-term development of mankind as a whole. All in all, the diseases that had once caused the destruction of the civilizations in the Curly Dragon sector, the Medicine Fork sector, and the Martial Meritocrat sector could all be found in the Star Ocean Republic. However, the Star Ocean Republic was enormously huge and boasted a lot of potential. It was like a giant with a remarkable body build who hadn't been crushed by the lethal viruses yet. However, once the giant was truly crushed, the repercussions would certainly be dire. Xiangxia's first hometown had already been destroyed. He absolutely did not want his second hometown to be destroyed for the same reasons. He wanted to save the country, the people, and the civilization of mankind, but he was alone and did not know where to start. The feeling of being the only sober person in a crowd of drunkards watching each and every one of them staggering to the abyss while having nothing that he could do made Xiangxia more depressed than ever. Just then, something unexpected happened in the Star Ocean Republic. At the frontier of the country, an insignificant country suddenly jumped out to challenge them. Caught unprepared by the enemy's unannounced assault, quite a few vassal worlds of the Star Ocean Republic were taken over. Hearing that, Liao suddenly thought of a possibility. His heart racing, he almost exclaimed aloud. Suppressing his excitement hard, he asked, trying to be as cool as he could, "What's the name of the insignificant country?" Su Changfa did not notice Liao's agitation. Thinking for a moment, he felt that there was no reason to tell him the answer. Let's just call the insignificant country the Covenant Alliance. As he expected, Liao understood it now. He totally understood where Su Changfa was getting at now. Although the Covenant Alliance was an insignificant country, it had made careful preparations for a long time. Hitting the critical parts of the Star Ocean Republic, it exposed all the problematic issues that we talked about earlier. In the moment, the fatal weaknesses of the Star Ocean Republic, such as the jittery partisan competition in the parliament, the low efficiency of the rigid system, and the greed of the ordinary people, were all revealed to everyone. Faced with the Covenant Alliance's aggressive attacks, it was barely possible to take reactions. Wuxia loved the Star Ocean Republic and did not wish to watch the destruction of his second hometown. Therefore, he devoted all his assets to establishing a team and marched to the frontier to resist the Covenant Alliance. While the regular army was as inert as a stupid dinosaur, and they were on a shameful losing streak against the Covenant Alliance's unpredictable tactics, Wuxia had analyzed the features of the Covenant Alliance's attacks in time and came up with countermeasures, managing to draw even with the enemy. After the first few battles, Wuxia's militia was taken in by the regular army based on their remarkable achievements. Wuxia, with his unparalleled combat ability and commanding ability, was also recruited as an officer of the regular army. He was engaged in life-and-death battles with the Covenant Alliance on the front lines for years and made tremendous contributions. The middle-level and the bottom-level young officers all considered him a superhero. Because he was used to his black crystal suit, and his combat style highlighted the importance of speed and elusiveness, the officers and the soldiers all admired him and gave him the title Black Star. Just like that, Wuxia built a ladder to climb upward with drops of blood and sweat. He gradually became the highest commander of the Star Ocean Republic on the front line in the war against the Covenant Alliance. His personal prestige was also higher than ever among the young officers and the bottom-level soldiers. However, the war didn't go as well as he expected. The war didn't go well not because the Covenant Alliance was too strong to be defeated, not because Wuxia's commands had been flawed, but because too many people were hamstringing him in the rear. At that time, the Star Ocean Republic was still dwelling in the fantasy of the strongest country in the universe, and did not think too much of the insignificant Covenant Alliance at all. Everybody believed that it was just an ailment and that the frontier was merely being harassed by a bunch of barbarians. Wuxia, having been engaged with the Covenant Alliance for years, knew the enemy's sordidness and dreadfulness very well. They were definitely not regular barbarians or devils. They had to be suppressed with the strength of the entire nation in order to remove the problem for all eternity. He proposed to the capital many times, requesting that the country enter the highest warring state immediately, levy special war taxes, build the largest planetary warships at any cost, and enlarge the scale of the army by more than 10 times. All in all, it was a national war which could potentially end the Star Ocean Republic, that they were faced with, not a frontier faction in everybody's imagination. The suggestions that he raised with his blood and sweat were considered jokes by the noble ministers in Parliament. All of them were vetoed. For the general public, because of the inconvenience that the war brought to people's daily life, the saints in the people and among the cultivators all complained and criticized the military operations in the front line. To deal with nothing more than an insignificant Covenant Alliance, the Star Ocean Republic is suffering tremendous losses. We haven't made any substantial development in multiple years. May I ask what the commander in the frontier has been doing? We strongly demand an investigation on the peculation and corruption issues of the high-level officers on the front line. What are the assets we have delivered to the front line used for exactly? Every usage must be clearly listed. Is the harsh training for the newly recruited troops in the rear justifiable? We're told that the cruel methods of training were all come up with by Lieutenant General Wuxia, commander of the Third Fleet. He must explain the legitimacy and the necessity of such a set of training methods. Yesterday, we were harassed by the guerrilla troops of the Covenant Alliance again. 3 squads of the regular army, 115 soldiers in total, died for their country. How did that happen? How exactly have our soldiers been trained? What exactly are our battle tactics? Wuxia must stand up and take all the responsibility. Such opinions were everywhere on the newspapers, network, and streets of the Star Ocean Republic. In short, the saints among the people and the cultivators were not willing to fully support the warriors who were fighting bloody battles in the front line by improving the tax rate, reducing the benefits, and going into a war system. Yet, they demanded, utterly in negligence of the objective conditions in the front line, that the generals and the soldiers annihilate the Covenant alliance as soon as possible. After going through everything, Wuxia became greatly fearful. He seemed to see the tragedy that once destroyed the martial meritocrat civilization replaying itself on a larger stage slowly. The Star Ocean Republic was the center of the civilization of mankind. Once it was destroyed, the civilization of mankind would be completely hopeless. The ordinary people were unreliable. Most of the hypocritical cultivators were unreliable. To save the civilization of mankind, he could count on nobody but himself. Everybody mistook Wuxia for a tough general who had more brawn than brains and knew nothing other than fighting a war. They didn't know that he had already been a qualified politician hundreds of years ago who had a deep insight on humanity. Faced with the criticization from the rear, he accepted all of them in pretense to buy him more time, but all the while, he negotiated with multiple parties diplomatically, dismembering their coalition without alarming them, increasing his personal influence, and winning the trust of some of the sections. In secret, he established a new group named the Salvation Syndicate, which consisted of the young officers in the army and the cultivators in the rear who had been tested by him in person. The purpose of the Salvation Syndicate was to save and purge the civilization of mankind through whatever means possible, so that the old and weary Star Ocean Republic could be revived again. At this point, in fact, everybody who was not stupid could clearly see that the front line against the Covenant alliance was a great swamp. The military power and the discipline that the Covenant alliance demonstrated suggested that they would not be annihilated easily. Without the general mobilization of hundreds of sectors, whoever was nominated as the new commander in the front line would only get himself in trouble. His lifelong reputation depreciated. Therefore, although the war in the front line didn't go well, Wuxia's post as the highest commander on the front line remained as stable as ever. Nobody wanted to jump into the fire pit to replace him. At this moment, Wuxia's mindset was changed, too. The situation right now was exactly the situation in the martial meritocrat civilization. The people of the Covenant alliance were like the people of the Sand primitive sector. They were not the real enemies. The real enemies that jeopardized the entire civilization were hiding right behind him, in the grand illusionary land behind Xianxia. Another poignant picture showed up. Almost half of the picture was occupied by a huge, setting sun. Below the bloody sun was a desert that was full of debris and corpses from a war. A black shadow that was weary and small was marching forward alone. Behind him, the wolves and hyenas that were depicted in an anthropopathic way were tailing him. Their countenance that were both cowardly and brutal, both greedy and hypocritical, could not have been more vivid. The pictures in the grand illusionary land were obviously drawn by experts among the immortal cultivators who were adept at painting. Whoever saw them would feel deeply sympathetic toward Wuxia and indignant about the mediocre cultivators and the avaricious ordinary people. Liao stimulated his soul with spiritual energy time and time again, in case he walked into Wuxia's shoes and observed the entire world from the Black Star. After recognizing who his real enemy was, Xianxia said slowly, Wuxia was no longer as frank and demanding as he had been in the past when he was willing to insult all the leadership in the Empyrean Terminus sector, the capital, in order to win the war. He focused more on stabilizing the defense line and reducing the consumption of assets and the death rate of the soldiers. Finally, he got a moment to catch his breath. However, in secret, he had been expanding the influence of the Salvation Syndicate by accepting more fellow cultivators who shared his vision. Wuxia believed that most of the officials in the Star Ocean Republic and the old cultivators were too deeply poisoned to be rescued. Only the young cultivators were the future of the country and the future of the civilization of mankind. At that time, the lethargy of the Star Ocean Republic also triggered many hot-blooded young cultivators' passion to revolutionize other than Wuxia. With Wuxia's personal charisma and the calling of a great cause, the Salvation Syndicate quickly expanded, winning countless young cultivators over. However, even at that time, Wu Yingqi never thought of completely splitting apart from the world of cultivators. The so-called Salvation Syndicate was merely a discussion group where everybody gathered and talked about subjects such as the relationship between cultivators and ordinary people, the cultivators' real responsibility to the civilization of mankind, the great kindness and the petty kindness, the position of the civilization of mankind in the universe, and so on. They only meant to stop the country from declining and improve the civilization. The picture behind Su Changfa flashed. Many young people were talking and laughing around a black crystal suit. Every tiny stroke was brimming with vigor and hope, entirely different from the style when the Parliament of the Star Ocean Republic was depicted. Su Changfa gnashed his teeth. Initially, Wu Yingqi prepared to walk down the path of the reformists. He hoped to build up the Salvation Syndicate into the largest party in the Star Ocean Imperium. The representatives that belonged to the Salvation Syndicate would be the majority in Parliament. One day, he could even campaign for the position of Speaker of the Star Ocean Imperium so that he could seize power legally and reform the civilization of mankind as he saw fit. However, at this point, what worried Wu Yingqi most happened. The Covenant Alliance suddenly launched an attack toward the Star Ocean Republic with an enormous army including more than 50 fleets. The scale of the strategic attack far exceeded the combination of all the attacks from the Covenant Alliance in the past 10 years. It seemed that the testing at the beginning was finally over, and the Covenant Alliance played a real move that could decide the outcome of the war. Right now, the mysterious, well-trained troops of the Covenant Alliance, with their state-of-the-art weapons, finally attacked in earnest. The exhaust flames from the warships of the 50 fleets were enough to rip the entire universe into shreds. Because of the sluggishness and the obstructions from the past, Wu Yingqi, as the highest commander on the front line, only had warships with low tonnage and firepower and legions that were seriously lacking all kinds of assets. Even so, Wu Yingqi did not give up his responsibility. Exerting all the knowledge that he had learned in his hundreds of years of travel in the Sea of Stars, he defeated the enemy multiple times when his troops were terribly outnumbered, postponing the Covenant Alliance's advance, which was as aggressive as fire. Of all the battles, the most decisive one was the Battle of Karen. The grand illusionary land behind Su Changfa displayed a bleeding galaxy where explosions were bursting out like raindrops. With that as the background, a yellow, unattractive planet popped up. Karen was a resource planet near the front line under the control of the Star Ocean Republic. Although it was not large in size, it had the storage of dozens of rare materials including the green lotus stones, the frost brilliance crystals, and in particular the purple thunder crystals, which were in a high reserve and quality. The purple thunder crystals are an extremely rare supercatalyst for fuel. After they are mixed into the fuel of a starship in a certain ratio, the maximum speed of the starship can be improved by more than 5%. A speed increase of 5%. What a terrifying improvement that is. In any interstellar battle, not 5%, even a 1% speed increase is very likely able to reverse the final outcome. For the two parties whose starship technologies were close, the purple thunder crystals were strategic assets of paramount importance. Therefore, Karen was the most important place in the front line, and both parties desired it. Wu Yingqi's command center was established on Karen 2. The Battle of Karen was a strategic sudden assault that Wu Yingqi had carefully prepared long ago. General sudden assaults require our troops to attack the enemy unexpectedly. But this time, Wu Yingqi was preparing to let the enemy launch a sudden assault on him. Before the Battle of Karen, despite the continuous victories that Wu Yingqi had secured, they were just tactical victories after all due to his limited troops. The Covenant Alliance, on the other hand, was well prepared and did not fear a war of attrition. Behind Wu Yingqi's defense line, it was not the homeland of the Star Ocean Republic, but more than 10 vassal sectors, which were also known as sub-republics. They boasted a certain degree of independence and were in fact undetermined flip-floppers. Those flip-floppers were like the appeasers in the martial meritocrat civilization. All they cared about were their own interests. They had always been reluctant to carry out Wu Yingqi's military demands and would simply stay back when the Covenant Alliance's army arrived while asking Wu Yingqi's troops to resist the enemy. Some of them were even conspiring with the Covenant Alliance in secret, selling assets and intelligence to the enemy. Since this place was too far away, even the parliament of the Star Ocean Republic could barely do anything about the sub-republics. They could only maintain the harmony on the surface. Wu Yingqi knew better than anybody that the flip-floppers were not reliable. If he suffered a crushing defeat, the vassal worlds would certainly not fight to the end for the Star Ocean Republic. If anything, they would be the first to surrender. By then, the failures would snowball until the final defeat was unstoppable. Therefore, Wu Yingqi had to secure a glorious victory with the few troops that he had. He decided to gamble. After finishing the preparations on Karen, his nest, he pretended that he had grown arrogant because of the recent victories and marched to attack the Covenant Alliance's supply lines. The Covenant Alliance saw through his fatal disadvantage, his shortage of troops, as he expected. Seizing the momentary opportunity, they launched an assault to Karen. With his remarkable commanding arts, Wu Yingqi pretended that he was crushed and had to run away in panic. He threw away Karen and escaped to a vassal sector in the rear. In order to fool the Covenant Alliance, he even pretended that he had been attacked by the local armed forces who were determined to surrender to the Covenant Alliance, so that the Covenant Alliance would think that he had completely lost his power. The Covenant Alliance was tricked as he planned. After they occupied Karen, because of the strategic resources on the planet and since Wu Yingqi had left the facilities such as the maintenance docks, the spaceports, and the communication bases intact, they considered the place to be a new command center and were preparing to conquer the 10 or so vassal sectors nearby. But they didn't know that Wu Yingqi had made preparations beneath Karen's surface. Since the purple thunder crystals on Karen were enough to boost the maximum speed of a starship by 5%, it is not hard to guess that they are materials that contain abundant spiritual energy and are both highly active and highly unstable. With the methods that he had learned when he was wandering in the universe, Wu Yingqi established a great array that pierced through the core of the planet and connected all the mother lodes of the purple thunder crystals, turning the whole of Karen into an enormous planetary bomb. It was indeed the most insane tactic. It must be noted that, when Karen was converted into a planetary bomb, Wu Yingqi's main force was still gathered in the place. Even he was commanding the battles there in person, too. One moment of carelessness, and he would have been blown to smithereens. It was an appallingly risky gamble, but it paid off. The Covenant Alliance considered the occupation of Karen a landmark success. The main force of the fleets gathered on Karen to rest and regroup ahead of the attacks in the next phase. Most of the generals were gathered in the command center on Karen, too, dispatching troops and discussing strategies. Choosing a perfect opportunity, Wu Yingqi activated the Great Array deep inside Karen. The spiritual energy contained in the purple thunder crystals was unleashed all at once, blowing the entire planet apart. The shocking explosion affected the entire space. Not only were the generals of the Covenant Alliance all cooked up, most of the main force warships also became wasted garbage floating in the universe. The more than 10 vassal sectors couldn't help but become awed by such a glorious achievement. Called and intimidated by Wu Yingqi, they all submitted their local armed forces. A coalition fleet was founded and chased after the enemy. Eventually, the Covenant Alliance's strategic attack was crushed. A lot of starships of the Covenant Alliance were captured, too. It was indeed the most brilliant victory. Liao had been holding his breath the whole time and did not exhale again until this moment. There were certainly exaggerations in Su Changfa's rhetoric, but the key tactic was unlikely to have been fabricated. Despite the possibly different stance, Liao was truly amazed by Wu Yingqi's strategical judiciousness and his tactics that bordered on insanity. Seeing Liao's apparently touched countenance, Su Changfa, however, put on a cold smile and gnashed his teeth. After winning the battle in such a glorious way, shattering the Covenant Alliance's intentions and almost annihilating all the invaders, when the troops on our side were so terribly outnumbered by those on the enemy's, logically, he should have returned a hero and received the bouquets and cheers from the people of his homeland. Liao found it odd. Did he not? To this moment, he had not figured out what was wrong about Wu Yingqi yet at all. Su Changfa frowned. Of course not. What awaited Wu Yingqi was not applause but the barrage of the cultivators, the despise of the general public, and a trial of the military court on the grounds of crimes against humanity and massacre. Liao was dumbfounded. Why? It was almost like one of the classic plots where good guys were wronged without a good reason. Su Changfa coughed and said, because, in order to deceive the Covenant Alliance, Wu Yingqi did not bring away the ordinary people living on Karen when he fled from the planet in panic. There were approximately 8.2 million civilians on Karen, most of whom were miners, mechanics, and specialists of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and their families. When Karen was detonated, the 8.2 million civilians were naturally sacrificed too, blowing up almost 10 million people on his own side. Liao gasped hard, his mind abuzz. He felt that his heart was grasped by a cold hand. He was shocked, disgusted, and scared. It was not accidentally injuring 10 million compatriots in a fierce battle, nor an extreme condition such as one where the commander was forced to barrage an area indiscriminately to destroy the enemy when the enemy's commander was discovered along with 10,000 compatriots next to it, but a carefully concocted plan since the very beginning where the 10 million compatriots were baits to lure the enemy into the trap. The commander had known, and actively pushed forward, the death of the 10 million compatriots since the very beginning. Such a technique far exceeded the limits of Liao or any other normal human being. It was indeed not wrong to accuse Wu Yingqi of crimes against humanity and massacre. The shock and wariness that Liao showed subconsciously made Su Changfa laugh coldly. Do you not understand such a simple logic, fellow cultivator Li? The Covenant Alliance may be vile, but they were definitely not foolish. They had been dealing with Wu Yingqi for more than 10 years and knew very well that he was an experienced, unwavering commander. How could it be so easy that Wu Yingqi fled in panic? Such a tactic to lure the enemy to march forward before destroying them together was a risky plan in the first place. He had to pretend that he was caught unprepared and forced to escape in a hurry. Only in such a way would there be a slim chance that the Covenant Alliance was fooled. If Wu Yingqi had evacuated the almost 10 million civilians in advance, would it not have suggested that he had foreseen the upcoming assault of the Covenant Alliance? The enemy would have needed only the most preliminary analysis to notice the strange arrangement. Therefore, the 8.2 million civilians could not be evacuated. For the country, for their people, and for the glorious victory of mankind as a whole, they had to be sacrificed. Liao coughed hard. Thousands of thoughts were rolling in his head, tearing his solid belief crazily. He carefully calculated what reactions his fake identity should make under such circumstances before he stammered to reply. I understand all the logic. However, sacrificing almost 10 million civilians in a row was indeed a bit violent. No wonder the cultivators and citizens in the capital were dissatisfied. It is the easiest thing in the world to judge this and judge that on the moral high ground when you are not involved. Nothing really concerns your interests after all. Su Changfa snorted. What's difficult is to actually make the helpless and yet correct choice when you are in a critical situation. The lives of 8.2 million innocent victims sound like a big deal, don't they? Wu Yingqi sounds like an inhumane butcher and a headsman, right? However, those guys and you, fellow cultivator Li, have you ever considered the consequences if he hadn't made such a choice? At that time, the Border Defense Army under Wu Yingqi's command was terribly outnumbered. Despite the continuous tactical victories, their zone of activity was significantly suppressed by the intruders of the Covenant Alliance. If he couldn't secure a crucial victory, he would have been overwhelmed by the army of the Covenant Alliance. In the meantime, behind Wu Yingqi were more than 10 vassal worlds that were undetermined and on the fence. The controllers of the vassal worlds were all local magnates who only cared about their own interests. They were sordid, shameless tyrants. Although they had accepted a lot of aid from the Star Ocean Republic under the name of humanitarianism, they wouldn't hesitate to surrender to the Covenant Alliance at the perilous moment at all. Once the 10 or so vassal worlds betrayed them, the Star Ocean Republic's defense line on this particular galaxy arm would have completely collapsed. The army of the Covenant Alliance would have marched into the most prosperous core area of the Star Ocean Republic unstoppably. At this time, the Star Ocean Republic had yet to enter the highest warring state. The core worlds were still reminiscing about the hundreds of years of peace and tranquility. The weapons were still all in the arsenal, and everybody was still talking and laughing as usual. They were not ready for a great war at all. In such a case, how many innocent civilians would have been killed in your opinion? 10 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion? The worst-case scenario might have been that the Star Ocean Republic was completely crushed, and the last hope of the civilization of mankind was extinguished. Liao did not know how he should answer the question. Under Su Changfa's enchantment and the interference of the swirls of light and shadow in the grand illusionary land, he found it impossible to calm himself down and think about the question carefully. At this time, countless glittering tentacles extended from the grand illusionary land and covered Liao's tightly, as if they were putting extremely cold, black armor on him. Who? Liao heard his own breath, which sounded like it was from the deepest level of hell. The world in front of him was changing in silence into the bridge of a starship. There was only one button on the panel in front of him. The light beam on the panel was displaying a yellow planet with countless tiny light spots dancing on the surface like dense, shining butterflies. It was the planet of Karen. Su Changfa's voice came from behind Liao, dropping like the venom that a viper was secreting incessantly. Fellow cultivator Li, let's do a little mind game. Now, you are Wu Yingqi at that day, faced with Karen, which has already become the enemy's nest. You can choose to detonate Karen and blow up the enemy's command center and main force fleets, as well as 8.2 million civilians, thereby winning the war and saving the entire Star Ocean Republic. You can also choose to follow the general principles of humanity, kindness and mercy, and retreat instead of doing that. As a result, the 10 or so vassal worlds will surrender, the entire defense line on the galaxy arm will be crashed completely, and the Star Ocean Republic will be open, utterly defenseless. More than 10 billion victims will be killed in the war eventually. Come on, make a choice. Will you press the button to detonate the entire planet? Press it, and you will be killing 8.2 civilians personally. If you don't, billions of victims will die because of you, and even the entire civilization might be doomed. The 8.2 civilians will not necessarily survive to the end, either. Will you press it or not? Make a choice. Make a choice. Make a choice. Su Changfa's voice was like tsunamis made of black venom that were crushing Liao's belief crazily. This was the truly brainwashing. Everything just now was merely storytelling. Liao gritted his teeth hard, his face twisted, as he pondered if there was a perfect solution with the best of his computational ability. However, he failed to find a third option when his brain almost exploded. Deep down in his heart, the mental devil was seething and shrieking. What's there to think about? Compared with 10 billion people, 10 million are just drops in a bucket. Press it. Just press it already. The mental devil took control over Liao's left hand again and extended toward the button. Liao grunted and contained the rebellion of the mental devil with his brute force. His entire left arm was uttering cracking sounds, and he seemed to be controlled by invisible string because his movements could not have been more rigid. Su Changfa observed his actions coldly. Then, after a smile, he clapped his hands. The illusions were suddenly gone. They were back to the bystander mode in the beginning. Liao took a breath in relief. All his clothes were soaked in sweat, and the nerves in his brain were still bouncing. It's difficult to choose, isn't it? Normal people are not capable of making a choice. Their nerves are not thick enough for them to face the cruelty of the universe. In fact, if Wu Yingqi had been merely considering his personal gains and losses, he probably should have made the second choice. Because of the huge contrast of the numbers of the two armies, even if he failed, he wouldn't have been held responsible. Instead, it would have been the perfect evidence that the capital support for him had not been good enough, which was a horrible mistake. His future development would benefit from it. Let's say that the Star Ocean Republic was truly destroyed by the Covenant Alliance in the end, so what? He could always wash his hands and leave again, continuing his travel in the Sea of Stars. But Wu Yingqi never considered his personal gains and losses. Everything he did for the salvation of mankind as a whole and our civilization. If not me, who? For the best interests of mankind, Wu Yingqi chose the first option without the slightest hesitation. Every single person that he killed meant the salvation of 1,000. Killing 10 million people meant saving 10 billion. He saved the entire civilization. Prideful brilliance was beaming from every pore on Su Changfa's body, as if he found glory in Wu Yingqi's decision. 2. Liao was silent. Deep inside his brain, his soul and the mental devil were at loggerheads. They were glaring at each other, neither of them backing off. Senior Wu Yingqi was too great. The mental devil was sobbing and could not have been more touched. If not me, who? Such integrity, devotion, wisdom, and courage. What a resolute and incredible man. I have decided. I'm going to learn from Senior Wu Yingqi and join the immortal cultivators. I will fight to the last breath for the best interests of the civilization of mankind. Cut the crap. Liao could not help but raise a storm of brain electricity and slashed it hard with the dazzling lightning. Although the mental devil was screaming and blacked as before, it was recovering much faster this time. There was not much pain on its face either. Instead, the face was full of fearlessness and determination. Come on. The immortal cultivators are never scared of the bullies. The mental devil craned its neck and shouted. You can suppress me with violence temporarily. You can even completely kill me. But you will never defeat me unless you make your choice first. Kill 10 million people or have 10 billion people killed. Choose. Choose. Do you have the courage to choose? Liao was lost for words for a moment. Ever since the negative emotions inside his soul swallowed the blood-stripe virus and turned into the mental devil with an independent personality, this was the first time that he did not know how he should face the dark side of himself. Wu Yingqi placed the best interests of the civilization of mankind above his personal interests and the interests of the Star Ocean Republic's parliament, Su Changfa declared passionately. For mankind, he would not concede to anyone or waver when he was faced with tough choices. During the Battle of Karen, other than sacrificing the 8.2 million civilians, he in fact did something else that seriously dissatisfied the capital. At that time, for the play that he fled in panic, not only did he leave the 8.2 million civilians to Karen, he also kept most of his starships and strategic assets in that place too. Wu Yingqi's forces were thin in the first place, and they were even weaker after he lost more than half of his starships and assets. Although the command center and the main force fleets of the Covenant Alliance were destroyed in the detonation of Karen, a lot of soldiers still dispersed in chaos and were rushing toward their hometown. It was easy to defeat them, but a lot of forces were required in order to annihilate all of them. Wu Yingqi's border defense army was far from enough for the task. He could only seek help from the 10 or so vassal worlds. However, at the beginning, the cowardly and condescending flip-floppers never believed that Wu Yingqi could secure such a glorious achievement. Many of them had even long negotiated with the Covenant Alliance about the terms of surrender. Each having their own ill intentions, they were even less willing to cooperate with Wu Yingqi. Speed almost matters most for an army. Wu Yingqi didn't have much time to dawdle with them. Thankfully, Wu Yingqi had worked on the front line for more than 10 years. His Salvation Syndicate was quite an influential organization among the young cultivators in the vassal worlds. The young generation of many sects and the middle-level and bottom-level core disciples had joined the Salvation Syndicate in secret. With their help, Wu Yingqi cut off the communication between the vassal worlds and the Empyrean Terminus sector, the capital of the Star Ocean Republic. Then, he declared that the country had entered the highest warring state and that the elite fleets to protect the capital city were on their way here. He claimed that he was also authorized by Parliament with the power of expediency. Whoever disobeyed him would be executed by him. At the life and death moment, as the highest commander of the battle zone, he had to have the unconditional obedience of the vassal worlds. Wu Yingqi was not simply talking. To deal with the governing sect of a vassal world that was the most rogue of all, Wu Yingqi washed it with blood. After only one night, the sect with a population of almost 100,000 was entirely wiped out. Not even a chicken or a dog was left alive. In the other worlds, the cultivators who had joined the Salvation Syndicate in secret also responded and went up to seize power. With the thunderous actions and the multiple approaches, Wuxia finally got the absolute support of those vassal worlds. He gathered most of their troops and formed a coalition fleet to chase after the defeated soldiers of the Covenant Alliance. Eventually, most of the invaders from the Covenant Alliance were surrounded and annihilated. It was just an expediency under the circumstances when he was forced to. If he hadn't surrounded and annihilated the main force of the Covenant Alliance but simply crushed them, the Covenant Alliance would have been able to return and attack again at any time. Only by destroying them completely could the long-term peace and prosperity at the frontier of the Star Ocean Republic be guaranteed. However, the Mr. Big Shots at the center of politics and the other local leaders of the vassal worlds obviously thought otherwise. When two unconventional things were combined, Wuxia's tragedy was already destined. Xianxia shook his head and sighed in sadness, as if he was very angry about Wuxia's poignant experiences after the battle. The mental devil was also applauding inside Liao's head. Senior Wuxia is truly a role model for all the immortal cultivators. With the fewest forces, he defeated the barbarians and awed the unruly. He saved the country and the people. How marvelous! How incredible! I hereby announce that Senior Wuxia will be the most admirable idol for me from this moment on. Cut the crap! Liao sneered. Just now, Xianxia's sophistry and his seemingly reasonable logic made his head swirling and dizzy. However, when the ungrounded empty talk was changed into more specific examples, Liao's keen analysis and computational ability were able to function normally again. As to exactly whether the immortal cultivator's logic was correct or not, it could be discussed later. However, despite Xianxia's exaggeration and distortion, when it came to Wuxia's actions, Liao, having been taught good lessons by the old seniors such as Xianxia, Bai Xinghe, Jin Tui, Lu Zui, and so on, saw through the truth without any trouble. I've seen too many schemes. Such fancy words are not going to fool me. Wuxia had obviously been planning all that for a long time. Otherwise, how could he have been able to intimidate the 10 or so vassal worlds and collect all their forces so shortly after the explosion of Karen and the defeat of the Covenant Alliance's army? Since Wuxia had been working in the frontier for more than 10 years, and he had been actively expanding the influence of his Salvation Syndicate, wouldn't those vassal worlds behind him, which were far from the capital and almost independent, have been the freshest meat in the universe? Did he not want to take a bite at it when he had the chance? Wuxia's subordinates, namely the cultivators of the Salvation Syndicate, must have deeply infiltrated those vassal worlds. The massive attack of the Covenant Alliance was just an excuse. With or without the war, Wuxia would have swallowed the vassal worlds one way or another. However, a great opportunity had presented itself so that he could justify his cause. Wuxia gave false orders from the capital and executed the local magnates who disobeyed him when he actually did not have permission. When the cultivators of the younger generation who were loyal to him filled in the power vacuum, a lot of blood must have been shed during the process. With dirt all over their hands, the cultivators who recently rose to power could only follow Wuxia to the end. For such a great man like Wuxia, who probably would not spit out any bone when he devoured someone, is it possible that he would return the forces of the vassal worlds when he already had them? Before the battle, Wuxia was merely in control of a border defense army which belonged to the country, and he was just a common general in the ranks of the army. The army was loyal to the Star Ocean Republic, not himself. After the battle, however, Wuxia had taken over more than 10 remote sectors. He also boasted the magical equipment, starships, and captives that the Covenant Alliance left behind during their defeat. His capability had significantly soared. He was already a local warlord who was qualified to wrestle with the capital. What a delicate scheme. He was truly a smart guy. When he figured everything out, Liao examined Wuxia's decision to sacrifice 8.2 million civilians. He soon thought of something and was greatly enlightened. The devil was in the details. The key point was not the death of the 8.2 million civilians that Xianxia highlighted and elaborated on, but the fact that he understated in the end, which was that Wuxia left most of the starships and strategic assets on Karen and had to borrow troops from the vassal worlds because of the shortage of soldiers on his side. If Wuxia had only left empty starships and assets, why on earth would he have been short of soldiers? There could only be one answer. What Wu Yingqi left behind on Karen were not just 8.2 million civilians, the Starships, and the strategic assets, but also numerous troops of the Border Defense Army. Only by leaving the Border Defense Army behind on Karen to resist with their full might would the Covenant Alliance really be deceived. Then, what kind of specific troops did he leave behind intentionally for the suicidal mission? Of course, the troops that were absolutely loyal to the Star Ocean Republic and not to Wu Yingqi himself. It was an out-and-out purge. By borrowing the cleavers of the Covenant Alliance, Wu Yingqi slew all the forces that objected to him in both the Border Defense Army and the vassal worlds and realized the complete unification of the frontier area. Chances were that even the invasion of the Covenant Alliance was within Wu Yingqi's calculations. He had carefully calculated and guided every step that the two parties made. He fabricated an irresolvable dilemma where the 8.2 million civilians had to be sacrificed in order to cover his real purpose of purging and swallowing those 10 or so worlds. Even if the purge was discovered, he could still argue justifiably that the soldiers had to be sacrificed for the salvation of the country. So sordid, so shameless, so cunning. He was even more dreadful than Xianxia. By Xinghe, Jin Tui, Elder Nether Spring, and Lu Zue combined, cold sweat was pouring in Liao's heart. After he thought everything through and came back to himself, when he listened to Su Changfa's enchanting persuasion again, it was like when his blood was boiling and he was seething with libido after seeing a sexy beauty. He accidentally saw her test result for STDs, with the dozens of items on it all being positive. Then, no matter how beautiful, sexy, and attractive she was, it was still enough to calm and even freeze the most lustful man. Liao coughed lightly and pretended that he was slowly convinced. With deep acknowledgement appearing on his face, he went on listening to the hearty tutelage from Su Changfa. But he was actually sneering in his heart. Brag. Just keep bragging. Let's just see what kind of flower you are going to decorate such a scumbag as Wu Yingqi into. Su Changfa was quite satisfied that the new recruit was actively changed. He said with mixed feelings, Wu Yingqi was a man who did not care about his own reputation for the sake of the country. After finishing the Covenant Alliance's invasion through thunderous approaches, he already vaguely had the feeling that he would be berated by everybody in the world. However, at that time, he was still under the illusion that the public opinions would be 50-50. Some of them would support him while some would object. Also, Parliament would let him go considering the great contributions that he had made. After all, his contributions could be used to offset his wrongdoings. He could even be sentenced to prison for a few years. Then, he could retire and focus his attention on the Salvation Syndicate. That was what Wu Yingqi had in mind at that time. Liao almost failed to stifle his laughter. After figuring out the truth, Su Changfa's story was indeed interesting in a different sense. Therefore, after receiving the subpoena of the Parliament, Wu Yingqi returned to the capital without any hesitation. Never did he anticipate that what awaited him there would be overwhelming curses, criticism, and vilification, as well as the immediate arrest and trial of the authorities. Instead of any flowers or cheers, Su Changfa put on a hideous and infuriated appearance, raging and yelling, as if he were one of the ordinary people who hated Wu Yingqi's guts. Inside the grand illusionary land, countless ignorant and fanatic ordinary people, whose eyes were bloodshot and faces were wry, resembling the believers of the Qiyu cult, were spitting on and barraging Wu Yingqi, who was wearing a black suit that was surrounded by white mystic rays, making him look like a saint. It was like a bunch of hyenas attacking a lion. One could not help but feel that Wu Yingqi had been wronged, helpless and sorrowful, while the ordinary people were idiotic, ungrateful, and gullible. Wu Yingqi is a murderer and a living embodiment of fiend. Blood for blood. For the 8.2 million innocent victims on Karen, he must be minced. Very soon, Wu Yingqi was found guilty of crimes against humanity and massacre. Because he gave false commands and killed the leaders of the subrepublics without approval, he was also found guilty of treason. To answer for all the crimes, his military rank was removed, and he was sentenced to death without any probation. Also, his soul would not be left behind. He wouldn't even be given the opportunity of turning into a spectral cultivator. What was ironic was that the punishment for officers of the Covenant Alliance who were escorted to the capital together with Wu Yingqi was much lighter. At this moment, Wu Yingqi finally understood one thing. He had been betrayed. He had been betrayed again, just like he had once been betrayed by the ordinary people for whom he fought for 30 years in the martial meritocrat civilization. He had been betrayed yet another time by the people whom he devoted his everything to protecting. Before, those people threw him into a crater. Today, they were going to send him to the guillotine without even letting go of his soul. Wu Yingqi immediately understood everything. He was an outsider without any background in the country at all. He was a new force who distinguished himself. For the past 10 years, he had been dealing with the Covenant Alliance in the frontier. His accomplishments were not significant, and he had sometimes even lost a battle or two. However, the capital had been lenient on him and never issued any substantial punishment. It was because Parliament needed an unsupported idiot like himself to jump into the swamp and take the blame. But now, after securing such a glorious victory, he was completely beyond control with his soaring capability. He posed a threat to the big shots in Parliament and jeopardized the interests of the traditional forces in the world of cultivators. Yes, he was guilty. He was guilty not because he sacrificed the 8.2 million civilians, not because he had seized the military power of the vassal worlds without approval, but because he was too strong, too keen, and too brilliant. He was capable of threatening the Parliament and the deeply rooted interest groups. Whether or not he used that capability, the fact was that he possessed the capability. It was his original sin. He was guilty of being too strong. Such a crime could not be washed away by a few years of prison or the deprivation of power and properties. As long as he was alive, he might rise again at any time. Therefore, in the eyes of the hypocritical cultivators and the ignorant ordinary people, Wu Yingqi, who was guilty of being too strong, had to be executed. Failing to hold back his excitement, Su Changfa bellowed, his every wrinkle turning into a bloody saber. At this moment, Wu Yingqi finally abandoned all his illusions about cultivators and ordinary people. He completely broke up with the ungrateful, shameless snakes. Yes, he was determined to save the civilization of mankind, but what exactly was the civilization of mankind? What was mankind? Mankind, the wisest of all creatures and the dominator of the universe. Was everybody who was born randomly entitled to such a noble identity? Were the stupid, fat, illiterate, foolhardy, avaricious parasites who lived on the cultivators and the hypocritical, selfish, and short-sighted cultivators all qualified to be called human beings? No, absolutely not. Only the warriors who had a healthy body and noble character, who knew the essence of the universe clearly, and who were willing to dedicate their everything to improving our civilization were the true human beings. The rest of them were simply animals wearing the skin of human beings. They were hominoids, controlled by their animalistic instincts. Wu Yingqi did not care about his own life and death, but he absolutely could not stand the abhorrent hominoids sullying and even destroying the noble civilization of mankind any longer. Only by replacing hominoids with true human beings could the multiple shortcomings of the civilization of mankind be removed, so that our civilization could be brought to a new altitude that was even more glorious. That was the enlightenment that Wu Yingqi had. When he was enlightened and his belief blossomed, he abandoned his identity as a cultivator without any hesitation. His real-life experience in the past hundreds of years assured him that the title cultivator had been contaminated by too many dregs and diseases. It was already hopelessly rotten. A new era required new protectors. Wu Yingqi was no longer a cultivator but an immortal cultivator, a brand new existence who stood on the peak of humanity's hundreds of thousands of years of evolution and represented the future and the hope. The first immortal cultivator in history and in the 3,000 sectors was thus born. Ah! Liao exclaimed very cooperatively, with an "I never saw this coming" expression. Su Changfa was quite satisfied with his cooperation. As if on drugs, the old man's face was flushing, and his eyebrow was dancing while he chuckled in amusement. To this moment, When the first immortal cultivator in the universe was born, the idiotic cultivators had yet to realize what a terrifying enemy they had pissed off. They had no idea what kind of mysterious abilities the enemy had grasped during the hundreds of years of travel in the universe. They did not know what an enormous organization the Salvation Syndicate had developed into in secret, either. Wuxia was confined in the most heavily guarded prison in the Empyrean Terminus sector. He seemed to be too frustrated to resist anymore. His death sentence would be carried out soon, too. His trusted subordinates whom he had brought to the capital had been disarmed, too, either arrested or under surveillance. The big shots in Parliament and the seniors in the world of cultivators, based on their own experience, thought that Wuxia's accomplices had been cleared and that he would not be able to stir up any trouble on his own. What was the biggest threat right now was actually the Border Defense Army on the front line that was loyal to Wuxia. The Border Defense Army, combined with the private armies of those 10 or so vassal worlds, equipped with the starships and the magical equipment left by the Covenant Alliance, and possessing their experience of more than 10 years of bloody battles, was truly not to be underestimated. The Star Ocean Republic had been at peace for too long. Most of the troops lacked battle experience despite their remarkable gear. They were incapable of dealing with Wuxia's Border Defense Army in a remote, unfamiliar environment. In order to settle the trouble as quickly as possible, preferably with no bloodshed, the Parliament dispatched the Central Army, whose responsibility was to garrison the Empyrean Terminus sector. The Parliament demanded that the Central Army march to the frontier as quickly as possible, take over the Border Defense Army that was loyal to Wuxia, and bring the nearby vassal worlds under control. In the Parliament's opinion, as tough as Wuxia's Border Defense Army might be, it had just gone through a great battle and suffered tremendous casualties after all, and it was mixed with the mobs from those vassal worlds. Wuxia was not there to command them in person, either. They were essentially loose sand. How could they expect to compete with the Central Army, which was well-trained, had abundant supplies, and had the orders of the authorities? Chances were that the jumbled army would surrender the moment that the Central Army arrived. It remained to be seen whether the Central Army was stronger than the Border Defense Army or whether it was the other way around. However, the big shots in the capital forgot one thing. While the Central Army, which was supposed to guard the capital, marched to the frontier to suppress the rebellion, wouldn't the capital be poorly guarded? Oh, they might have thought that, but the Star Ocean Republic was the strongest country in the universe. For 1,000 years, the 10 or so core sectors around the capital city had never been scourged by any war. Even if no soldier was left in the capital, would there be anybody who was audacious enough to come and ask to be killed? Just like that, a great show was aired. When Wuxia was escorted to the punishment field and was about to be officially executed in front of everyone, a fleet with pure black camouflage that looked like a ghost suddenly appeared in the Empyrean Terminus sector and pierced into the heart of the strongest country in the universe. It was an elite troop loyal to Wuxia, comprised of the veterans who had survived after more than 10 years of bloody battles with the Covenant Alliance. Equipped with the advanced starships from the Covenant Alliance, with tremendous purple thunder crystals as the fuel catalysts, they were like eagles that flew in the sky, zigzagging around dozens of sectors and launching an unexpected assault to the capital. In the picture behind Xianxia, starships that were streamlined and looked like black lightning descended from the sky like soldiers from the heavens. The thunder that they unleashed changed the color of the sky and the earth. On the ground, the ugly, ordinary people and the cultivators were all appalled. They were all fleeing in devastation and falling apart. Under the thunderous attack of Wuxia's fleet, the garrison troop that was temporarily moved to guard the capital was no match at all. Many members of the Salvation Syndicate had been lurking in the capital, too. Infuriated by the Parliament's betrayal and setup, they rose up in response. Wuxia had already been escorted to the punishment field. However, the punishment field was entirely surrounded by the people who supported him, admired him, and worshipped him. Before Wuxia unlocked the shackles on himself, he had already been raised by countless pairs of hands to a crystal tank. On the crystal tank, while removing the soul-suppressing nails and the spirit-stealing needles that had been pierced into his bones while not even changing his countenance, he gave the famous speech entitled New Hope, The scene was captured by countless reporters and delivered to the audience in the 100 sectors. They all deeply felt Wu Yingqi's formidability, resolution, and wisdom. After finishing the speech, Wu Yingqi was heaved by his supporters from the punishment field to the parliament directly. Wu Yingqi announced that the parliament had lost its legitimacy and could no longer stand for all citizens of the Star Ocean Republic because of the corruption, perversion, and conspiracies with hostile countries. He demanded the dissolution of parliament, the dismissal of the speaker, and the arrests of all the representatives. A new constitution was drafted, changing the regime of the country from parliamentary republic to presidential republic. Because of the urgent situation and the upcoming civil war, he announced that the Star Ocean Republic was to enter the state of emergency immediately. According to the Emergency Response Act, he was appointed as the first acting president of the Star Ocean Republic in the time of peril. In the picture behind Xianxia, Wu Yingqi's black crystal suit was gradually upgrading. It was becoming ever larger and more spectacular. It was getting more and more hideous too. The upper half of the helmet protruded like a skull into a thorny crown. The black arrows that represented Wu Yingqi's forces were expanding non-stop, raging inside the Empyrean Terminus sector. Countless starships crashed in the space zones nearby. Thousands of cultivators perished like insects in the winter. The cultivators tasted the strength of the immortal cultivators for the time, and the strength was more invincible than they could have imagined. The Empyrean Terminus sector, the capital of the Star Ocean Imperium in the past and the Star Ocean Republic at that time, had fallen into the hands of the immortal cultivators. Although Liao was still highly alert, he could not help but feel awed by Wu Yingqi's desperate counterattack. From the punishment field to parliament, and from a prisoner on death row to the first president of the Star Ocean Republic, Wu Yingqi's life was truly magnificent and intriguing. However, Liao thought for a moment and asked suspiciously, it wasn't enough for Wu Yingqi to just control the capital, was it? There were so many other sectors in the Star Ocean Republic. Did nobody object to him? Most importantly of all, what about the Central Army, which was supposed to protect the capital as the most elite troop? Fellow cultivator Li, you are indeed smart, Xianxia said. You've noticed the critical question quickly enough. Of course, it wasn't enough to just control the capital. The seething local forces needed to be intimidated through thunderous approaches. 2. To achieve that, the most important thing was to destroy the Central Army cleanly and neatly. The Central Army was unaware of the capital falling into Wu Yingqi's hands. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the frontier that Wu Yingqi had carefully operated on for more than 10 years. Despite the well-training soldiers, the ample supplies, and the rightfulness, they were unfamiliar with the local environment. They were unaware of the locations of the cosmic storms, the best places for space jumps, the differences in the spiritual and electromagnetic fields, the stars that boasted special spiritual waves that could affect the sailing starships, and so on. The universe is too boundless and mysterious. Too many dangerous factors can affect a voyage. Without the navigation of local guides who were familiar with the situation, even the largest starships wouldn't be able to move forward at all. Also, they were so arrogant that they did not consider the operation to be a battle mission at all. They were under the illusion that the Border Defense Army and the natives would give up and beg for mercy the moment that they arrived, and that they were mainly there to regroup them. Most importantly, even the Central Army had been seriously infiltrated by the immortal cultivators of the Salvation Syndicate, who constantly sent valuable intelligence to Wu Yingqi's side. The conceited Central Army underestimated both the combat ability of the Border Defense Army and the resistance of the local armies of the vassal worlds. It should be noted that the local magnates had just uprooted the original interest groups under Wu Yingqi's support in order for themselves to rise to power. They had all expressed their loyalty with real actions, and the blood on their sabers had not been dried yet. Once the Central Army won, the previous interest groups would certainly counterattack, and they would die without a burial. Therefore, the vassal worlds that had been rather ostensibly complicit with the capital before were in fact quite loyal to Wu Yingqi. But the Central Army knew none of it. All that they knew about were the false messages that the immortal cultivators sent back. Misled by the false messages, The Central Army thought that Wu Yingqi's remaining forces had already crumbled, and that the Border Defense Army was suffering from internal strife with the troops from the vassal worlds, which had proved loyal enough to join the capital's side again. The Central Army, overjoyed, accepted the local armies of the vassal worlds who had returned to the right path without any wariness. They launched attacks toward the Border Defense Army together. As they expected, the Border Defense Army suffered tremendous losses and fled in panic while leaving a large number of starships behind. Nobody would feel sorry for the death of the cultivators who were as greedy as pigs and as stupid as dogs. Wu Yingqi's subordinates played the same trick that was played on Karen, but they were fooled without defense again. Right when they were taking over the starships left by the Border Defense Army, the crystal bombs that were buried deep inside the starships, together with the arsenals and the engine compartments, exploded all at once, turning the entire space zone into an ocean of fire. The broken debris filled the entire sailing route. The elites of the Central Army were stuck inside, unable to move at all. The battlefield was carefully selected by the Border Defense Army and the local troops in the first place. After a certain period, because of the integration and friction of two nebulas, an enormous, highly intense cosmic storm would be raised here, which was called by the locals as Death Wing. You can tell from the name how dreadful it is. The elites of the Central Army suffered a suicidal explosion first and then got caught in the Death Wing later. It shouldn't be hard to guess their damages. When the remnants finally survived the scourge of the Death Wing, the Border Defense Army and the local troops, which appeared to be engaged in a fierce battle earlier, suddenly marched out from the two flanks and gave the most advanced, formidable, and glorious fleet of the Star Ocean Republic a critical attack. Right then, Wu Yingqi's counterattack in the capital and his actions, including dissolving the parliament, arresting the representatives, and announcing his inauguration as the acting president, were finally delivered to the Central Army, too. Their final pillar, which was their legitimacy as the army of the authorities, collapsed. Right now, the Border Defense Army and the local troops were the rightful armies, and they were the rebels that had no support. Without supplies and ammunition, and because of the heavy casualties, the Central Army finally collapsed and surrendered to Wu Yingqi's Border Defense Army. The most elite troop of the Star Ocean Republic thus belonged to Wu Yingqi. After controlling the capital and the few most elite troops in the Star Ocean Republic, Wu Yingqi had basically settled the trouble once and for all. In other local sectors, many immortal cultivators of the Salvation Syndicate were active too. With their cooperation inside, Wu Yingqi was simply unstoppable. All the local forces surrendered to him without much resistance. As everybody hoped, the acting in his title was removed, and he was nominated as the unquestionable first president of the Star Ocean Republic. Liao could not help but raise his thumb for Wu Yingqi's thunderous approaches in his heart again. As the saying went, outsiders watch things for fun, but people of the trade notice the tricks in them. Interesting details were included in Su Changfa's story, which must have been embroidered more times than anybody could count. Only someone like Liao could notice them. There were too many suspicious points and coincidences in the whole event. It was even more unbelievable than fiction. However, the loophole revealed in the most critical part gave Liao the first clue about the truth in the past. The loophole was that, for such an incredible man like Wu Yingqi, after slaughtering 10 million civilians and gathering the power of the frontier area through false orders and purges, how could he not have foreseen that the capital would be determined to execute him? He was now the biggest warlord in the Star Ocean Republic. As a warlord, he should not go to the territory of the central government easily, and even if they did, he would need to tread lightly with as many soldiers with him as possible. Was that not common sense? How could he not have predicted that, the moment he returned to the capital, he would be captured and sentenced to death? Su Changfa described Wu Yingqi to be a white lotus flower that was selfless and kind in nature. Everything that he did was because he was forced to. However, such bullshit could only fool a 3-year-old. Liao reckoned that Wu Yingqi must have been transformed into an immortal cultivator a long, long time ago. Perhaps it was the moment when he was thrown into the crater, or perhaps it was during his hundreds of years of travel in the dark universe. But all in all, he was probably already an immortal cultivator before he arrived in the Star Ocean Republic. He did not discover the Star Ocean Republic by accident. His destination had been the strongest country in the civilization of mankind since the very beginning. Therefore, he intentionally fed himself to the authorities and had himself trialed. I understand it now. Since the very beginning, Wu Yingqi's appetite had never been able to be satisfied by a few remote sectors in the frontier. The whole time, he had one and only one goal, which was the capital, the Empyrean sector, and the supreme power of the Star Ocean Republic. Liao was almost shrieking. With Wu Yingqi's ambitions, it was meaningless to be a warlord who controlled little more than 10 remote, vassal worlds. Even if Wu Yingqi kept a low file and did not do anything, the strategical environment that he was in was still quite harsh. In front of him was the Covenant Alliance, which had just suffered a brutal failure and hated his guts. Behind him was the central government of the Star Ocean Republic that was hostile to him, too. With enemies both in front and behind, such a territory was certainly not suitable for long-term development. It would only be a cage that would trap him to his death. The Star Ocean Republic was a traditional superpower with tremendous potential after all. With his insignificant scale, if he competed with 100 sectors, he stood absolutely no chance of winning once his opponents got serious, entered the state of emergency, and had a general mobilization. Therefore, just like dealing with the Covenant Alliance, he had to finish the battle quickly with unexpected moves. Going to the capital and being held in prison was a gamble that was even more shocking and perilous than the Battle of Karen. He had 3 aims. Firstly, to ease the wariness of Parliament. The cultivators would think that he was just SOSO and that he was a fish in the water tank with nowhere to run. So, the country would not have a general mobilization. Their pace would be slowed. Secondly, to command the immortal cultivators lurking in the capital personally. Since he was determined to lead the rise of the immortal cultivators, what he had dedicated his most attention to was certainly the capital other than his nest in the frontier. Countless immortal cultivators would have been hiding in the Empyrean terminus sector. Thirdly, to mislead the authorities into thinking that the biggest threat right now was the army that he left in the frontier. Right? It was also highly likely that he had kept the starships and the magical equipment that he had captured from the Covenant Alliance in the space zones in the frontier. Such valuable treasures were definitely attractive items for the central government. Perhaps, the immortal cultivators lurking in the darkness had been fanning the flames and subtly manipulating the decisions of the authorities. 2. In the end, they successfully made Parliament dispatch the Central Army, whose combat ability was the highest, to regroup the Border Defense Army and accept the starships and the magical equipment of the Covenant Alliance. When the 3 aims were combined, Wu Yingqi created a fatal distraction with his return to the capital. After the Central Army was moved away from the Empyrean terminus sector, the capital of the Star Ocean Republic was at the most vulnerable moment in its 1,000 years of history. Also, the tiger that had marched a long way to the swamp at the frontier did not have much combat ability left, either. By killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Wu Yingqi created the most perfect conditions for a coup by himself. His most elite force, which was armed with the starships of the Covenant Alliance and the purple thunder crystals, certainly did not set off after hearing the news that he was captured and tried, either. They would have been divided into 2 groups, one in the daylight and the other in the darkness, while he returned to the capital openly. The force in the daylight was disarmed by Parliament and the cultivators. However, the real force in the darkness was actually hidden with the help of the immortal cultivators in other sectors and soared to the sky with a critical strike at the crucial moment. If Wu Yingqi had not fed himself to the central government, what would have happened? He could have ruled over the 10 or so vassal worlds at the frontier as a local warlord. But on the capital side, being more wary of him, they certainly would have constructed more defense lines between the frontier and the capital while increasing the garrison, thereby pushing him strategically from every perspective. It was a war between a viper and an elephant. He would not have stood any chance in a head-on clash. The elephant would have stomped on his head easily. Right behind him, the Covenant Alliance, which had just suffered a crushing defeat, would have been biting their lips in fury, too, and would not have minded stabbing him right in the back while he was confronting the cultivators. If so, however capable he was, there was no way that he could expect to accede to the supreme throne in the Sea of Stars. Therefore, The viper had to crawl into the elephant's head through the nose and inject venom into its most feeble nerves. Wu Yingqi had no choice but to go to the capital and feed himself to the enemy. He needed to have the Central Army in the capital dispatched to his territory to annihilate his border defense army. 2. How could he achieve that? What kind of crimes would make Parliament and the cultivators determined to annihilate a credible general who had been stationed in the frontier for more than 10 years with his troops without caring about the cost? Only crimes against humanity and the crime of massacre. Therefore, if it was a young man who did not know the first thing about the immortal cultivators and did not have a firm belief yet, when he heard Su Changfa telling the story of Wu Yingqi's legendary rise, he would inevitably feel that it was shocking, logical, and yet full of lucky coincidences. Wu Yingqi had been forced into desperation every time and had no choice but to counterattack ruthlessly before he secured a final victory in the end. It was indeed intriguing and satisfying. One could not help but feel that was what a great man should do. However, if one were inferred backward from the result, it would be easy to notice that blowing up Karen and the 8.2 million innocent civilians on it, purging the 10 or so vassal worlds with blood, and turning into a warlord that threatened the central government were certainly not Wu Yingqi's helpless choices. They were even not the strategies that he came up with during the war but plans that he had made long before the war began when he decided to swallow the entire Star Ocean Republic. Every step was a trap that he had repetitively deduced and calculated. After a series of seemingly unconnected subtle movements, they led to the result of a perfect coup. The almost 10 million restless souls on Karen were the offerings that Wu Yingqi had been long prepared to sacrifice in order to seize the highest power. Moreover, Liao even realized that all the words were simply Su Changfa's side of the story. He claimed that, while Wu Yingqi was fighting the Covenant Alliance in the front line in difficulties, the public, Parliament, and cultivators in the rear were short-sighted, ungrateful, and jealous. Was it really true? Was it possible that Wu Yingqi was merely expanding the force of the Border Defense Army with the military threat of the Covenant Alliance? Was it possible that, after the public, Parliament, and cultivators gave him all the support and resources that he needed, he dedicated 10% of the resources to the resistance and 90% to build up the Salvation Syndicate and raise countless immortal cultivators in secret? Otherwise, how could the Salvation Syndicate have leaked into every sector of the Star Ocean Republic, to the point where they took over the country in their final insurrection? Was it possible that Wu Yingqi and the Covenant Alliance had reached certain clandestine deals, and that the large-scale attacks of the Covenant Alliance were within his expectations or even agreed upon? Liao's brain was like a spring with broken ice floating on the surface. He was calmer than ever and no longer under the influence of the fancy talks. But on the surface, he pretended that he was completely fascinated. Clenching his fists, he pursued further in excitement. Then, what happened next? With a pitiful and yet indignant face, Su Changfa said after a long sigh, Wu Yingqi becoming the president of the Star Ocean Republic was everybody's hope and the necessity of history. Under his government, the Star Ocean Republic was reborn from fire and thriving again. However, while Wu Yingqi was reforming society with the true path of immortality, it was only natural that the interest groups of the cultivators fought back fiercely. The immortal cultivators who had just risen were like a morning sun. They represented the future of the civilization of mankind and were therefore utterly unstoppable. The shameless cultivators and the ignorant ordinary people who were incited by them were obviously no match for them. The despicable bandits who were hoping to stop the wheel of history with their tiny arms were all ground to dust by Wu Yingqi's iron army. However, their shamelessness was still far beyond the imagination of Wu Yingqi and the other immortal cultivators. For counterattack and comeback, to restore the reign of the cultivators, they even conspired with the Covenant Alliance, their old nemesis in the past. The Covenant Alliance returned and helped the cultivators re-establish the Parliament of the Star Ocean Republic, which falsely claimed that it was the legal government of the Star Ocean Republic. The so-called legal government was merely the Covenant Alliance's puppet. When the two enemies joined their hands, they did seem rather formidable. Many vassal worlds wavered again and took the cultivators and the Covenant Alliance's side. A civil war broke out. This was the second civil war that Wu Yingqi had been through, But this civil war was 100 times larger than the civil war in the Martial Meritocrat civilization hundreds of years ago. Almost 100 sectors were involved in the fire of war. Nobody at the center of the cosmos was able to get away from it. The civilization of mankind reached a perilous moment once more. While coping with the Cultivators and the Covenant alliance calmly, Xianxia contemplated on the real cause of the civil war and the regime that was most suitable for the civilization of mankind to develop and rise in the sea of stars. Finally, he reached a conclusion. The biggest problem was the Republic system being adopted right now. The universe was too vast. The sectors were extremely far away from each other. The communication and transportation were inconvenient. Their environment and interests were different from each other's. Therefore, there was a natural trend of division and independency. If the so-called free and democratic republic system was to be implemented any further, wherein every sector, every space zone, and even every planet was able to utter their voice without restraint and without cost, division and civil wars would be unavoidable because they were all too selfish to place the interests of the civilization as a whole above the interests of their own world. Even if the Covenant alliance and the Cultivators could be destroyed this time, new, unstable factors would pop up again next time. As time went by, the civilization of mankind would be destroyed in internal strife. The problem needed to be resolved from the source. The Republic system was an underdeveloped system only good enough for the small countries when the civilization of mankind was still restrained to the planets. It was too outdated for the development in the era of the grand universe. In the boundless, dark, and cold sea of stars, the civilization of mankind needed to be unified under one banner, one voice, and one leader to march forward bravely and unstoppably. Solidarity. Solidarity. Solidarity is strength. Solidarity is everything. There was a reason the civilization of mankind was reborn from fire in the Star Ocean Imperium and defeated the civilization of demons, which had dominated the universe for 30,000 years, regaining control over the sea of stars. The imperial system. It was exactly because the Star Ocean Imperium adopted the imperial system that the Supreme Emperor and the most excellent elites of mankind could play their roles in the best ways that they could and establish such a brilliant and glorious country. It was most hilarious that, although the Star Ocean Republic called itself the rightful successor of the Star Ocean Imperium, it only inherited the empty shell and failed to learn the core system, which was the actual essence. When Xianxia realized that, it was the time when the war was most intense. Led by the bare-faced cultivators, the army of the Covenant alliance raged into the territory, and the fire of war was almost ignited in the capital. Everything seemed to be in peril, but the night is darkest before the dawn. The greatest news came over from the depths of the Empyrean Terminus sector. In the past, the Supreme Emperor once received 3 volumes of the Book of Revelation, which was the civilizational heritage of the Pangu clan. However, the volumes were lost when the Star Ocean Imperium collapsed. But right now, the immortal cultivators had discovered 1 volume of the Book of Revelation from an ancient relic, from which the unbelievable techniques and technologies of the Pangu civilization could be retrieved. That was the destiny. That was the sign that the rise of the civilization of mankind was unstoppable. With destiny in hand, and as everybody hoped, in order to save the country and the civilization, Xianxia no longer hesitated and altered the regime of the country decisively from a republic into an imperial system. He ascended to the throne and proclaimed himself to be an emperor. The Star Ocean Republic evolved into a grand new imperium. In order to be distinguished from the Star Ocean Imperium in the past, in order to draw a clear line from the so-called legal government of the Star Ocean Republic, and also to demonstrate the belief and ideology of the new imperium, Xianxia named the new country the Imperium of True Human Beings. Just like that, the young man who was tied up like a piglet by the ordinary people of the Martial Meritocrat sector and thrown into the crater had finally grown into the supreme leader of the civilization of mankind, the protector of the 3,000 sectors, the founder of the Imperium of True Human Beings, and the forever first citizen of the Imperium. He was henceforth known as Black Star the Great. Su Changfa's voice and face were more and more excited. In the end, when he uttered Black Star the Great, He was almost shouting at the loudest of his voice with his face flushing, like the bombardment of the main gun of a starship. Smoke seemed to be popping up everywhere. Together with his roar, an enormous spiritual puppet, almost 100 meters tall, slowly crept out from the infinite sea of stars in the grand illusionary land behind him. The pure black spiritual puppet looked very similar to the black crystal suit that Wu Yingqi had been wearing, but the aura around it was hundreds of times stronger. An everlasting cosmic storm seemed to be condensed around him as his cloak and his flag. The black giant opened its hands and extended to the universe, almost occupying the entire grand illusionary land. The suffocating oppression was slowly released to the world of reality from the grand illusionary land. Liao felt that the gravity was dozens of times higher. Ah! Although Liao had known the answer earlier, he still exclaimed in shock cooperatively. To criticize the cultivators' belief that the ordinary people must be protected, the 3 examples in the beginning would be sufficient. The remaining part of the story was unnecessary for that purpose. The 4th story, which the narrator had spent the most time on, was actually the chronicles of the founding father of the Imperium of True Human Beings. Through the legendary rise of Blackstar the Great, the cultivators were smeared again between the lines, the formidability of the Imperium of True Human Beings was better rendered, and the one being brainwashed would have a greater sense of acknowledgement for the Imperium of True Human Beings, the immortal cultivators, and Wu Yingqi, Blackstar the Great. Through the storytelling of Su Changfa that was mixed with hypnotization techniques, the immersion experience of the grand illusionary land, and the original paintings and graphics created by the art masters among the immortal cultivators, normal people would be mired in the soul-stirring story and not be able to help but stand in the role of Wu Yingqi, Blackstar the Great. Once they accepted the setting, when Wu Yingqi rose to the throne from nothingness and integrated into the Imperium of True Human Beings, normal people would not be able to distinguish the logical fallacies. Liao pretended that he was utterly hooked. He was breathing fast, and his lips were trembling. There was nothing but admiration in his bulging, bloodshot eyes. Su Changfa burst into laughter and said in satisfaction, "That's right. This is the rise of the Imperium of True Human Beings. This is the ineffaceable legend of the first citizen of the Imperium. Suppressed by the thunderous might of Blackstar the Great, the Covenant Alliance and the self-proclaimed legal government of the Star Ocean Republic were but vulnerable ghosts. He swept away all of the enemies. The center of the universe was reunited. This is the true unification. Not the strange bedfellows in the past, but a sharpest alloy tank of the civilization of mankind that is made of metals and minerals of different categories that have been melted in a high temperature. The Imperium of True Human Beings today includes the hundreds of most prosperous sectors at the center of the cosmos. The super experts in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage are as numerous as carp swimming in a river. The super heavy warships that can suppress a planet easily are also like stars in the night sky. The comprehensive capability of the country is more than 10 times higher than that of the Star Ocean Republic. More importantly, this is a just, honest, vigorous, and hopeful country. All the obsolete traditions and formalities of the civilization of mankind in the past have been abandoned. Every citizen of the Imperium is burning their life and soul and striving for the development of the civilization of mankind with their all. Anybody can be a hero regardless of their background. For an immortal cultivator, as long as they are strong enough, no matter what family they are born into, and whether or not they have committed any unpardonable crimes in the past, they will be able to distinguish themselves and rise to power in the Imperium of True Human Beings. Even if you were the humblest slave yesterday, as long as your spiritual root is awakened, with some battle credits, you will be granted citizenship. Then you will be able to climb upward to be a general, a duke, and even the master of an entire sector someday. Such examples of growing from a slave into a general or from a pawn into a sector master are anything but unusual in the Imperium of True Human Beings. Fellow cultivator Li, think about it. Even Wu Yingqi, the founding emperor of the country and the forever first citizen of the Imperium, was not born in the center of the cosmos. He was an out-and-out foreigner. Then, Why can't an immortal cultivator from the flying star sector make a career in the Imperium of true human beings and distinguish yourself in the sea of stars? Disaster is often bliss in disguise. You have survived all the tough tests and luckily run into us. Maybe this is the will of the universe and an opportunity that has been bestowed upon you. A great cause is waiting to be achieved by you. Liao gulped again and again in shock. He seemed to have devoured 20 eggs in a row, and his drool was almost flooding. Well, his eyes shuddering, he asked carefully, what exactly is the life of the ordinary people or the so-called hominoids in the Imperium of true human beings? They must be taking up more than 99% of the whole population, right? Are they all slaves? Of course not. Xianxia was amused. Although the slavery system is kept in the Imperium of true human beings, we clearly know the shortcomings of such a system. From the perspective of boosting productivity, increasing labor enthusiasm, and even ensuring stable and sustainable development, a monotonous slavery system is never the best choice. In the territory of the Imperium, most of the hominoids are not slaves but free folk. They are also burning, working, and striving for the civilization of mankind with pride. We only keep the slavery system in a limited range. Even in those fields, our sociologists, psychologists, and zoologists have been improving and optimizing the traditional slavery system after hundreds of years of studies. All in all, the true human being's attitude toward the hominoids is not slavery but motivation and tutelage. Motivation and tutelage? Liao was confused. Exactly. In fact, such a policy is in the hominoids' best interest, too. Xianxia nodded and said solemnly, we all know that the hominoids are human-shaped animals driven by their natural instincts. They do not have a soul. Their empty brain is filled with arrogance, jealousy, laziness, greed, desire, and lust. If they are allowed to do whatever they want without any discipline, their desires will be magnified indefinitely, and they will be addicted to virtual games, hallucinogens, sex, and all the other meaningless entertainment. Their life will be wasted. Even if they realize that such a life is not right and want to think, they will only be brainwashed repetitively by scheming media outlets and schemers because they do not boast the ability of independent thinking at all. They think that they are capable and can make a certain choice of their own free will, and they even feel an abnormal sense of gratification from it. But in fact, they are just the dandelions in a wild wind. They seem free, but they cannot control themselves at all. They are not flying with their own strength. The bottom line is, such animals must be disciplined. They are like the burning wildfire. If you leave them alone, they are likely to burn the world to the ground. However, if you make use of them carefully, they can also provide immense impetus for the development of the civilization of mankind. They are our close relatives and incubators, and the high-level animals closest to us, after all. With proper motivation and tutelage, they will be able to get rid of their disgusting, low-level interests and understand the significance of honor and responsibility. If you activate the strength of the jealousy, greed, and desire in their head to the maximum in a skilled way, they can also be the best workers, farmers, and soldiers, tiny but qualified components in the enormous machine that is the civilization of mankind. Even the laziest dog, after proper training, can grow into an excellent army dog and launch a suicidal attack without fear. This is the same logic. Maybe, for the vast majority of the hominoids, their spiritual roots can never be awakened for them to become true human beings however hard they are disciplined. Yet, we will try our best to raise them into 99% human beings so that their body and spirit can be purged and perfected to the greatest extent. For those ignorant hominoids, such a life is truly a bliss that they must have earned through the good things that they did in their previous lives. Cough, 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 cough. Liao coughed hard. It does sound not bad. However, do the hominoids have no complaints? Xianxia raised his eyebrow and asked in surprise, why would they? We give them the opportunity to get rid of the decayed, degraded, meaningless life and dedicate themselves to a new one that is positive and meaningful. We have turned them from rotten crap into what look like human beings. They cannot wait to express their gratitude to us. Why will they complain? Fellow cultivator Li, let go of your remaining prejudices. Do not mistake the slavery system in the world of the ancient cultivators tens of thousands of years ago, which you perhaps caught in the history fantasies, for our advanced, civilized, modernized slavery system. In fact, after our motivation and tutelage, even the humblest slaves in the Imperium have far better physical and mental conditions than many free folk in the desolate space zones do. We have conquered the desolate space zones and captured the aboriginals there for tutelage because we are trying to help them, enlighten them, and save them so that they can realize what an honor and glory it is to be part of the civilization of mankind. After motivation and tutelage, the hominoids, who are 99% human beings, are the most solid foundation, the sharpest cleaver, and the toughest fists for the Imperium. Why would they have any complaints? Liao was rendered speechless. For a moment, he was not able to tell whether or not Su Changfa was speaking the truth. Seeing through the suspicion in his heart, Su Changfa smiled casually. Fellow cultivator Li, if you still find it difficult to understand, allow me to explain it to you with one of the most vulgar idioms, will you? Please, Senior Su. Su Changfa cleared his throat and unhurriedly said, you can never have a loyal son without physical abuse. Liao did not want to say anything. When somebody was too shameless, even calling them shameless sounded like a compliment. Fellow cultivator Li. Su Changfa's eyes were glittering as he said earnestly, I've talked so much to you for the sole purpose of convincing you of the fact that the cultivators stand for the past while the immortal cultivators are the future. I know that you will not be able to completely understand it for the time being, but it doesn't matter. I'll need to make preparations for our exploration in the relic, which will probably take a few hours. You can take your time to study the files in the grand illusionary land here, right? There are also 3 books here, all written by famous scholars of the Imperium of true human beings. You can have a read and try to gain a deeper understanding. Su Changfa handed over a jade chip, in which 3 books, namely The Crowd, A Study of the Popular Mind, The Age of Fools, and On the Collective Unconsciousness, were stored. After patting Liao's shoulder, Su Changfa turned around, ready to leave the brainwashing room. But Liao called him. Wait a moment, Senior Su. I have 2 little questions. Su Changfa was never scared of questions from the audience because it was a sign that they were interested. What he was most scared of were the silent, irresponsive dudes who often proved to be too stubborn to be persuaded. The old man turned around immediately and said with a smile, Ask away, fellow cultivator Li. Well, I want to know what became of the Martial Meritocrats sector and the Sand Primitive sector later. Liao scratched his hair. Su Changfa grinned hideously. After Black Star the Great founded the Imperium of true human beings and unified the center of the cosmos, naturally, he did not forget his beloved homeland. The 2 remote worlds, corrupted by the Chiyu cult, turned out to have stagnated during the past hundreds of years. In many fields, they had even retrograded into a shocking level. When Black Star the Great returned home with the Imperial fleet, the ignorant believers of the Chiyu cult even thought that devils had arrived to bring about doomsday. However, they were not entirely wrong. Black Star the Great hated everybody in the Martial Meritocrats sector and the Sand Primitive sector so much that all the people of the 2 worlds, including their posterity, would be stamped with special marks as the lowliest slaves of the Imperium for all eternity. It is unnecessary to treat such slaves as mercifully as we treat the common slaves. They are just the little mice of the Imperium and still play an irreplaceable role in many fields even today. Hehe. After hearing about Black Star the Great's suffering in the past, you can certainly understand such fury, can't you, fellow cultivator Li? Liao shuddered. Of course, he knew what the little mice were for. He couldn't help but recall the Star Child, who was a special spectral cultivator that could only be born at the consumption of the souls of hundreds of babies. For the sake of the stabilization of the Imperium, the hundreds of babies might not necessarily be the offspring of the common slaves. They were most likely the children of the remnants of the Martial Meritocrats sector and the Sand Primitive sector. The ordinary people of the Martial Meritocrats sector and the Sand Primitive sector might be guilty and might be not, but such a severe, eternal punishment on their progeny was still quite detestable to Liao. However, it was not the question that he was really interested in. He only asked the question in order to ease Su Changfa's alertness so that the second question would not be too obvious. So that's their ending. They truly had it coming. Liao clapped his hands. Then he asked, pretending to be casual, by the way, was the Covenant Alliance demolished in the end? Su Changfa coughed. His face a bit unnatural, he nodded. Yes. It was basically cleaned. Some of the last remnants are still hiding at the edge of the cosmos in a panic. They are not a concrete threat to the Imperium anymore. That's it. Liao chuckled in his heart. After such a long time, he had finally grasped the enemy's weakness. Su Changfa might have been bragging about the thunderous might of Blackstar the Great all the time, who swept all the filthy opponents on his way, but the critical parts still revealed the truth behind the rhetoric. Hiding in a panic all day? I'll be damned if I believe you. Liao's foster father was from the Covenant Alliance, and it was around 20 years ago when he fled to the Heaven's Origin sector. According to Liao's foster father, the Covenant Alliance was still at least on par with the Imperium. There was no reason for his foster father to lie to him, but there were definitely 10,000 reasons for Su Changfa to lie. It appeared that the threat that Blackstar the Great had intentionally kept in the beginning so that he could build himself up had turned out to be beyond his control and was even burning him in the end. On the enormous body of the Star Ocean Republic, two monsters, namely the Imperium of True Human Beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, were nurtured and born at the same time. Liao calculated crazily in his heart, but his facial expression remained absolutely unchanged. Su Changfa watched carefully for a moment but did not notice anything. After bragging about the accomplishments of Blackstar the Great and the magnificence of the Imperium of True Human Beings again, he left the brainwashing room in a hurry. Liao scratched at the center of the brainwashing room and touched the jade chip that stored the books, including the crowd, pretending that he was reading them carefully. However, deep inside his brain, he was ripping apart every word that Su Changfa had said and every picture displayed in the grand illusionary land with his computational ability and judgment. After quite some time, he assembled the pieces into the facts to his knowledge. I think Wuxia, or Blackstar the Great, finished the transformation from a cultivator to an immortal cultivator, the moment that he was tied up by the ordinary people and thrown into a crater, after he survived the disaster, during his hundreds of years of travel in the dark, cold universe. He trained himself while he perfected theories of the immortal cultivators. Of course, he didn't encounter the Star Ocean Republic by accident. He must have gathered many star maps and learned the existence of the strongest country in the human worlds. Then, he considered it the best target and lunged toward it intentionally. Chances were that the first things he did after arriving in the Star Ocean Republic were establishing the Salvation Syndicate and developing immortal cultivators in secret, disseminating his theories and his beliefs everywhere. The rising of the Covenant Alliance gave him the best opportunity. He joined the Border Defense Army. In more than 10 years of battling, he slowly built up himself while keeping the enemy as a threat. Eventually, after a series of delicate schemes, he initiated a coup and successfully seized power. However, after he seized power, there was still another critical problem. The Star Ocean Republic was a civilization of cultivators after all. Cultivators and ordinary people were equal and friendly. Everybody believed in the regime of Republic. Although the country was no longer in its heyday, there was still some distance before its doom. The social contradictions were not too acute to be resolved yet. In either the parliamentary system or the presidential system, Wuxia, even if he was the president, could not change the regime as he wished. He could not slaughter all the cultivators in the 100 sectors without a good reason, either. In other words, after 1,000 years of development, the Star Ocean Republic had its own belief, which could not be shaken easily by a foreigner who had only been in the place for less than 20 years and only seized power through a violent coup. It is possible that the second invasion of the Covenant Alliance, which was aided by the cultivators, was directed by him, too. Only by doing so would he have the most justifiable excuse to eliminate the forces of the cultivators, destroy the belief of the Star Ocean Republic, overturn the system of the country, and establish an imperium of true human beings that solely belonged to the immortal cultivators. Such clever methods. What a manipulative villain! Liao sneered in his heart. So what? The mental devil was like a crazy fan who had run into someone that was insulting its idol. It jumped to the feet and shrieked. Even if your assumption is totally correct, it only proves the smartness and the planning abilities of our Black Star the Great. The universe is too large a place with too many stars. How can you rule over the entire universe without certain schemes? If what you analyzed is true, I'm admiring Black Star the Great even more. All the stars in the sky are in my hands. Wow. My blood is boiling when I just think of it. I'm afraid that not all the stars in the sky are in his hands. Even if Black Star the Great had really taken everything into consideration, there is still one thing that he underestimated, which proved to be a matter of life and death later. Liao replied coldly. In order to seize power, Wu Yingqi kept the Covenant Alliance as a threat. Maybe he knew a thing or two about the formidability of the Covenant Alliance, but he must have been even more confident about his own capabilities and methods. He believed that he would certainly be able to control the poisonous fire, and the Covenant Alliance would be at his disposal. After all, once his cause succeeded, he would grasp the most prosperous area in the entire universe. With the tremendous resources and relics of the Star Ocean Imperium as the foundation, and with his planning abilities, he felt that absolutely nobody would be a match for him. Little did he know that the alliance of the Holy Covenant was probably deeply connected to the Pangu clan in the primeval age. In terms of heritage, they were apparently much wealthier than him. Wu Yingqi made all the correct choices, but he completely screwed up on this one. The Covenant alliance that he thought he could domesticate as a cat grew into a ravenous tiger. The Imperium was rising, but the Covenant alliance was rising at an even higher speed. Chances were that the latter was already able to swallow Wu Yingqi's lifelong enterprise that he had achieved after such arduous efforts. Lost for words. The mental devil simply glared at Liao. Liao ignored it and said calmly, Su Changfa talked so much about the ideologies on their side. I haven't come up with proper rebuttals yet. But I must point out one thing. If the Imperium of true human beings is truly as perfect as he claimed, and if it is the most advanced form of civilization for mankind where everybody's infinite potential can be triggered, why is the Covenant Alliance still alive right now? He did not even dare to tell me the real capability of the Covenant Alliance, but simply made up a lie that they were living in fear all day. Why? Was he scared that I would grow suspicious about the invincibility of the Imperium after learning the truth? What do you think, Dark Me? Bloody mist was popping up from the mental devil's head because of its fury. Grinding the teeth hard amid cracking noises, it argued, I don't care. I don't care. Anyways, the true path of immortality is the ultimate truth in the dark universe. Only the fittest should survive. You cannot expect to refute such a sacred rule. It's like the choice that you dodged a moment ago. The mental devil chose to attack instead of defending. Changing the topic, it grinned hideously. If you were the commander, what choices would you have made if you could kill 10 million people to save 10 billion? Don't say that Wu Yingqi was doing that intentionally and had planning everything in advance. You are simply shunning. Let's forget Wu Yingqi and just focus on you. If you, a righteous, unselfish man, are caught in the same dilemma, what will you choose? Can you make a different choice from Wu Yingqi's? Speak now. Do you dare answer the question? Cultivator? The mental devil jumped up and down while shouting. But Liao simply frowned. Karen was caught in the dilemma where the problem had to be resolved through a complete explosion because of Wu Yingqi's own scheme. If it were a general who was righteous, unselfish, and willing to sacrifice himself for the country, such a dilemma wouldn't have existed in the first place. The Star Ocean Republic and the Covenant Alliance had been at war for more than 10 years. If I were the commander of the Border Defense Army, and I had already grown a deep understanding about the potential threat of the Covenant Alliance, I would certainly have made the country enter the highest state of war through whatever means possible. The most elite troops, such as the Central Army, would be mobilized to the frontier. We would attack and let the fire of war burn in the territory of the Covenant Alliance, so that the enemy would be exterminated while in their cradle. If an expedition was unrealistic because the Covenant Alliance's situation was ambiguous for us, at the very least, after a general mobilization, the Star Ocean Republic, as a traditional superpower, certainly had the ability to construct the most solid defense line on the galaxy arm in the border space zones. The loyalty of the vassal worlds would be better ensured, and the central government's control over them would be higher. Also, the civilians in the borderland would be evacuated soon. As long as such actions were taken, nobody would need to face such a cruel choice. It is exactly because Wu Yingqi was selfish enough to hide part of the information from the capital, and even the fickleness of the vassal worlds might be under his manipulation, too, that everything ended up like that. "Stop smearing his great name," the mental devil shrieked. "Everything is just your speculation. You have no evidence that Blackstar the Great was behind it. What if the Star Ocean Republic's parliament was truly that short-sighted, incapable, and arrogant? What if the vassal worlds were truly idling by because it was not their problem? Assume, let me repeat, we are assuming right now, that an incapable parliament was hamstringing you, and the vassal worlds were not willing to contribute at all but gladly watching you to fight on your own. Nobody believed what you said. Nobody was willing to offer you the slightest assistance. Everybody distrusted you, misunderstood you, and framed you, until eventually you were pushed to the point where you had to choose between killing 10 million and killing 10 billion. What would you do? Even if Parliament was truly as stupid as swine and as greedy as dogs, I wouldn't have been pushed to the point either. I still had 100 ways to avoid such a dilemma. Liao sneered. I can come up with a solution in only 5 minutes to fool the Parliament around. There's no reason why Wu Yingqi couldn't with his remarkable planning abilities. Right? Ha 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 ha. The mental devil burst into laughter. Stop bragging. At that time, it was impossible for the commander of the Border Defense Army to interfere with the policies made in the capital. All in all, the Parliament would choke your throat. They did not give you enough assets and troops, and they did not believe your warning. Whatever you said to them, they thought that you were merely exaggerating to scare them. For the sake of economic development and the stability of politics, they were unwilling to conduct a general mobilization. What could you do? What could you do? I surrender, Liao said slowly after a long sigh. The mental devil was even more delighted. It declared gloatingly, "See? You have no choice but to surrender, don't you? Our Blackstar the Great was the same. He was forced to do it because he wasn't given other options." Wait, you seem to be mistaken. I'm not saying that I give up on the topic and surrender to you, Liao said unhurriedly. What I'm saying is that, as the commander of the Border Defense Army of the Star Ocean Republic, after the capital refused my requests time and time again, distrusted my judgment, and even criticized me, I would surrender to the Covenant Alliance in my fury. Ha! The mental devil was immediately dumbfounded. Of course, submission could be an extremely complicated job, especially so for an elite troop to surrender to the enemy who they had been fighting against for 10 years. The whole thing would certainly be a prolonged project. Therefore, I would have to send my trusted subordinates to get in touch with the Covenant Alliance, hinting that I would like to jump to their side with the entire Border Defense Army. Also, I would negotiate with them on the terms of surrender. Considering the contributions that I was about to make, it would be inappropriate not to give a few sectors to me, wouldn't it? The mental devil narrowed its small eyes that were rolling fast, like a mouse that had smelt the odor of rat poison. In the Border Defense Army, Liao continued, other than my trusted subordinates who were loyal to me, naturally, there would be a lot of soldiers of integrity who were loyal to the country and parliament. Therefore, when I accidentally leaked out the message that I was preparing to surrender, news would certainly be sent back to the capital faster than light and raise a riot in parliament and among the cultivators. Also, my appetite was quite huge. Not only was I going to defect with the Border Defense Army, I would also instigate the vassal worlds behind me to join the enemy's side. Haha! Once the plan was carried out, the elite Border Defense Army and the 10 or so vassal worlds of the Star Ocean Republic on this galaxy defense line would change their banner overnight. The place would be the Covenant Alliance's territory. The Covenant Alliance's capability would soar. The front line would push forward significantly. There would be a lot of excellent soldiers who were familiar with the intelligence of the heartland of the Star Ocean Republic. The vanguards would be able to stab into the internal organs of the Star Ocean Republic. Oh right, from the starships, crystal suits, and magical equipment that I brought to the Covenant Alliance, and from the heads of the excellent soldiers, it wouldn't be hard for the Covenant Alliance to retrieve the most valuable cultivation arts, techniques, and technologies, would it? The mental devil was gnashing its teeth so hard that it looked as if it would lunge at Liao at any moment. With a smile of victory, Liao said, "Do you think that, when such news got back to the capital, the big shots in Parliament would still consider the threat of the Covenant Alliance as dermatitis and choose to ignore it? Even if there were hundreds of pigs that were sitting in Parliament, they should know that it was no good, shouldn't they? The general mobilization might take a while, but at the very least, the most elite, most loyal troops would certainly reach the borderland as quickly as possible to control the situation and to construct a solid defense line, intimidating the vassal worlds into not messing around. Okay. Problem solved. Of course, the real process wouldn't be so simple. Many details had to be fixed and perfected, but that's the general idea. With my weak commanding ability, it might be impossible for me to put the plan into practice, but Wu Yingqi certainly should have realized it perfectly with his intelligence. Couldn't he? I came up with the solution after 3 minutes of thinking. It is of course childish, violent, immature, and deeply flawed. I wonder, what are your comments and suggestions? Immortal Cultivator. The mental devil was seething in fury. Pacing back and forth inside Liao's brain, it shouted angrily, "If so, you would lose your reputation and be cursed by everyone. No need to worry about that. When the Central Army had everything under control and started an investigation, they would find that the message that the commander of the Border Defense Army intended to defect was purely ungrounded. It was a setup and a shameless scheme of the Covenant Alliance. After all, after years of struggles with the Covenant Alliance, their blood covered my hands. I was probably the biggest problem for them. It's quite reasonable that they would try to frame me." The mental devil was lost for words for a long time. Then, after a long silence, it replied, "What if other people didn't believe the conclusion? Then there's nothing I could do," Liao said calmly. At the very least, the border had reinforcement of troops. The defense line was more stable. The vassal worlds would no longer act recklessly, and the capital came to understand the aggressiveness of the Covenant Alliance. I achieved all my goals. As to what would happen to me, that would be a different story. After all, that fits the profile you gave me. Have you forgotten? We are talking about a righteous, unselfish soldier. Oh, okay. You got me. The mental devil stomped on the ground hard. Scratching the messy hair, it gnashed its teeth. You've worked your way out of the problem through tricks again, but you simply do not have the courage to face my question, do you? It has nothing to do with my courage. Your question is one that doesn't need to be answered. While replying to the mental devil's tricky question, Liao was sorting through his own thoughts, too, and began to feel that his head was clearer. Choosing between killing 10 million and killing 10 billion is a question like, which one will you save when your wife and your mom both fall into the river? Which rail should the trolley run on when there are kids on both rails? Or you are forced by your kidnapper to kill one of the 2 kids who are kidnapped together with you. Such questions are not real questions but venomous traps. For anybody whose head is normal, it is unnecessary to step into them. I can answer your malicious traps with a no comment. However, seeing that you are utterly unconvinced, let me give you a straight answer as a cultivator. As a cultivator, under any circumstances, for whatever purpose, I will not kill anyone innocent. 1 or 10 million, I will kill none of them. I will not press the button to detonate Karen. I will not even allow such a button to exist. This is my choice. Are you satisfied? The mental devil, thinking that Liao's weakness had finally been grasped, jumped to its feet in excitement. After a snap of fingers, it shouted, "Aha! So, you will be killing 10 billion ordinary people." Su Changfa might have been exaggerating. It remains unknown whether or not the invasion of the Covenant Alliance would have caused the death of 10 billion people. Liao calmly replied, "But even if 10 billion innocent people died in the war, I was not the one who killed them. I would not carry such a moral burden on my back. If a firefighter rescued 10 people who were trapped in a building that was on fire with his best during a mission, but 100 more who were trapped were killed in the fire, would the firefighter be blamed for the death of the 100 victims? If a policeman protected 10 innocent citizens while stopping bandits, but the bandits' fierce firepower caused the death of another 100 innocent citizens, would they have been killed by the policeman? This is pure sophistry, the mental devil countered. Killing 10 million and killing 10 billion are in a chain of causality. It's black and white. It is because of your petty kindness and your hypocrisy that you are unwilling to shoulder the blame of killing 10 billion. That's why the 10 billion people were killed. It's entirely different from the example you put forward. How are they not different? Liao asked back coldly. For example, if a policeman sees a fully armed criminal who has already raised his gun, he has no time to activate his own gun, and he does not have a second solution except to pick up an innocent little girl and throw her toward the criminal's gun so that he will have time to tame the criminal. But because he doesn't do that, because he doesn't toss the innocent little girl over, will the policeman be to blame for everybody that the criminal kills? If you think that I'm merely arguing irrationally, how about the next example? Some fanatic zealots have captured 100 innocent elementary school students as hostages. They demand the authorities to hand over one, yes, only one, adult who has sullied their religion. If the authorities do not hand over the adult, they will kill the 100 innocent children. But in the end, if the authorities insist on not handing over the adult, and the fanatic zealots do kill the children, are the children's deaths the authorities' fault? The choice between the life of an adult and the lives of 100 children are in a chain of causality anyway, right? If the adult dies, the children will be spared. If the adult doesn't, the children will certainly be killed. This is what you call black and white, right? Then, just because of that, the authorities who are unwilling to concede are murderers, are they? Damn you! What kind of bullshit logic is that? What kills the victims are the fire, the criminal, and the fanatic zealots, not the firefighter, the policeman, and the authorities. Therefore, even if I didn't choose to detonate Karen, I was simply making a choice that any firefighter, policeman, and government with a normally functioning head would make. If the defense line collapsed later and 10 billion people or even more were killed, it would be the invaders from the Covenant Alliance that killed them, not me who had been trying to resist the enemy with all I could. If I were truly in Wuying Chi's place, no matter how harsh the environment I was in was, I would not cross the line. I would fight like a real cultivator. If I failed, I would retreat, regroup, and continue fighting. If countless ordinary people were killed in the war during the process, I would blame the Covenant Alliance for all the casualties and settle the scores with 100 times more interest later. If I couldn't achieve that, the only reason would be that I was killed in battle on my way. I believe that, other than the immortal cultivators with ill intentions and the few people who were bewildered by them, anybody who had basic intelligence and thinking abilities would know who was to blame for the disaster and who the real murderer was. The mental devil sneered while scratching its face. Taking a long breath, Liao declared resolutely, "There's no need to cover your fear with a cold smile. Do you know the biggest problem of your so-called choice? The biggest problem is that lives are immeasurable and invaluable. For something that is already infinitely great, the result will be the same even if you multiply it by 1,000. The lives of two people combined are not necessarily more important than the life of one person. The life of a big shot who is smart, handsome, and born in a rich family is not more valuable than the life of a little guy who is born in a poor family living a mundane life. The 8.2 million innocent victims on Karen were as valuable as the 10 billion civilians in the rear. If you deny that, today you can sacrifice 8.2 million people for 10 billion. Tomorrow you can sacrifice 10 billion for 100 billion. The day after tomorrow you can sacrifice another 100 billion for 100 billion plus one. After all, the latter are always a bit more valuable than the former. As a result, the foundation of society will be gone. Eventually, far more people than 8.2 million or even 10 billion will be killed. Stop your alarmism there, the mental devil sneered. Your jibber-jabber is just your ungrounded presumption. I don't believe any of it. You don't. Liao put on a cold smile, too. I'm disappointed. I'm truly disappointed. You are my clone anyway. Our intelligence should be similar despite our different stances. Shouldn't it? Why is your wisdom declining so fast? It is also a landslide. Can't you even see through Su Changfa's fancy talk? Is it possible that one will become dumber when one becomes an immortal cultivator? Having such an idiotic clone like you, I feel sorry for myself. What did you say? The mental devil burst into fury and climbed to the top of Oyezi's memory tree like a monkey, raging and roaring. Let's get everything through. What fancy talks have I not seen through? You are not going to get away with it if you don't explain it to me. It's simple, Liao said calmly. Su Changfa said that by detonating Karen and sacrificing 8.2 million people, Wu Yingqi rescued 10 billion people, which sounds like a fair deal, doesn't it? The mental devil nodded its head hard. It is doubtlessly a fair deal. Then, did he tell us how many victims were killed in the war that the Imperium of true human beings waged against the Covenant Alliance and the legal government of the Star Ocean Republic? It was a super civil war that 100 sectors were involved in. The death of hundreds of billions of people should have been unavoidable, right? But how exactly did the civil war break out? How did the Covenant Alliance break into the country? Because Wu Yingqi's coup seriously tore apart the stability in the Star Ocean Republic and led to the conflict of the Cultivators and the immortal Cultivators. How did the coup work out? If we get to the bottom of it, it had a lot to do with the explosion on Karen, too. So, can we say that, by detonating Karen, Wu Yingqi sacrificed 8.2 million civilians for 10 billion people, only to cause the death of hundreds of billions more eventually? About that, you understand it too, don't you? This is a messy ledger that you can never get a clear result after calculation because lives shouldn't be calculated in the first place. As a cultivator, as long as I abide by my belief and do my best, I will not feel regretful whatever the final ending is. How about it, immortal cultivator? Are you satisfied about my straight answer? The mental devil crouched on a twig, and its eyes shook for a long time. Suddenly, it chuckled and said, "Forget it. You have successfully tricked me again. I shouldn't have debated with you in the first place. Theoretically, you may be right. Lives should be invaluable and shouldn't be compared or measured. But that's only theoretical. However you put it, in the real world, lives do have a price. Some lives are more expensive than others. Lives can be, and often are, compared and measured. Hehe. The lives of two are indeed not necessarily more valuable than the life of one. But the lives of the big shots and the young masters of noble families are definitely more valuable than a poor boy from a humble family. Every life has its price, except that some prices are higher, and some are lower. It is certainly the case in the Imperium of true human beings, but what about your most beloved Star Glory Federation? What a free, democratic, and equal place. You have a parliament, you have elections, you have the constitution of cultivators, you have the core belief to protect the ordinary people, you have the cultivators who are willing to be the sabers of mankind. What a fucking heaven on earth. But is it otherwise here? For you, who was born and raised in the magical equipment graveyard and have struggled to survive and grow up through all kinds of trouble only because of luck as a scavenger. Do I need to pick a few examples from your memories and throw them at your face? You are fortunate enough to be a nascent soul stage cultivator right now. As a high and mighty big shot, you have the privilege to chat with the Speaker of the Federation casually on equal terms. Of course, it is easy for you to spout theoretical crap like that. If you hadn't had your fortuitous encounters, if you were still the scavenger who struggled to make a living in the magical equipment graveyard, could you still make such proud declarations faced with the cruel, brutal reality? Would you still have absolutely no doubt about the cultivator's ideology? No. You would certainly have turned into an immortal cultivator. You and I are both clear that it is not a vicious assumption but the truth. I am the amalgamation of the negative emotions, dark memories, and cold realities deep inside your soul in the first place. I am a half Liao. My choice is part of your choice. Admit it. Part of you has realized the cruelty of the real world and become an immortal cultivator. The words hit Liao's critical spot precisely. Liao was silent. The mental devil burst into laughter after its counterattack. That is the problem of all you cultivators. You do not have the courage to face reality at all. Everything that you've been talking about however touching and perfect it sounds, is just an ungrounded theory. The immortal cultivators are the real warriors who are brave enough to face the miseries of the real world. You are wrong. Liao was surrounded by invisible flames. Streams of golden brilliance emanated from deep inside his brain and glowed like sunlight piercing through the clouds. An impenetrable golden fortress was rising slowly inside his brain. One word after another, he said softly. The cultivators have never been too cowardly to face reality. Of course, we know clearly how dark, cruel, and heavy reality is. But we will never be slaves to reality under the heavy burden like the timid and unprincipled immortal cultivators are. No matter how dark, cruel, and heavy reality is, we will transform it bit by bit with our belief according to our ideals. As long as everybody works together, an ideal can become reality. The mental devil grimaced and sneered nonstop. Let's just wait and see. One day, when the Imperium of true human beings truly arrives, I will definitely be able to prove the uprightness of the immortal cultivators. There's no need to wait for them to arrive, Liao declared confidently, waving his fists. After the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings is dealt with, I will try to observe the territory of the Imperium of true human beings in person and see if the true human beings and the hominoids living in the place are exactly as Xianxia made out. I believe that the Imperium of true human beings is definitely not as impeccable as his propaganda claimed. There must be fatal drawbacks. The mental devil simply turned around and clung to the memory tree, pretending to be sleeping. After sorting through his thoughts, Liao had no interest in dealing with it any longer. His consciousness floated to the shallow layer of his brain as he refocused his attention on the grand illusionary land. After studying carefully for a moment, Liao discovered that the grand illusionary land that was designed for brainwashing did not simply boast a storytelling function. There was also an immersive experience mode from the main perspective for many scenes. Shua. After entering the mode, Liao felt that he was experiencing the destruction of the cultivators and the rise of the immortal cultivators from the angle of different individuals. He seemed to have become a cultivator of the curly dragon civilization. At the age of doom, when crystals had run dry, he walked slowly past a launch field that had become overgrown with weeds. He touched the rust on the launching racks and looked at the night sky where the stars were glittering. Yet there was nothing more that he could do. Then, he became a cultivator of the medicine fork civilization. In the chaotic world after the pestilence broke out, he fought with the infected patients who had ulcers all over their bodies. Eventually, he contracted a fatal virus himself and died a miserable, hideous death. Next, he became Wuxia at the last moment of the martial meritocrat civilization. His veins and bones were all locked up, and he was thrown into a crater. The feeling of his internal organs being burnt by the magma was cutting his nerve endings as precisely as a scalpel. Later, as Wuxia, he passed through multiple scenes, including the travel in the universe, the arrival at the Star Ocean Republic, the battles with the Covenant Alliance on the front lines, the court in the capital where he was despised by everyone, and eventually the punishment field. Every scene felt like a real memory, and his real emotions were being triggered. Before he knew it, he seemed to be melding with Wuxia into one. When he was captured, taken to the punishment field, and took the barrage of curses and shouting, the feeling of being betrayed by the entire world seemed to have overlapped with the scene where he was thrown into the crater a moment ago. He could not have felt more depressed, infuriated, and hateful. Then, the army loyal to him appeared out of nowhere, and the dark emotions that had been compressed to the minimum were instantly unleashed. He was heaved by thousands of hands onto the immortal throne to reign over the sea of stars. Concession, devastation, counterattack, revenge. Boundless pleasure was crushing his nerves and his brain like a hurricane. In a trance, his facial expressions were changing non-stop unpredictably, as if he had truly been bewildered. In the war base not far away from the brainwashing room, the three immortal cultivators were monitoring Liao's every action on the light beam, including the slightest changes of his biological data. On the light beam with a super high resolution, the subtlest change of expression on Liao's face was recorded dutifully. As for his biological data, they were divided into more than 100 indexes including heartbeat, pulse, brainwaves, hormones, and so on. Everything was precisely under their control. The curve of his brainwaves deviates less than 5% from the standard curve. He has completely been fascinated by our tutorial, Xianxia said with a smile. He is now dwelling in the worlds and viewing everything from the perspective of the immortal cultivators. He is also unleashing his feelings without restraint. That's for sure. Nobody can withstand the bombardment of truth, not to mention a guy who has long realized the meaning of survival of the fittest. Xianxia announced confidently. Another lost cultivator has been rescued and transformed into an immortal cultivator. Considering that we are seriously short of hands right now, an increase from 3 to 4 is quite good news. The odds of a successful exploration in the underground relic are much higher. Is your gear done testing? Xianxia and Ruhua both nodded. Then let's go to welcome our new fellow cultivator now. Very soon, when Liao walked out of the brainwashing room, his head dizzy and his face flushed, he saw Xianxia, Xianxia, and Ruhua looking at him with sincere smiles. Master Su, I have a question. Liao licked his dry lips, his bloodshot eyes glittering, before he asked impatiently, "What do I need to do to be a citizen of the Imperium of true human beings? I mean, a citizen like you who enjoys the corresponding rights in the Imperium." Xianxia coughed and said, "To be a real citizen of the Imperium, there is only one condition, which is that you must break your limits and awaken your spiritual root. Fellow cultivator Li, you have obviously met the condition. Not only is your spiritual root awakened, you are also an expert in the core formation stage. For such an expert like you, fellow cultivator Li, who has advanced into the core formation stage determinately in a harsh environment with barely any resources at the edge of the cosmos, you meet every requirement in the Overseas High-Level Talent Introduction Act of the Imperium. The procedures of your application can be greatly shortened. As for exactly how it should be done, right? Fellow cultivator Li, please follow us to the outside for the ceremony." Ceremony? A big question mark popped up in Liao's heart again. He walked out of the war base behind the 3 immortal cultivators dutifully. Surrounded by hundreds of grand illusionary soldiers, they arrived at an empty area nearby that was not too spacious. For grand illusionary soldiers carried a heavy metal box to the center of the empty ground. For drills extended out of the box and dug deep into the ground. After a soft mechanical rubbing sound, the metal box was unfolded into a simple flag-raising platform. An enormous flag rose from the bottom of the flag-raising platform slowly and flapped in the breeze. The background color of the flag was as crimson as blood. At the center of the flag were 3 sharp stripes that looked like a cross between sabers and lightning. In a circle, they constituted a triple-edged star, giving a strong sense of aggressiveness and dominance. This is the national flag of the Imperium of true human beings, the triple star lightning flag. The deep red background color represents the fact that the advancement of the civilization of mankind requires the irrigation of the hot blood of those who are sacrificed. The 3 black lightning bolts represent solidarity, devotion, and evolution. They are the 3 indispensable pillars of the country. Xianxia proudly explained the flag to Liao. "Raise the flag and play the national anthem," Ruhua declared solemnly. A magnificent march, which sounded like the barrage of the main guns of a starship, immediately echoed from the fully automatic flag-raising platform. The triple stars lighting's flag moved higher and higher, fluttering in the wind. All 3 immortal cultivators raised their right arms high and clenched their fists, roaring together with the dull, domineering, and depressing drumming. This was the first time that Liao had heard the national anthem of the Imperium of true human beings. Different from the Star Glory Federation's national anthem, which was bright and soul-stirring, the national anthem of the Imperium was dragged 4 to 5 registers down as a whole. The heavy drumming was bashing his heart like a storm, making him feel that his heart was about to explode. Liao breathed hard and finally managed to control his crazy heartbeat. The triple star lightning flag had already reached the top, and the 3 immortal cultivators were singing the last verse of the song. "Let's conquer, immortal cultivators. Conquer the ghosts and the evils. Let's reign, true human beings. Reign the dark and cold universe. As our warships swoop past the surging tides, the glory of the Imperium will shine forever. Although the song had ended, the three immortal cultivators were still reveling in the glory of the Imperium with their eyes half closed, unable to free themselves. Liao felt sweat all over his back, as if he had been bombarded by the main guns of the starship multiple times. All right, fellow cultivator Li. Narrowing his eyes, Su Changfa observed the triple star lightning flag, which was flapping in midair, and clapped his hands in great satisfaction. The ceremony of flag rising has been completed. Right now, the mysterious planet is now the territory of the Imperium of true human beings. Well, Liao blinked. Uncle, isn't it a bit too arrogant? Just stab a flag to the ground, and the land is now your territory? This place has been abandoned for more than 100,000 years. Of course, whoever arrives first can claim it, Su Changfa said matter-of-factly. Whoever finds new worlds, new space zones, and new planets is entitled to the ownership of their findings. This is the common practice in the universe. Liao thought for a moment and said, in other words, the force behind whoever finds the planet first owns the place, right? Su Changfa nodded. Of course. Is there a problem? No, not at all. I feel that this is a very excellent system. Reasonable and logical. Good. Su Changfa smiled. Now, since this place is the territory of the Imperium of true human beings, we will be allowed to begin our work. You may not know this, fellow cultivator Li, but in order for the fire of the Imperium of true human beings to illuminate as many worlds in the sea of stars as possible, the explorers from the Imperium like us have all been given special authorizations. Our starship is a multipurpose base. It is the floating territory of the Imperium of true human beings with multiple functions. It is a military camp, a court of law, a police station, an arbitration tribunal, a tax bureau, a school, a culture center, and most importantly of all, an immigration office. Explorers such as us have all been authorized as the special staff of said agencies of the Imperium. Su Changfa took out a small badge from his cosmos ring and clipped it onto his chest. He tapped it softly. Mystic rays shot out and soon interweaved into a pattern in which many eagles were flying back to their nest. This is the badge of the Imperial Immigration Office. Right now, I am a Level 2 immigration officer of the Immigration Office of the Imperium of True Human Beings. Su Changfa coughed and cleared his throat. According to the immigration law and the Overseas High-Level Talent Introduction Act, considering the level of our war base and fellow cultivator Li's cultivation in the core formation stage, I am now allowed to grant fellow cultivator Li the green card of the Imperium of True Human Beings with the highest permission. While talking, Su Changfa took out a new badge from his cosmos ring and gave it to Liao with both hands as if it was something serious. Liao accepted and observed the badge. It was carved out of a certain type of jade that was purely green and surrounded by flowing, vigorous spiritual energy. At the center of the badge were 3 golden, glittering patterns, just like the pattern on the triple star lightning flag. There was a saber and a sword on the left and the right respectively, both entangled by olive branches. Green card. Liao touched the surface of the badge and could not help but have an absurd feeling. Yes, the so-called green card represents the right of permanent residency in the Imperium of true human beings. For foreigners beyond the territory of the Imperium, this is an unusual privilege. Su Changfa scratched his beard and explained, every green card must be issued extremely prudently. I only took advantage of a loophole in the policies and considered fellow cultivator Li a native of the planet. Then, when the planet became the territory of the Imperium as a native, you were granted permanent residency and turned into a subject of the Imperium automatically. However, a subject is still different from a citizen. Only citizens are the owners of the Imperium who have political rights to decide the direction to march forward for the civilization of mankind. They are also entitled to the ever-evolving, magnificent cultivation arts, techniques, marrow crystals, magical equipment, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and all other resources in advance. Liao thought of something and asked, how can a subject become a citizen? Citizenship represents the ultimate glory and heavy responsibility. It cannot be granted easily. Even the immortal cultivators born and raised within the homeland of the Imperium are not immediately given the citizenship when our spiritual roots are awakened. We have to strive for the Imperium and the civilization of mankind as everybody else does. Only after we make great contributions and after we prove that we are healthy, wise, and calm enough to be qualified for political participation will we be granted citizenship. Xianxia was quite proud of the citizen system of the Imperium of true human beings. The other two immortal cultivators were also glowing in delight, too. In the Imperium, all citizens are classified into 20 levels, not according to their bloodline or their wealth, but according to their personal capabilities, cultivation, and contributions. All citizens have the right to vote and decide on important issues. However, the higher your cultivation is and the more contributions you make to the country, the louder your voice will be in the decision-making process. One vote of a high-level citizen might carry more weight than 100 votes of the low-level citizens. The sacred and supreme emperor is at the peak of the citizen system. He also proves his legitimacy to rule over the universe with his strength, wisdom, and courage. In fact, since the era of Blackstar the Great, instead of titles such as His Majesty, our leaders for generations preferred to be respected as First Citizen. His Majesty is based on a bloodline, while the First Citizen is purely based on their own capabilities. Liao was dumbfounded. So, as long as somebody else is stronger than the Wuxia family, the royal family of the Imperium, they can replace the incumbent ruler at any time? Theoretically, yes. Xianxia grinned hideously. Whoever isn't scared of death is free to taste the heavy punches of the emperor any time. Liao clicked his tongue. Why is there such a system? Even if such a system did not exist, would schemers not rise up in times of turmoil when the emperor's power declined? Xianxia said with a cold smile. Liao failed to come up with a reply. All in all, strength matters most in this world. The Imperium does not believe in the divine right. Under the guidance of Blackstar the Great, our royal family trains harder than anybody else, and the competition within the family most cruelest of all. Only by making greater contributions and sacrifices to the Imperium and the civilization of mankind can the honor of the first citizen be preserved forever. We are a new Imperium in the Sea of Stars. We are totally different from the traditional, corruptive-in-nature empires. Pausing for a moment, Xianxia pointed at the green card in Liao's hands and said, "The citizen system of the Imperium is fair, open, and just. Any contribution you make to the civilization of mankind will be transformed into contribution points, which you can redeem for the techniques and the magical equipment that you want in order to earn more contribution points. When your stock of contribution points is large enough, you will be able to redeem them for citizenship of the Imperium and climb up the ladder level by level. According to their cultivation, everybody will be given a certain number of initial contribution points. You will gain additional contribution points for your every advancement later, including the improvement of a minor level, or even a new technique that you have grasped. Also, during the calculation of contribution points, different levels have a weighting coefficient that must be timed. There's a set of complicated and precise algorithms. I'll save the trouble of explaining the tedious calculation process to you. All in all, the higher your cultivation is, the faster you will be able to accumulate contribution points. For those in the core formation stage, such as you, fellow cultivator Li, you will be earning contribution points much faster than those in the refinement stage and the building foundation stage." Liao nodded in approval in his heart. Such a contribution point system was indeed useful to motivate everybody to serve the Imperium. Even a foreign cultivator not from the Imperium of true human beings, such as himself, was somewhat attracted. Specifically speaking, how can I earn the contribution points? Liao pretended to be impatient. Hehe. You must be concerned that you cannot become a citizen of the Imperium, right, fellow cultivator Li? Xianxia said with a smile. Don't worry. The greatest accomplishment is right in front of us. And you can catch it simply by extending your hand. Any discoveries that you make in the primeval battlefield when you are exploring it with us will be exchanged for tremendous contribution points. Then, Fellow cultivator Li, you can bring us all to the flying star sector. Our operations all depend on you from now on. If everything goes smoothly, I'm sure that you will soar into the sky as a new noble in the Imperium. His muscles twitching on his face, Liao gradually put on a greedy smile. He understood what Su Changfa meant. As long as he helped the Imperium to swallow the flying star sector, the contribution points would of course be astronomical. Look! Su Changfa was scared that he was not entirely relieved yet. He tapped Liao's green card and triggered a 3D operation menu, on which his name, cultivation, fingerprints, voice print, and brainwave information were listed. Together, they constituted a unique identification code. Don't underestimate the tiny green card. It was actually crafted by the most magnificent refiners of the Imperium carefully, with dozens of soul stamps of the top experts of the Imperium. Every green card is uncopyable, unchangeable, and indestructible. Right now, your identification code has been affixed to it. It is all yours now. You shouldn't have any worries now, right? Liao blinked and pretended that he was confused. Worries about what? At the beginning, were you worried that we would kill you to keep your mouth shut after the job was done, fellow cultivator Li? But right now, with the identification code on the green card, you have proved yourself to be a subject of the Imperium. So, we will no longer be able to kill you without a good reason, Su Changfa explained. The information on every green card will be sent back to the Imperium for vetting later. If it is found out that we have slain a subject of the Imperium in the core formation stage, we will certainly be punished. Huh? Liao blinked and asked in confused. Isn't survival of the fittest accentuated in the Imperium? Can't you kill anybody when needed? Blackstar the Great drafted the Magna Carta, in which he explained the concept of survival of the fittest in great detail. I'm not saying that you cannot kill somebody else. It all depends on the specific conditions. Take the mission to explore the relic, for example. If we ask a foolish boy to scout for us and kill him after the treasure is found, we will indeed be able to get everything without sharing it with him. However, the price is that our credit will be lost, and the reputation of the Imperium will be sullied. As time goes on, nobody will dare cooperate with the Imperium anymore, right? Trading long-term interests for short-term interests, more importantly, trading the overall credit of the Imperium for personal gains, is, of course, behavior that is absolutely intolerable. There are too many ancient relics in the vast sea of stars. If one is greedy enough to swallow all the benefits this time, the credit and the reputation of the Imperium will be ruined, to the point that nobody else will ever trust the Imperium. So, such criminals truly deserve the death penalty. Therefore, in the Imperium of true human beings, there are laws on the exploration of ancient relics to protect the rights of the foolish boys. Liao was almost convinced. Su Changfa burst into laughter and patted his shoulder warmly. Fellow cultivator Li, as I said to you earlier, we stand for justice and truth, and we are nothing like the evil beings out there. Greatly moved, Liao nodded quickly, but in his heart, he simply sneered. The guy was talking so fancily, but was it not really because they had discovered more value in him and therefore decided to go easy on him for now? In the beginning, when he pretended to be in a coma, they had even been discussing whether or not to slice him up for research. Moreover, Su Changfa mentioned to the other two immortal cultivators that the Black Wind Fleet, which was marching toward the Flying Star sector aggressively, would very likely kill them all and claim their discoveries. Was that not contradictory to the contribution system that Su Changfa had explained? Perhaps, when Blackstar the Great founded the Imperium of True Human Beings, he indeed established a just, fair, and efficient system, which was as perfect as Su Changfa described. However, after 1,000 years, even the most solid system had gradually become corrupted and riddled with holes. The interest groups such as the Black Wind Fleet, which was tough and relentless, were still able to negotiate with the Emperor and even wrestle with him, ignoring the system. The situation was so severe that, when Su Changfa and the other two immortal cultivators discovered such a piece of fat meat, they did not dare establish a space gate to summon the Black Wind Fleet. Liao figured out everything in his heart, but he pretended that his face was burning with passion. Waving his fists, he shouted, What are we waiting for? Let's set off now and explore the relic. Su Changfa did not reply but simply coughed. Ko Ruhua, the tall, bald, muscular guy, stepped forward and said briefly, "Fellow Cultivator Li, as the chief of arms of the exploration team, I am responsible for deciding the gear and the tactics in the exploration and the battles later. Do you have any objections?" Liao quickly shook his head. Of course, he did not have any objections. In fact, he was quite curious about how advanced the magical equipment of the Imperium of True Human Beings really was. Ko Ruhua tapped on his wrist crystal processor for a moment. Soon, for spiritual puppets dragged an enormous crystal suit. With the sound of air being spurting out, the crystal suitcase blossomed like a lotus flower, revealing a shining, magnificent Rockman. Liao's face suddenly turned extremely weird. That pile of garbage was his, was it not? It had only been repaired and repainted with a golden, cheesy-looking lacquer. We have studied your crystal suit carefully and discovered that the crystal suit technology of the Flying Star sector is still in a highly underdeveloped phase, Ko Ruhua said solemnly. Since you are used to such underdeveloped crystal suits, even if we gave you the most advanced crystal suit of the Imperium right now, it would be impossible for you to operate it proficiently anytime soon. If your integration is not good enough, the crystal suit may prove to be a burden instead of an aid. Liao scratched his nose. He seemed to be a victim of his own scheme now. The Rockman was an ancient crystal suit invented hundreds of years ago in the first place. In the Flying Star sector, it was only used as a civil engineering suit. He had chosen the Rockman as his crystal suit in order to make the immortal cultivators misjudge the overall capability of the Flying Star sector. However, it did not mean that he was incapable of manipulating the more advanced crystal suits. Had he seen that coming, he would have equipped himself with a more advanced battle crystal suit, at least on par with the MP Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. Chances were that he would have been able to fool a better crystal suit out of the immortal cultivators. In order to begin our exploration as quickly as possible, we decided to repair your crystal suit and perform a full upgrade with super alloy materials. Also, we have installed some critical magical equipment units, which should have increased the combat ability of the crystal suit to the maximum that you can take advantage of. Ko Ruhua seemed like a battle maniac. He was taciturn most of the time, but when it came to battle-related topics, his eyes were glowing, and he almost could not stop talking. Pointing at the weird unit on the back of the Rockman that was full of holes, he explained, "Of them, the most important one is the superstring shield generator, which can construct an extremely tensile membrane of light on the surface of your crystal suit. The shape and range of the shield can be controlled by your telepathic thoughts. Its efficiency is 5 times higher than that of the spiritual shield you activate with your underdeveloped technologies." Superstring shield. Liao's heart was pounding again. The hot blood of a refiner was surging inside his body. He had observed the crystal suits of the immortal cultivators carefully before. They were not much more advanced than the top crystal suits to his knowledge. The gap was visible. The super, limited edition crystal suits, such as his own Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, might have comprehensive specifications that were even higher than the crystal suits of the immortal cultivators. However, the spiritual energy technology of the Imperium of True Human Beings was apparently much more advanced than the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector combined. It was 100 to 200 years ahead of theirs. If he could learn such technology, Liao's eyes immediately became bloodshot with greed. Looking at the bald, brawny, bearded man Ko Ruhua, he began drooling. Never would Ko Ruhua have dreamt that he was considered by a bumpkin from nowhere to be a target of hunting. He explained patiently, "Are you aware of string theory?" String theory? Liao scratched his head. He was better at the realistic operations and could not say that he knew much about the mysterious cutting-edge theories. "I've noticed that the technology of your spiritual shield is still restrained to the fields of the classic fundamental particles," Ko Ruhua said. "Your spiritual shields are generated by the mystic rays triggered with spiritual energy, but you don't have any research or utilization on the photons that constitute the mystic rays. Such a fundamental mechanism decides the low efficiency of your spiritual shields. Too much spiritual energy is consumed, and it is difficult to control the spiritual shield while it is in shape. Also, tremendous photons are dispersing from the spiritual shield every second, making you unable to hide yourself from the scanning of the enemy. All in all, in terms of spiritual energy consumption, manipulability, stealth, and various other aspects, the technology is quite underdeveloped. Yours can be called the first-generation spiritual shields at best. Liao coughed, blushing. Is the Imperium's spiritual shield technology any different? Of course it is, Ko Ruhua declared proudly. The Imperium has long surpassed the classic theories of fundamental particles and is marching on the ultimate path of the string theory. We believe that the fundamental particles that make up all the objects in the universe, including electrons, photons, neutrinos, and so on, are not the most basic unit in nature. The fundamental particles can still be explored and divided. If you continue dividing the fundamental particles, you will be able to get extremely tiny strings. Such strings are existences between energy and materials. Their incessant vibrations at certain frequencies raise ripples known as membranes. When the ripples overlap, they make up the fundamental particles, and the fundamental particles form all objects in the universe. So to speak, our understanding of the universe is one level deeper than yours. You have only perceived the level of the fundamental particles, whereas we are already in the string level. Liao's mind was greatly stirred. String theory was only just beginning to be explored in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector. It was merely a hypothesis. He did not know that it was already a noteworthy science in the Imperium of true human beings and even applied to real battles. Our spiritual shield technology allows a special force field around the crystal suit where the photons will be crashing at a high speed, Ko Ruhua declared proudly. During the collisions, there are certain odds that the photons will enter the superstring state, which will completely alter the structure and the nature of the spiritual shield. The superstring shield that adopts such technology is the second-generation spiritual shield. It is so vastly different from the first-generation spiritual shield that they are essentially two different things. Of course, our understanding of string theory is still in the preliminary phase, too. No more than 0.01% photons will enter the superstring state during the collisions, and their superstring state lasts less than 0.01 seconds before they collapse. Still, they are enough to make our superstring shields 20 times better than your shields of mystic rays. Liao secretly chuckled. This Ko Ruhua was too honest to keep the shortcomings of his technology to himself. If it were Su Changfa, he certainly would have bragged about the technology and described it as the best in the universe. It appeared that Ko Ruhua was a serious technology enthusiast. As long as technology was involved, he would not tolerate any falsehood or embellishment. To some extent, Liao was such a type of person, too. When it came to magical equipment and refining, he disliked exaggeration. Su Changfa coughed and smiled. What our and your? We now all belong to the Imperium, right? We are all on the same side. Ko Ruhua slapped his bald head. He then pointed at two small cannons on the shoulders of the Rockman and said, "Other than the shield, I have installed two erratic light cannons, which are the products of the same technology. The efficiency of such cannons is 5 times higher than that of regular cannons. Every cannonball is covered in a controllable membrane whose shape can be changed freely. Fellow Cultivator Li, are you satisfied with my upgrades?" "Yes, of course. More than satisfied." Drooling, Liao rubbed his hands, his eyes glittering. "Is there any stronger magical equipment? Won't it be better if I have more weapons?" "There is, but I'm sorry to tell you that," Ko Ruhua said solemnly. "Fellow Cultivator Li, you already have an overdraft in your contribution points." Liao was dumbfounded. "Ha!" Ko Ruhua tapped the light beam and sent a message over. "Now that you are satisfied with my upgrade, this is the bill. Please leave your spiritual stamp and sign your name as confirmation. The bill includes the maintenance cost of the crystal suit, the cost of the super alloy materials, the prices of the superstring shield generator and the 2 cannons, and my personal wages and maintenance fees. All have been listed clearly. The charges are all within the price range as dictated by the authorities of the Imperium. Later, If you have the chance to go to the Imperium, you can verify it yourself. Liao. Fellow cultivator Li, you are in the core formation stage and have joined the Imperium through the Oversee High-Level Talents Introduction Act, Ruhua said. So, you have your own initial contribution points. Also, as a native of the planet, you can be considered a local expert of the original planet. 2. For such local experts to integrate into the Imperium as soon as possible, the Imperium gives you a welcome package of contribution points as a special privilege when you become a subject of the Imperium. All magical equipment that involves string theory is marvelous and costly even in the Imperium. Taking all your contributions into account, you can only redeem them for the modified Rockman. With the new plugins, not only have your contribution points been drained, you are now even in debt. We cannot offer you any more weapons for now. The detailed data is all on the bill. This is not a forced deal. All the magical equipment is necessary for the overall safety of the team after my thorough evaluation of the operation as a professional. As the Chief of Arms, for the interests of the team, it is my right and responsibility to choose the most appropriate magical equipment for the team. This is a matter of life and death that cannot tolerate any negligence. Fellow cultivator Li, you must not be a penny pincher. Liao was dazed for a long time before he stammered. I wasn't worried about the money. It's just that I didn't know that I would have to pay for the gear. Tang Xianxia stepped forward and said with a smile, if you were our slave, you wouldn't need to pay for your gears. However, as a result, you would not have a share of our findings after the exploration either. Or, if we had malicious plans to kill you after the job is done, we would certainly not charge you and would provide the equipment for you promptly. But right now, fellow cultivator Li, you are a companion who is equal to us. When the job is done, everything will have benefits, and we are not going to swallow yours. So, should we pay for your gear? Liao scratched his hair. It did sound quite fair. Such respect for rules inevitably gave the feeling that the Imperium was a country where law mattered. Together with the procedures of flag raising, anthem playing, and the granting of the green card, they contributed to the sense of ceremony that was solemn, grave, and just. For a cultivator living in a desolate area at the edge of the universe who was not backed by a strong civilization, they probably would have been fascinated by the Imperium and earnestly pledged their loyalty. Shua. Liao put on the Rockman. After the maintenance and the upgrade through the advanced technologies of the Imperium of true human beings, the engineering crystal suit had been fully reborn. Although the operation system was identical to the past, Liao discovered that all the specifications had soared during the self-check. It had now been upgraded into a battle suit from an engineering suit. Also, 3 groups of buttons had been added to the operation menu that was projected to his retina, which were responsible for the superstring shield, the erratic light cannon, and a control interface for the spiritual puppets. Through the control interface, Liao was able to extend his telepathic thoughts to manipulate part of the spiritual puppets. After he was connected to Su Changfa, Ruhua, and Tang Xianxia's local area network, Liao familiarized himself with the fundamental operations of the superstring shield and the erratic light cannon with their help. Ruhua had poured a lot of tutelage telepathic thoughts into the mainframe crystal processor of the Rockman so that Liao could get the hang of it more quickly through the half-step grand illusionary land. After he was familiarized with the superstring shield and the shoulder cannons, Ruhua allocated 10 spiritual puppets to him. Considering that it was his first time, the spiritual puppets were all set to an automatic defense mode and did not require manual maneuvering. Their main responsibility was to protect him. After examining the list of spiritual puppets, Liao noticed that the immortal cultivators had indeed spared no expense for the exploration into Kunlun. They had mobilized more than 800 spiritual puppets to go to the underground with them. Liao was more than glad to see that. After all, the fewer spiritual puppets left in the warbase, the easier it would be for the Fire Ant King and Professor Emotian to attack. Chances were that Professor Emotian could even find an opportunity to hack the mainframe crystal processor of the warbase. In that case, the faces of the 3 immortal cultivators would definitely be indescribable after they returned from the underground with full loads. He did find one thing odd, though. Why don't we simply send the spiritual puppets for the exploration mission instead of placing ourselves in danger? The spiritual and electromagnetic interference beneath the primeval battlefield are too strong, Ruhua explained. We sent a squad of spiritual puppets down there for investigation earlier, but they lost contact with the base after marching around 10 kilometers. It is estimated that a certain anti-invasion rune array that can block telepathic thoughts has been installed somewhere in the primeval battlefield and is still functioning to some extent after hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, we must go down in person and control the spiritual puppets at a short distance through our brainwaves that are magnified through the control unit in the crystal suit. It explains a lot. Liao nodded and, thinking for a moment, asked again. We have 800 spiritual puppets. Aren't they too many for us to control? It doesn't matter. Ruhua smiled. The spiritual puppets have been programmed with almost 10,000 classic tactics in advance. As long as they remain connected to our brain, they will automatically choose the most suitable tactic after receiving a fuzzy order from us. For example, we only need to give orders such as attack or stay alert, but don't have to mind the specific operations of every spiritual puppet. They will choose the best plan themselves. Liao nodded and understood everything. The spiritual puppets were the upgraded version of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. They were somewhat similar to the modifications that the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Flying Star Sector were performing on the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. If I can steal the technology of spiritual puppets of the Imperium of True Human Beings, it will be a great help for the modification of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers on our side. Liao looked forward to the trip into the planetary warship more and more. He was eager to find out the true capabilities of the three immortal cultivators and what kind of delicate tactics they and their spiritual puppets could present. Very soon, Su Changfa and Tang Qinhe were all set to go. In order to manipulate the tremendous spiritual puppets, they had each installed a special brainwave enhancement unit on the back of their crystal suit. A few circuits that looked like magnifiers also protruded out of their helmets like awesome horns. Let's go! Ruhua waved his hands toward the giant pit at the center of the primeval battlefield. Su Changfa was the leader of the exploration team, but after they entered the real battle, Ruhua, as the chief of arms, took over commander. 100 spiritual puppets were ahead of them as vanguard. 300 were staying on alert behind them, ensuring their retreat at whatever cost when they were in peril, and the other 400 were gathered around them. All the spiritual puppets were within 3 kilometers from them, which was the maximum range for the manipulation of their brainwaves. I didn't expect that I would have Xianxia's privilege one day. Liao felt like laughing. When he was confronting Xianxia in the past, what he hated most were the hundreds of Grand Illusionary Soldiers that the guy summoned to help him. He had never thought that he would be living a happy life where hundreds of meat shields would rush forward and slash his opponents into pieces at his cough. If looked at from 100 kilometers up in the sky, the center of the primeval battlefield was a dark, giant hole, dozens of kilometers in diameter. However, when they did reach the edge of the hole, they seemed to have reached the end of a cliff, with a bottomless abyss in front of them. Spiritual energy was surging out from underground like scorching steam. When Liao scanned with the special crystal cameras that were mixed with the powder of the rare metals, he saw colorful geysers rushing up in a hurry into enormous pillars that stabbed into the sky, consuming the entire world. Beep, 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 beep. Many units on the crystal suit were sending out alarms. Even the operation menu that was projected to the retina showed colorful streaks and ripples. They were signs of serious interference. As the saying went, water can lift a boat, but it can knock over a boat, too. Spiritual energy was naturally an indispensable resource for both cultivators and immortal cultivators. However, when the intensity of the spiritual energy was too high, to the point that it was like a raging flood, they would not be able to bear it either. It was as simple as one could not eat too much food or drink too much water during a short while. If soaked in the spiritual energy whose density was too high, not only would the magical equipment be seriously affected, even the circulation of spiritual energy of the cultivators themselves would also be vulnerable to the interference. They might even become mentally deranged. Liao understood why they had to go down in person now. In such a complicated environment, any remote control magical equipment would malfunction. Hundreds of spiritual puppets flew into the dark abyss as the first echelon. Despite the serious inference, they managed to send back a lot of fuzzy pictures. The channel leading to the core of the planet was perhaps an entrance for a certain middle-sized starship. It was more than 100 kilometers long. Sophisticated traces of burning that looked like bizarre paintings could be found on the walls. Let's go down. A minute later, when the spiritual puppets that had descended 3 kilometers reported no anomaly, the 4 of them drove their crystal suits to fly downward slowly too. G. 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 Whoa. Whoa. In the middle of the tide of spiritual energy that was rushing from the core of the planet, Liao immediately heard the cries of ghosts, as if the darkness below their feet led to the gate of the deepest level of hell, where countless hungry apparitions and fiends were impatiently waiting for their arrival. There's no need to fret, Ko Ruhua reassured them solemnly. It's not anything alive. Our surveillance rune arrays must have been affected by certain flames of spiritual energy whose frequency and nature are unclear. The 4 of them held their breath and continued descending. As it turned out, after flying down almost 100 kilometers, except for the ghost cries that were becoming more and more miserable and devastating, they ran into nothing abnormal. However, in the darkness in front of them, glittering floccules were gradually showing up. They looked like fluorescent jellyfish and translucent hairtails. When the spiritual puppets at the front touched the floccules, they immediately entangled the hands and feet of the few spiritual puppets. From the manifestation of the local area network, Liao could tell that the erosion of the few spiritual puppets was quickly soaring. They were apparently under the attack of the floccules. Those things are probably abnormal creatures that slowly came into being after the planetary worship was abandoned, but they are still in a very low-level phase. While observing the floccules to attack the spiritual puppets, Tang Qianhe said softly, I think that they are somewhat similar to the spirit-devouring insect grass, an ancient creature in the primeval era. However, the spirit-devouring insect grass lived in the ocean, but those things are floating in the air. Given the abundant spiritual energy in the place, Su Changfa said, perhaps the creatures that feed on spiritual energy, such as the spirit-devouring insect grass, are provided with a force field that resembles buoyancy. This is a very unique mini-ecological system. Be careful, everybody. The spirit-devouring insect grass is already 1 level more advanced than the moss and bushes that we discovered on the ground. Although their attack is not fatal, it is quite a nuisance when they entangle the joints of the crystal suit. Their appearance suggests an intact ecological system down there. Perhaps more ferocious ancient creatures, which have survived for generation after generation as living fossils, are lurking in the broken interior of the planetary warship. Eerie as the spirit-devouring insect grass was, their speed was quite slow, and they were quite sparse. It was not difficult to pass through them. After passing through the activity zone of the spirit-devouring insect grass, they descended another 30 kilometers before they ran into the first branch. It was an enormous hole that was apparently blown out by brute force in the smooth tube leading straight downward. A new pathway that was almost parallel to the ground had been dug out. According to my speculation, Su Changfa pondered for a moment and said, the tube we've flown in through was probably one of the jet impetus tubes of the planetary warship. Through the power rune arrays deployed at the center of the planet, the spiritual energy can be blown out crazily through here so that the direction and the rotation speed of the planetary warship can be adjusted. It is obvious that the power rune array at the core is somewhat damaged, resulting in the significant leak of spiritual energy. That's why the spiritual energy here is so dense. I tested it just now. The density of spiritual energy here is already 2 times higher than at the entrance. If we go any further, neither our crystal suits nor ourselves will be able to bear it. Also, if the spiritual energy is supersaturated, a great explosion might be triggered if we are careless for 1 second. The hole in the tube must have been made by the invaders during the primeval war. They certainly had their reason for breaking in here. Perhaps the valuable items are along this branch. Su Changfa's speculation made a lot of sense, and the other 3 nodded in agreement. Right then, Tang Qianhe pointed at the depths of the branch and shouted, I have detected a lot of signs of life. The signs of life came over exactly from the pathway that was blown out by force. The four of them did not hesitate anymore. Covered by the hundreds of spiritual puppets, they changed their direction and flew into the enormous hole. The pathway, which had been formed by an explosion, did not belong to the planetary starship. Traces of melting metal could be found everywhere, making the pathway look like a cave in a mountain. Occasionally, circles of whirls could be seen on the wall. If Liao was asked to take a guess, he would propose that the invaders dug into the wall with a huge drill which had an unbelievably high temperature. The drill melted all the metal components of the planetary warship and created such a destructive channel. The invaders must have planned to hit the critical part directly in such a way. Therefore, there was surely a certain invaluable treasure, or a core facility of the planetary warship at the end of the channel. Because of the enormity of the planetary warship, they had not reached the end yet even after they walked forward in darkness for 10 minutes. Occasionally, they ran into the broken dead bodies of the Pangu clan and the giant metal puppets that had been twisted and deformed. The hollow eyes of the metal puppets were gazing at the depths of the channel, as if they were monuments guiding the way for them. Tang Qianhe pierced into the dead bodies with a syringe but failed to retrieve any living material. After almost 1,000,000 years of erosion, the corpses and the puppets had long lost their vigor and magnificence of the past. They had turned into what appeared to be fossils and gradually melded with Kunlun. It was not until half an hour later when a tiny red spot, which looked like a flickering lantern in the dark night, popped up ahead. The signs of life were suddenly getting intense. All four of them held their breath. The spiritual puppets entered the state of the highest alert. As they moved forward, the red spot grew larger and larger still until it gradually occupied their eyes and turned into a red inferno. Liao swallowed subconsciously. He felt that his throat was both stinky and scorching. The scene in front of them obviously fitted the description of the inferno. At the end of the channel was a boundless square that was more than 100 kilometers both in length and width. Liao discovered what seemed to be starship debris at the edge of the square. They were similar to the primeval warships on the ground. Therefore, it was quite possible that this place was a starship manufacture center deep inside Kunlun. A planetary warship was massive, so it would not often perform space jumps but usually served as a base. Both the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan certainly needed starships that were more agile for the regular battle, patrol, and logistics missions. The Starship Manufacture Center was brimming with dead bodies of human beings and soldiers of the Nuwa clan and the Pangu clan. Everybody was mauling each other in the most resolute manner. Their twisted bodies reminded Liao of the bacteria under a microscope. The scale of the battlefield and the fierceness of the battle were 100 times greater than the battlefield on the surface. What was most blood-freezing for Liao was that all the dead bodies, whether they belonged to human beings, the Nuwa clan, or the Pangu clan, were buried in thick redness. They were even wriggling under the influence of the spiritual waves. Everybody became a creature of blood. They seemed to have been skinned and were struggling miserably with their bleeding wounds. It was like the soldiers who should have been killed hundreds of thousands of years ago were still haunting the place and having the most brutal battles day after day incessantly. "They are moths," Ko Ruhua said calmly. He commanded a spiritual puppet to fly to the battlefield. Liao observed carefully and finally discovered the truth. All the dead bodies and the remnants of magical equipment were densely covered in a layer of blood-red moss with barely any gap left. The moss was extremely thick, and it was even able to move around. The 100 square kilometers there was its territory. It was the moss that made the dead bodies red and seemed to be moving. When the spiritual puppets were still more than 10 meters from the ground, the blood-red moss on the ground suddenly flowed crazily, like a storm that was brewing on a peaceful ocean. An enormous tide made of the red moss rolled up to almost 50 meters high and consumed a spiritual puppet directly. Being enveloped by the moss, the spiritual puppet seemed to have fallen into an extremely weird stomach. It soon gave up struggling and simply allowed the moss to drag it into the debris. Soon, there was no sign of it anymore. This is a kind of weird moss named blood tide. It is a living fossil that has survived to this day from the primeval era, Su Changfa explained to Liao. The blood tide is also known as ghoul moss. It feeds on crystals and also corrodes metals. A very foul creature, actually. It's not unusual to go through all the trouble of excavating a relic only to discover that everything inside has been devoured by the blood tide. Thankfully, the primeval battlefield here is too large for the blood tide to spread to every corner. Otherwise, the ecological system wouldn't be functioning at all. As you have seen, the blood tide can attack targets 30 to 40 meters from the ground. For our safety, let's not fly to below 50 meters from the ground. Liao did not know much. He was there to learn from the three immortal cultivators after all. He nodded and asked again after thinking for a moment. Now that the blood tide has covered all the dead bodies and puppets, how are we going to excavate them? There's no need to be hasty, Xianxia said softly. Adjust the spiritual energy output of your crystal suit to the minimum level. As long as the gravity control unit can keep you floating in midair, it will be good enough. Ko Ruhua and Tang Qianhe will take care of everything. Liao turned off most of the magical equipment units on his crystal suit as he was told obediently. Like a giant rock floating in midair, he calmed down and observed Ko Ruhua and Tang Qianhe's operation. The two immortal cultivators examined the square carefully with two squads of spiritual puppets, paying special attention to the dome that was covered in darkness. The two of them and the spiritual puppets soon vanished into the darkness. Very soon, golden brilliance was bursting out in the darkness like lightning in a dark cloud. Ko Ruhua and Tang Qianhe fled out, followed by dozens of dazzling streaks of light, as if they were being hunted by dozens of dragons. Greatly surprised, Liao hurried to set the resolution of his crystal cameras to the highest, only to discover that the glittering dragons were actually made of countless tiny moths. What was weird that a small crystal was embedded into the stomach of each moth and grasped by their appendages that had already retrograde. The moths and the crystals were so perfectly integrated that they almost seemed natural. The two immortal cultivators and the spiritual puppets dived down to the ground at a high speed. The glittering dragons behind them became faster and faster. 2. On the ground, the blood tide, which fed on spiritual energy, sensing the arrival of intense spiritual waves, rippled out like a greedy, unsatisfiable mouth. The two immortal cultivators controlled their speed and distance perfectly. When they were about to enter the hunting range of the blood tide, they suddenly changed direction and dashed to the two sides while turning off most of the units on their crystal suits. They flew forward purely pushed by inertia. There was not the slightest spiritual wave coming from them anymore. Most of the spiritual puppets around them hit the brakes and flew horizontally. 2. Their spiritual energy output was cut off. 3 of the spiritual puppets, on the other hand, activated the supercompressed crystal reactor to the maximum and unleashed infinite flames of spiritual energy before they leapt into the blood tide like 3 torches in the darkness. The shining moths in midair seemed to take spiritual energy as their food. 2. Attracted by the 3 spiritual puppets, they ran into the blood tide without any hesitation. In the moment, the dragons were roaring, and the blood tide was boiling. Liao saw that the crystals on the abdomens of all the moths were glowing, turning them into tiny suns. Wherever they went, they would burn a large area of blood tide into ashes. However, there was simply too much moss. It was flowing over from various directions in a hurry. However big the hole that the shining moths burnt was, the moss could fill it up instantly. It was like countless streaks of magma were flowing into an icy ocean. What a rowdy and intense view. Such moths that also feed on spiritual energy are known as hellish light butterflies. Xianxia smiled. Everything in nature is related. The blood tide and the hellish light butterflies, as a pair of mortal enemies, often live relatively close to each other. Although they are usually at peace, they are low-level creatures, and you can incite them to attack each other with appropriate baits. Very soon, the fierce battle between the blood tide and the hellish light butterflies ended. All the crystals on the hellish light butterflies were drained. They fell into the blood tide like moths darting to the fire. The last bit of the brilliance perished. However, a giant hole almost 5 kilometers in diameter had been burnt in the blood tide, too. All the moss within the area had been consumed, revealing the original appearances of the dead bodies and the puppets below. The remaining moss retreated far away. For the time being, it did not dare approach the area that was still mixed with the scent of the hellish light butterflies anymore. Liao and the immortal cultivators took the opportunity to land and scan the debris on the battlefield. It was a pity that the blood tide was too damaging. All the remains had become riddled with holes because of the corrosion. They were fragile and vulnerable and would collapse at the first touch. It seems that nothing here is worth excavating. Tang Qianhe pouted and sighed. Liao thought for a moment and asked, "What kind of things are worth excavating? For example, the magical equipment that hasn't been affected by the environment or the passage of time, the sabers, swords, and firearms from the primeval era, and the likes," Tang Qianhe said with a smile. "Such things are highly valuable. Also, the clear and well-preserved ancient spiritual stripes and rune arrays, if duplicable, are also valuable items for scholars. Moreover, if we ever run into the better-preserved bodies of the Pangu clan, from which living materials can be retrieved, so that we can analyze their gene strands, that will truly be an invaluable treasure." What about the super-large puppets, almost 100 meters tall, that were piloted by human beings? Liao's heart was racing. "You are talking about the Colossus," Ko Ruhua interjected. "Of course. That is a marvelous weapon and the ultimate treasure that every cultivator dreams about." "Colossus," Liao repeated. The word flowed through his body like electricity, and he felt that his blood was boiling. Even little black inside the cosmos ring dangling in front of chest was seething impatiently, sending eagerness into his brain. The colossi were the marvelous weapons that human beings used to dominate the sea of stars in the primeval era. They could trigger the best of a human being's potential. It was exactly with the help of the magnificent colossi that we were able to compete with the legendary deities and devils and eventually claim the entire universe. Infinite excitement and hope were mixed in Ko Ruhua's voice. Such ultimate treasures from the primeval era were made through countless techniques that we are unaware of. Many units on them are even not duplicable with our technology. In the universe today, every colossus is a unique, formidable existence. If it is damaged in a battle, we can hardly repair it and will have to replace the broken units with the same units dismantled from other colossi. Therefore, even if we cannot find an intact colossus here, as long as we can discover the debris of several colossi that are relatively better preserved, we will still be able to dismantle the useful units and components, which are all invaluable treasures that can significantly improve your citizen level or be redeemed for several powerful cultivation arts. Liao gulped, his eyes hidden deep inside the crystal suit glimmering. "Is there anyone still piloting a colossus today?" "Of course, but their number is small," Ko Ruhua said. "On the one hand, few colossi have been perfectly preserved to this day from the primeval era in the first place. Most of our available colossi are actually jumbled based on the debris of different colossi and the modern technology to build large-scale magical equipment. As long as they have the slightest chance of being repaired, we will try our best to recover them no matter how crappy that debris looks, because they are far stronger than general crystal suits any way you look at it. On the other hand, it is terribly difficult to manipulate the colossus, which can prove to be a huge burden on the soul. Even the nascent soul stage is only just the start line to use the colossus. Today, everybody who is qualified to control a colossus is among the most influential celebrities, if not legends who have created history. Together with their colossi, they will live on in the history books forever. For example, the Supreme Emperor of the Star Ocean Imperium and his Colossus Gold Sun, the Blood God and his Colossus Calamitous Doom, and Black Star the Great with his Colossus Black Hole's Heart. These are the most famous colossi. Gold Sun, Calamitous Doom, Black Hole's Heart. Liao's lips were trembling. The names alone and the debris of the colossi on the surface that he had seen were enough for him to imagine how terrifying such marvelous weapons must have been when they exerted their maximum strength. "I am going to control a colossus one day. I will," Liao secretly swore to himself. Fearing that his overexcitement might be noticed, he asked intentionally, "Right, what about the Book of Revelation? If we can find one volume, it will certainly be more valuable than a colossus, right?" All three immortal cultivators chuckled at his greed and childishness. "How can it be so easy to find the Book of Revelation?" Su Changfa smiled. You must have seen the debris of hundreds of colossi both on the surface and on the primeval battlefield here, right? Although most of the debris has been completely shattered, it is not entirely impossible to retrieve one or two usable units from them. On this primeval battlefield alone, there may already be more than 1,000 broken colossi. The Book of Revelation, on the other hand, has only 8 volumes, less than 4 of which have yet to be discovered. The universe is too large a place. How can we discover it so easily? Besides, the colossi are enormous in size, and you can notice them at first glance. However, the Book of Revelation can come in various forms. Nobody knows exactly what specific form it has been preserved in. Chances are that we won't notice it even if it is right in front of us. Therefore, you might as well not hold too much hope. Our key targets are the relatively intact bodies of the Pengu clan, the usable units of the colossi, and the core facilities inside the planetary warship. Very soon, Ko-Ruhua finished scanning the details of the battlefield. The immortal cultivators had a profound understanding about the habits of the blood tide. They were aware that the residue on the ground, after being sucked and swallowed by the blood tide for hundreds of thousands of years, was no longer worth exploring. However, they still went through the trouble of clearing an area of the blood tide because they meant to get a closer look at the fierce battle down there so that they could infer the direction of attack and defense. It's here. After studying the result of scanning for a long time, Ko-Ruhua pointed in one direction in the darkness and said, "Most of the soldiers of human beings were attacking toward this direction, while the Pengu clan was defending with the place behind them. Therefore, what the invaders tried to take and the defenders tried to protect must be in that direction." Tang Chenhe launched a localizing and probing sound wave in the direction that Ko-Ruhua had pointed out. The feedback of the sound wave suggested that there was a giant hole leaning downward around 40 kilometers away from them. The hole was highly irregular. There was a circle of rising metal residue around it, indicating that the hole had either been blown out or drilled through. Where exactly were the troops of human beings marching to in the primeval war? Carefully avoiding the blood tide on the ground and the hellish light butterflies on the dome, the 4 of them located the hole soon. They also discovered dead bodies around the hole that were as high as a hill. It was obviously a critical location that the two parties struggled over. Although hundreds of thousands of years had passed, the goriness of the fierce battle on that day was still clearly perceivable. After going down through the hole for another 5 kilometers, they found themselves in an open space. It was as if they had descended to the other side of the planet. No, it was because the underground space was simply too vast, with a width and length both more than 1,000 kilometers. At first glance, it was a boundless continent itself. On the continent, a magnificent primitive forest was standing. Liao and all 3 immortal cultivators held their breath. They had descended from the channel on the dome that was blown out through brute force. Therefore, they found themselves at the center of the primitive forest the moment they arrived. Through the pictures from various angles taken by the high-resolution crystal cameras, and after inputting all the data into their crystal processors to run analysis and comparison, they finally realized that there should have been a glorious city in front of their eyes. It was a city that the Pengu clan had established deep inside Kunlun. Individuals of the Pengu clan were more than 6 times taller than human beings on average. Therefore, their buildings were as high and awe-inspiring as the temples and palaces that human beings had built. Liao discovered that the Pengu civilization seemed to be a civilization that worshipped rules, to the point that it was even a bit monotonous. All the buildings were the most standard geometric objects. Straight lines were their favorite. Even arcs and cones were hardly ever featured. Generally speaking, the entire city was a collection of geometric objects large and small. Every corner was a precise right angle, and the edge of every building was as sharp as a razor. Cubes, cuboids, prismoids, the objects were copied 10,000 times and blocked by the streets that were absolutely straight, constituting the whole city. It was indeed a magnificent city that everybody would be awed by when they first looked at it. But it was also a city that nobody would be interested in living in. Liao felt that it was more appropriate to describe it as a factory, a military camp, or a prison than to say it was a city. However, it was all a long, long time ago. After the Pengu clan abandoned the city, the low-level creatures that they left gradually took over the place. The vines spread upward along the dull buildings, interweaving with each other and nurtured by the over-intense spiritual energy. They slowly grew into a messy primitive forest, disordered but vigorous. The traces of the past had been entirely buried. "Look over there." Tang Chinha pointed at a high, monolithic building at the center of the city and called to them. It was more like an overwhelming black cube than a building. Judging from the contrast with the buildings nearby, it was at least more than 10 kilometers in length, width, and height. The surface of the building was purely black and natural. There was not a single window or gap. The solemnity and the dominance that the black cube gave him reminded Li Yao of the altars where sacrificial offerings were served to the gods. After they scanned with mystic rays and measured the length, width, and height of the black cube, they discovered that all the values were the same. 10 kilometers. Precisely 10,000 meters. It was another sign of the Pangu clan's enthusiasm for rules and regularity. They also discovered that the black cube was located exactly at the center of the city, where all the streets in the city congregated without the slightest error. It was like the entire city was born for the enormous black cube. Even the primitive plants that had entangled all the buildings nearby did not trespass into the black cube's territory. It was standing utterly incongruous with the environment and demonstrating its power silently in such a way. It seems that the building was the most important facility in the city of the Pangu clan. It was also the target that the troops of human beings tried to take over without caring about the cost. Ko Ruhua said solemnly. "Move forward in battle formation." The noise of hundreds of power rune arrays fulminating at the same time ripped apart the silence of the forest in the city. Many shadows were peeking out of the vines and branches. Li Yao scanned them with the mystic rays, only to discover that they were bizarre-shaped animals, many of which were similar to the primeval creatures recorded in the paleontology textbooks. They must have been the living fossils that had survived to this today from the primeval era. Ji, 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 Ji. Hiu, Hiu, Hiu. As they got closer and closer to the black cube, ear-splitting shrieks echoed from the depths of the forest, and hundreds of malicious scents soared into the sky, locking onto all of them. "Firepower deterrence," Ko Ruhua bellowed. The hundreds of spiritual puppets formed a rhombus-shaped battle formation, the crystal cannons on their shoulders opening fire at the same time. More than 1,000 clusters of unstoppable mystic rays immediately raised countless blasts and airwaves inside the primitive forest. Many animals were evaporated before they had the chance to scream. Still more animals fled to the deeper parts of the forest amid devastated cries. The overwhelming malicious intent a moment ago was entirely gone. The firepower deterrence lasted a whole minute, paving a wasteland a kilometer wide and dozens of kilometers long in front of them. Li Yao took the opportunity to record the firepower of the spiritual puppets and evaluate their combat ability. It was obvious that the spiritual puppets of the Imperium of True Human Beings had a combat ability 3 to 5 times higher than Xiao Xuance's Grand Illusionary Soldiers did. As for the firepower deterrence itself, Li Yao did not have any objection. He had personally explored many world fragments, too. He knew that one needed to demonstrate their dominating firepower when they were exploring an unvisited land, especially if they were faced with the low-intelligent, primitive animals, so that the ferocious animals would be scared and keep their distance from them. Otherwise, the ferocious animals that did not know what was best for themselves would likely lunge over one after another. Even if they could not pose a fatal threat, a lot of spiritual energy and ammunition would be wasted, too. Could be quite a nuisance. With the display of power, whatever the animals lurking inside the primitive forest exactly were, they had been taught a good lesson about respect. Without the harassment of the animals, there was nothing to stop them from advancing, so they successfully flew over to Black Cube. The closer they got to the Black Cube, the better they felt the splendidness and incredibleness of the building. Measured from whichever direction, every edge of the building was precisely 10,000 meters, without even an error of 1 millimeter. By achieving the best in the largest and smallest scale in such a way, the building was informing the visitors a million years later of the formidability of the Panga civilization. Li Yao and the 3 immortal cultivators flew around the Black Cube. They discovered a slot that pierced through the cube on one of the surfaces. The slot was equally straight, precise, and boring. It was perhaps the gate of the black cube. It was a slot from a long distance away, but it was actually more than 100 meters in width. Covered in a vague mist, they could not tell exactly what was inside the black cube. Dead bodies of the Pangu clan and human beings were lying all around the gate. They were mostly broken because of tearing and gnawing. It must have been done by the animals and vines that proliferated after the city fell. However, all the animals and vines only dared to touch the surroundings of the black cube but had no courage to invade it. Chances are that there are better preserved corpses inside. Maybe even colossi. The 4 of them and almost 800 spiritual puppets fell into the black canyon like dust. The moment that he broke into the black cube, Li Yao's eyes were entirely blocked by the black mist. Even the communication channel was jammed, with background noise echoing nonstop. He could only hear his own heartbeat and see the reflection of his glittering eyes. But the black mist soon dispersed. Li Yao finally got a general picture of what was inside the giant, black cube, and he could not help but gasp hard. He did not know how he should describe everything in front of his eyes. It was even stranger than the red inferno, a moment ago that was caused by the blood tide. The black cube was hollow. As a large building 10 kilometers in both length and width, it did not have any levels or walls inside. The entire space inside was a hole without the slightest blockade. It looked like a warehouse, a factory, and more importantly, a farm. The reason it looked like a farm was that giant, black pillars thousands of meters high occupied the entire black cube. Every black pillar had countless branches, and every branch had countless metal vesicles that looked like wheat ears or corn cobs. Most of the metal vesicles had been broken. They were lackluster and dry, like the empty cocoons of the insects after they broke out. But a few metal vesicles remained intact on the surface. Dark red brilliance was being emitted from them. Most of the vesicles were 3 to 4 meters in diameter. From every metal vesicle, more than 100 metal tubes were connected to the black pillars, as if they were transmitting energy and nutrition from the pillars. Li Yao ran a simple calculation. Every black pillar that was 6 to 8 kilometers tall boasted almost 100 branches, which could grow almost 10,000 metal vesicles. When he was flying among the dense black pillars, he felt that he was a small mosquito darting into a primitive forest. Everything felt both large and weird. He found it almost impossible to catch his breath. Li Yao scanned the broken metal vesicles with the mystic rays, only to find nothing worth noting after more than 10 tries. When he scanned the 19th metal vesicle, however, he finally found the skeleton of a human being inside it. The skeleton was only 1.6 meters long. Judging from the skull, the teeth, and the limbs, it was a male human. His bones were intact. There was no sign of fierce resistance or struggle. His death was rather peaceful, or even tranquil. He seemed to have died of natural course. What was odd was that, given the development of his bones, he should have been a teenager. Yet, he was crouching in a cluster like a fetus in the womb. Did the Pangu clan capture the young man, stuff him into the metal vesicle, and sustain their life functions in a certain way? Li Yao pondered to himself, but he somehow felt that his guess was not right. After scanning almost 100 broken metal vesicles, he discovered 3 skeletons of human beings from the primeval era. Other than 2 teenagers, the third one was at least 30 years old. Despite their different ages, they all died a peaceful death, and they were crouching in the same posture that looked like a fetus. What exactly was going on here? Did the Pangu clan really capture so many human beings? They didn't have any reason for that. What's the purpose of such an attempt? Li Yao flew hard toward a metal vesicle that was emitting dark, red brilliance. The metal vesicle should have been filled with a dark red liquid, but after hundreds of thousands of years of corrosion, all the liquids had volatilized. The only thing left was a dark red membrane that was attached to the translucent shell of the metal vesicle. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and looked inside through the translucent shell. Strange. There are occasionally bodies in the broken metal vesicles, but this perfectly preserved metal vesicle has nothing inside. While he was baffled, he heard Tang Qianhe's exclamation. She had also found a seemingly perfect metal vesicle that was emitting dark red brilliance. Li Yao hurried over to her. Inside the metal vesicle that she found was a super tiny corpse, like a newborn baby. Did the Pangu clan baptize their magical equipment with human babies? 2. Having seen such a brutal scene in person, Liao could not help but burst into fury. But that was still not right. If the place was meant to baptize magical equipment with the pure souls of babies, or for other evil purposes, all the dead bodies should be babies. Why were adults 20 to 30 years old mixed among them? The souls of adults were not as pure as those of babies. Even one of them might ruin the final product. It was certainly not a fair deal. Nothing inside, babies, teenagers, adults, black pillars like trunks and straws, metal vesicles like wheat ears and fruits, hundreds of tubes that were transmitting nutrition and energy. When all the details were connected, Liao was so shocked that he almost bit his own tongue. He finally thought of an extremely shocking possibility. The first sealed metal vesicle that he scanned might not be empty at all. Something that was invisible to the human eyes was probably growing inside. A zygote. This place was not a prison where human beings were interrogated or exploited by the Pangu clan. On the contrary, this was the factory where the Pangu clan manufactured human beings. This is... Utterly shocked, Liao looked at Tang Qianhe, brimming with curiosity. Staring at the metal vesicle, Tang Qian replied, her voice both hollow and depressed. I'm not clear. Let Master Su tell you. Su Changfa and Ko Ruhua, on the other hand, had already flown to the center of the ground. They were circling around a transparent cube around 10 meters in diameter. When Liao and Tang Qianhe joined them, they were still unable to move their eyes away from the transparent cube. Liao squinted and observed carefully. The transparent cube seemed both like a control pivot of the entire factor and a huge monument. After hundreds of thousands of years, it was still glittering in refreshing spiritual energy. Deep inside the cube, 3 sophisticated, octagonal, three-dimensional runes were floating and flashing. Liao had never seen such delicate, flawless runes before. Their power had even exceeded the category of runes but lay in a certain mysterious, inviolable law of the universe. For some reason, when the mystic rays from the 3 runes pierced through him, Liao's cells, deep down to his gene strands, were seething uneasily. He had an extremely uncomfortable feeling of being restrained. Liao only felt better after he gritted his teeth and grasped the grip of his chain's word. He asked Su Changfa in a low voice, "What is this?" The old immortal cultivator was silent for a long time. It was not a silence that suggested his reluctance to give the answer, but a silence before the outburst of a volcano that suggested he was accumulating his strength. Staring at the 3 runes deep inside the cube for a long time, the old immortal cultivator finally sniffed and said coldly, "One day, you might get in touch with something called the Path of Ultimate Benevolence. The 3 runes here, once parsed, represent the 3 fundamental runes of the Path of Ultimate Benevolence. You can call them the Heaven's Laws if you want. In the legends, violating the Heaven's Laws is an unpardonable crime. Burning you into ashes and forbidding you from an afterlife are the lightest punishments. The Path of Ultimate Benevolence?" Overjoyed, Liao hurried to ask respectfully, "Senior Su, what do the 3 fundamental laws mean exactly after they are parsed?" Su Changfa took a deep breath. His bones were cracking so loudly that the sound was clearly audible despite the thorough coverage of the crystal suit. He declared, one word after another, "The 3 fundamental laws of the Path of Ultimate Benevolence are as follows. A human being may not injure an individual of the Pangu clan or, through an action, allow an individual of the Pangu clan to come to harm. A human being must obey orders given to it by the Pangu clan except when such orders would conflict with the first law. A human being must protect its own existence from being harmed by others as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law." Such 3 fundamental laws. Liao felt coldness from the bottom of his heart. Although his foster father had alleged that the Path of Ultimate Benevolence was not anything good, this was the first time that he had tasted the ruthlessness, graveness, and precision in it. The 3 fundamental laws were like 3 well-structured, indestructible shackles that had been bound to his body. He felt that he was almost suffocated. Liao grunted and stretched his hands and feet out of natural instincts, trying to struggle out of the invisible shackles. He vaguely felt that human beings, under the suppression of the three fundamental laws, were completely slaves to the Pangu clan. No, they were even humbler than slaves. Although the Imperium of true human beings divided human beings into true human beings and hominoids and also kept a large batch of slaves, it was not hard to tell from the immortal cultivators' words that they also admitted the normal feelings and emotions of the hominoids. Such hominoids were just lowly human beings and, through training, could still grow into 99% human beings. However, seeing that the Pangu clan manufactured human beings in such a weird way under three inviolable fundamental laws, Liao realized that the Pangu clan did not regard them as human beings, animals, or any creature but a certain tool. They were nothing more than the spiritual puppets. Therefore, in the eyes of the Pangu clan, are we simply spiritual puppets constituted by cells? Liao asked himself in his heart. If so, his foster father's statement that the Covenant Alliance was 10,000 times eviler than the Imperium was more or less understandable. The splendid black cube, the thousands of metal vesicles where human beings were produced, and the three fundamental laws that were still glowing after hundreds of thousands of years. Such a weird scene turned the sense of depression into thick, black fog that was pressing them and crawling into their body through the pores, leaking into the deepest part of their gene strands. The shackles that had been broken for eons were showing signs of revival again. The cultivator and the three immortal cultivators all bit their lips softly, their fists shivering beyond their control, as they resisted the solemn and overwhelming power. Senior Su, is this a factory of the Pangu clan to manufacture human beings? Liao asked. Su Changfa nodded softly, his voice both cold and tough. Yes, you must have noticed that the two parties at war on the primeval battlefield both boasted numerous human soldiers. The Pangu clan had a lot of human soldiers at their service, too. This place must have been where the human soldiers came from. Is it true? Liao clicked his tongue. Manufacture human beings. This isn't any too sophisticated method, Su Changfa sneered. Undeveloped as our civilization may be, artificial insemination and test tube babies are a piece of cake, too. Is it difficult to build an environment that simulates the womb? Liao nodded. It was quite true. Not just the Imperium, even the Star Glory Federation had quite mature test tube baby technologies. Also, there were special medical cabins and life-sustaining cabins that could simulate the conditions of a womb. Infertile couples were saved the trouble of having to look for surrogacy and all the ethical concerns involved. However, it was not exactly the question that he was interested in. What he really wanted to know was, why? Liao raised his head, looking at the black pillars in all directions that soared to the ceiling and the metal vesicles that were dangling from the branches. Human beings can reproduce themselves. Why must the Pangu clan manufacture human beings in such a complicated way? I have no idea, Su Changfa said. There has been much speculation. Maybe human beings who reproduced on their own in the wilderness had unstable genes and could not necessarily give birth to excellent farmers, workers, and soldiers. Also, the production was prone to environmental changes. They were often unbridled and tended to act on their own. In comparison, if they were manufactured in such factories, it would be very convenient to modify their genes from the zygotes. The quality and productivity would be very stable. With the minimum nutrition and energy, they could let human beings pass the useless infant and teenager phase and directly grow into mature bodies. As soon as such human beings walked off the assembly lines, they would be able to work or fight. Most importantly of all, only by manufacturing in a factory could the Pangu clan easily stamp our head. With a gloomy face, Su Changfa tapped the temples of his helmet before he thought for a moment and shook his head. No, not just the head, but every gene strand in every cell, including the brain cells, was all stamped with the three fundamental laws. Although Liao could not see his face, he was still deeply awed by the hateful voice. He could not help but scratch the back of his head. Of course, the only thing that he reached was a cold helmet. We were tools. Su Changfa's voice sounded like the cold wind blowing out of the icy caves in the North Pole. Do you not feel that a tool that could move on their own and could upgrade and copy itself beyond control should be highly dangerous in the eyes of the toolmaker? Such things should be strictly forbidden, shouldn't they? Liao pondered for a moment and understood the logic. He recalled the fear in his heart when he was faced with the overwhelming grand illusionary soldiers during the riot of the immortal cultivators in the Flying Star sector. He had not been scared by the immortal cultivators such as Xianxia but the grand illusionary soldiers, tools that were better, faster, and stronger than ordinary people. Liao glanced around at the spiritual puppets around. Noticing the rotation of his head, 10 spiritual puppets that were responsible to protect him immediately reacted and turned to where he was looking. More than 100 crystal cameras were glittering in every part all over their bodies, in brilliance that seemed to be some sort of intelligence. The spiritual puppets could not upgrade themselves. Their production and duplication were under the immortal cultivator's rigorous control, too. But what if the war base that had been transported to Kunlun did not carry any immortal cultivator, and everybody on board was a spiritual puppet, which could upgrade and copy themselves according to the different environment and could spread out to build their own territory? Liao thought for a moment and felt that such a scene was more dreadful than 10,000 immortal cultivators. Xiao Tang, it seems that you're right, Su Changfa said. Although this isn't Wild Shepherd, the most critical battlefield of the God-sealing war, it must have been another planet designated to the production of human beings just like Wild Shepherd. Manufacturing human beings would consume tremendous spiritual energy. There must be more underground cities than this one. Chances are that there are hundreds more human being manufacture centers. Such an enormous production requires a stable and sustainable energy source. The pulsar is definitely the best choice. That's why the Pangu clan built such a huge planetary warship near the pulsar. This place was essentially their weapon factory. Then, the purpose of the invaders is also obvious now. They were trying to break into the human being manufacture center to liberate more compatriots. Judging from the result, the invaders must have achieved their strategic goals. We can see that only a handful of human soldiers were not freed and most of them got away. Su Changfa's words made their faces less awful than before. Despite their different stances, they were equally happy for a small victory of human beings hundreds of thousands of years ago. What is the Battle of Wild Shepherd exactly? Liao took the opportunity to ask the question on his mind, hoping to collect as much information about the primeval war as possible. The Battle of Wild Shepherd was the most critical battle in the God-sealing war, Su Changfa explained. According to the legends, Wild Shepherd was the largest human being manufacture center of the Pangu clan, which must have been at least 100 times more enormous than the one we are in. On Wild Shepherd, the Pangu civilization incessantly produced the most magnificent human warriors, stamped their cells with the 3 fundamental laws, and dispatched them to suppress the wildlings, who were born in the wilderness and were beyond control. The Pangu civilization was overwhelmingly strong and had been on the winning side. All the wildlings were going to be suppressed in no time. At the moment of life and death, the elite warriors of the wildlings assaulted Wild Shepherd and broke the magical equipment that was responsible for the inculcation of the 3 fundamental laws inside the human being manufacture center like the crystals here. They also managed to awaken all the human warriors that had been produced with the thought of resistance. As a result, a huge batch of human warriors defected in the front line, and the Pangu clan was consumed by the fire it ignited. Eventually, it was suppressed, sealed, and slain. Judging from the scale of the planet, it is probably not the critical Wild Shepherd. This might have been a test attack or an experiment before assaulting Wild Shepherd. From what we can see, the experiment proved to be successful in the end, breaking the fundamental crystals and liberating all human beings. Liao imagined the accomplishments of the human experts in the primeval era. He could not help but feel fascinated, and his blood was boiling. Exactly. Just like this. Su Changfa's voice was mixed with destructive power. The erratic light cannons installed on the shoulders of his crystal suits were glowing with dazzling brilliance. Ko Ruhua, the chief of arms, and Tang Qianhe, the navigator, raised their crystal cannon and storm bolter as well. Human beings must obey all the orders of the Pangu clan and not harm the individuals of the Pangu clan? Ko-Ruhwa sneered. He suddenly opened his helmet and spat on the ground. Go fuck yourself. The three immortal cultivators opened fire at the same time. Dozens of colorful whips of light slapped the transparent cube brutally. The crystals that stored the three fundamental laws generated a shield that looked like a bubble. Rays were spluttering, flames were soaring, and the entire gloomy, horrible human being manufacture center was illuminated. After a few seconds, the bubble broke apart into nothingness. The dozens of whips of light slapped the fundamental crystals directly. The crystals collapsed all of a sudden. The runes that contained the three fundamental laws shrieked and struggled in the flames of light for a long time before they slowly melted, disintegrated, and vanished, like ghosts that had fallen into magma. Li Yao's eyes were entirely occupied by the colorful fire and bullets. Ko-Ruhwa's crazy and barbaric roars were echoing through the communication channel, so aggressive, blatant, and primitive that he sounded like a primeval animal that had just woken up and struggled out of all its chains. Perhaps hundreds of thousands of years ago, when human beings learned to use weapons for the first time and when they stabbed the weapons into their creator's chest, the roars that they uttered were equally blood-boiling. The brilliant bullets and crazy shouts made every pore of Li Yao's body open. He felt that, deep down in his cells, a ferocious animal was slowly waking and struggling to get out of the bondage of gene strands. 2. It was stretching out the bones and gazing at the entire universe. Breathing heavily, Li Yao could not help but activate the erratic light cannons and pick up a heavy storm bolter. He joined the three immortal cultivators and unleashed his fury and resistance to his heart's content. Human beings must not harm the Pangu clan. Human beings must obey the orders from the Pangu clan. Human beings must not harm themselves or each other. The three sacred, inviolable rules of heaven appeared so fragile and vulnerable in that moment. They were blown apart into feeble flickers by the three immortal cultivators and the cultivator and fled into the air in panic. However, they could not escape from the bullets and the fire. In less than half a minute, they were entirely consumed by the dominating wrath of human beings. Even the crystals that accommodated the three fundamental runes were blown into the tiniest powder. Without the enhancement of spiritual energy, the effect of the corrosion of hundreds of thousands of years was immediately manifested. The powder lost its glamour and turned into the most lackluster dust. In the storm of bullets, it dispersed into nothingness. Ko-Ruhwa was still not satisfied. While laughing crazily, he turned toward the vesicles around where human beings were manufactured. Li Yao sensed clearly that his spiritual energy was expanding much more widely than before. The guy was like a giant almost 10 meters tall, and dozens of whips of light darted out from the two erratic light cannons on his shoulders. He was demonstrating the firepower of a heavy war fortress by himself. Most of the metal vesicles, having been exposed to the air for hundreds of thousands of years, were already as rusted as could be. Being slapped by Ko-Ruhwa's whips, they were all blown into smithereens and gone for good. Even one of the black pillars was knocked over because of his repetitive barrage and leaned to the side. After a huge boom, the earth was shaking, and the entire human being manufacture center seemed to be falling apart. Enough, Su Changfa said coldly in the communication channel. Ko-Ruhwa unleashed his firepower crazily for another half a minute and stopped, not entirely satisfied, when the erratic light cannons were beeping in alarm. He spat toward where the fundamental crystals were again, except that the place was already empty now. Fellow cultivator Li, you should understand now why we divide human beings into true human beings and hominoids, right? His hands in his back, Su Changfa spoke softly while he stared at the human being manufacture center, which was now an utter mess. The truth is right in front of you. 99% of human beings were not true human beings in the first place. They were just tools and ingredients. Only less than 1% of the human beings awakened from such a sorry fate and realized their true identity and destiny. All cultivators know the importance of awakening the spiritual root. What is the so-called awakening exactly? Awakening more strength, higher speed, and keener mind? All of them are, of course, very important, But most importantly of all, we must awaken our glory as human beings and all the fate that is on our shoulders. The spiritual route is not only the road for us to reach the ultimate peak personally, but also the brilliant path for our civilization to reach immortality. Only those who realize that are immortal cultivators and true human beings. Hehe. The short-sighted and ignorant cultivators know the profoundness of neither the universe nor human beings. They do not know the origins and the past of human beings, and they do not know what kind of tough challenges human beings will be faced with in the near future. Therefore, we immortal cultivators must whet our civilization, seizing every second and every means possible without caring about the cost. We must evolve, and evolve so that we can be stronger than ever. That is the destiny of the immortal cultivators. That is the path that the true human beings are walking on. As long as the civilization of mankind is guarded by the immortal cultivators, even if all the deities and devils in the entire universe are reborn, they will simply be killed one more time. Su Changfa's deafening voice was even more destructive than Ko Ruhua's roars and stormy bullets. Liao almost could not contain himself anymore. He bit the tip of his tongue hard and drank a mouthful of boiling blood to calm himself down. Then he pursued, "Senior Su, you mentioned that I might run into something called the path of ultimate benevolence? What does that mean? Are there still human beings who believe in the absurd 3 fundamental laws in the universe today? Also, you said that, in the God-sealing war in the primeval era, all the members of the Pangu clan were sealed and suppressed by human beings, right? Not destroyed, not annihilated, but sealed and suppressed. What's the meaning of that? Every seal can be unraveled, and no suppression can last forever. Is it possible that the Pangu clan will come back again one day?" Su Changfa narrowed his eyes and stared at Liao without blinking. Liao was greatly alarmed. Perhaps he had asked too many questions and his intentions were too obvious. "You are too curious," Su Changfa said coldly. "You will know the answers when you know the answers. Now, just keep exploring." Blocked by the black cube, the spiritual and electromagnetic interference leaking out of the power core of the planetary warship were greatly reduced. The 4 of them had a large control range over the spiritual puppets, too. The hundreds of spiritual puppets dispersed and soon figured out every detail of the enormous human being manufacture center. Although no intact bodies of the Pangu clan or Colossi were discovered, they did find for huge teleportation arrays in the 4 corners of the black cube. 3 of the teleportation arrays had been seriously wrecked in the war, but the last teleportation array was rather well preserved and seemed like it would still be able to be activated. Liao and the 3 immortal cultivators gathered in front of the teleportation array that was more than 300 meters in diameter. At first glance, it was like an enormous, blossoming black lotus flower, covered in a glimmer. Just like the fundamental crystals, it had not been affected by the passage of time. Tang Qianhe was the navigator of the exploration squad. The jobs where teleportation, navigation, space jump, star map studies, and the likes were involved all fell under her jurisdiction. She flew to the center of the black lotus flower and studied the part that seemed to be stamens for a long time before reaching a conclusion. This is a short-distance teleportation array, probably for the internal use of the planetary warship. Through the teleportation array, it would have been very convenient to move among the core facilities of the planetary warship. A very reasonable design. Su Changfa nodded. If so, the human warriors that had just been produced from the manufacture center could be projected to every part of the planetary warship through the teleportation arrays. Their mobility would be highly increased. The defense array of the teleportation array seems to be connected to the self-sustaining system of the planetary warships and has been functioning for the last hundreds of thousands of years, keeping the teleportation array in a healthy state. What's the other end of the teleportation array? It is still usable. I need to study it for a while longer. Tang Qianhe flew over to the stamens again. Very soon, after a hum, all the black petals around the teleportation array were shivering, sliding. Colorful rays of light were rolling on the black petals and condensed into transparent dew, which then reeled into the stamens along the slanted petals. "I've made it!" Tang Qianhe exclaimed. "The spiritual energy of the teleportation array is highly insufficient. I assume that only 1% of the capacity can be activated right now. Thankfully, it was designed for the Pangu clan and large batches of human soldiers. 100 members of the Pangu clan and thousands of human soldiers could be teleported at once. With just the 4 of us and the hundreds of spiritual puppets here, even 1% of the capacity should be enough to send us over. As for the destination, I don't know what it is exactly. It should be configurable and corresponds with almost 100 other teleportation arrays. However, I don't know how to configure it yet. So, we can only be teleported to the destination that was configured last time. Liao was secretly surprised. Tang Qianhe was the weakest of the 3 immortal cultivators. He did not know that she was even capable of manipulating the teleportation array of the Pangu clan. That was utterly unreasonable. Where did she learn that exactly? Liao thought quickly and soon came up with a possibility. If the Covenant Alliance was truly associated with the Pangu civilization, it would not be strange at all that they had grasped the teleportation technology of the Pangu clan. Wars were often the best means of communication. In the protracted war, the Imperium learned the same teleportation technologies from the Covenant Alliance. It was a very sensible deduction. Let's review what happened that day. Tang Qianhe was quite excited. The invaders obviously broke into the human being manufacture center and liberated tremendous human warriors. The defenders, on the other hand, fled in panic through the teleportation array. So, the last destination of the teleportation array must be a very important place. We should go and take a look at the other side. That's inappropriate. Ko Ruhua frowned and said, "We don't know the first thing about the other side of the teleportation array. If we are teleported over recklessly, it is very likely that we will be caught in an awkward situation. The entire planetary warship is in the hibernation state. The worst we can expect are just some mutated animals. How dangerous can it be?" Tang Qianhe pouted and said, "Although we've found the human being manufacture center, it is only valuable for historical studies. We cannot gain much from it. We still need to check if there are any colossi so that we can deal with what's coming next. Maybe we can send someone over first to investigate. If it is safe on the other side, the rest of the 3 can go over in the second batch." Tang Qianhe looked at Liao. Liao thought that she was intending to send him for the suicidal mission, but she simply puffed her chest out and said, "Since it was me who came up with the idea, I'll go over first." Su Changfa considered it for a long time. Under normal circumstances, Liao knew that, with his cunningness, Su Changfa would not agree to such a reckless operation to teleport to an unknown area. After all, there might be too many unexpected factors. However, Su Changfa's exploration squad and the main force of the expedition army made of the Black Wind Fleet were not on the same boat. Instead, they were quite antagonistic to each other. The 3 immortal cultivators were the losers in the competitions in their respective families, having been exiled to the edge of the universe. They all craved to excavate the secret treasures in the relic of the Pangu civilization and occupy a sector to accumulate enough resources for their revenge. When the Black Wind Fleet, which was as tough as a tiger, as brutal as a scorpion, and as greedy as a hyena, arrived, not only would their dream fall apart, they might even get killed. In order to compete with the Black Wind Fleet, Su Changfa had to take a slight risk. If they could indeed find a colossus, it would certainly be a great help for their operations to come. As Liao expected, after more than half a minute of hesitation, Su Changfa said to Ko Ruhua solemnly, "Brother Ko, the exploration of ancient relics always entails risks. The most critical factor is whether or not the returns are worth the risks. To this moment, we haven't found anything of value yet. It is obviously not going to work out if we return with empty hands. What do you say?" Ko Ruhua was the nominal commander of the exploration mission, but Su Changfa was his captain. Also, the bald man understood that, if a piece of legendary magical equipment such as a colossus was discovered, he would most likely be the one to use it. Therefore, he hesitantly nodded, too. Tang Qianhe exclaimed in joy and was about to activate the teleportation array when Ko Ruhua suddenly stopped her. "I am the chief of arms. My ability to handle crises is far better than yours. Let me." Tang Qianhe was dazed for a moment, Perhaps it was his imagination, but Liao felt that the female immortal cultivator seemed to be reluctant. She did not retreat until 0.01 seconds later. On the black lotus flower, the colorful bubbles were growing larger and brighter until they turned into a cluster of dazzling balls of light. Leading 100 spiritual puppets, Ko Ruhua strode in and disappeared into the light ball. Liao took the opportunity to analyze Tang Qianhe's behavior just now. He somehow felt that something was off. She seemed to be too active. Also, the 0.01 seconds of rigidness was quite unnatural and gave the feeling of some sort of signal delay. Before Liao pondered any longer, Ko Ruhua appeared in the light balls again, shivering. "We are onto something good," the bald man roared in excitement in the communication channel. After leaving 300 spiritual puppets to form an automatic defense formation around the teleportation array, the four of them walked into the light balls and were swallowed one after another. Shua! In front of Liao's eyes, colorful, rainbow-like pieces flashed by. Thousands of butterflies gathered as quickly as they dispersed. He appeared in the transitional force field triggered by another teleportation array. What unfolded in front of Liao could only be described as a boundless space. For a moment, he even came under the illusion that he had teleported into the infinite universe. Triggering his optical nerves to the maximum and looking at the horizon, he finally realized that he was still in the middle of Kunlun after noticing the dense hexagonal holes on the walls. They found themselves at the center of a super-huge honeycomb. Trypophobia patients certainly would not like such a world. The gravity control arrays of the place had probably been damaged in the primeval war. Without the bondage of gravity, just like the vacuum in the universe, the dead bodies and the remains were all floating in midair quietly like frozen statues. Their arrival raised ripples of spiritual energy, disturbing the sleep of the bodies. Some of the scraps were dancing in midair, too. His eyes glittering, Liao mumbled to himself. It seems that although the soldiers of the Pangu clan fled to the place through the teleportation array, the troops of the human beings followed close behind. The two parties had another fierce battle in this place. The enormous space was both a relic of the ancient battlefield and an invaluable treasury. Because of the protection of the super-alloy walls, there was neither intense interference nor the invasion of the blood tide, the hellish light butterflies, and other mutated animals. Most of the remains had been perfectly preserved. Although most of the dead bodies of the Pangu clan and human beings from hundreds of thousands of years ago had turned into dry corpses and bones, and there was not the slightest sign of living cells, glimmering light was still emanating from the armor and the blades of some of the soldiers, suggesting that they had not entirely corroded yet. When Liao approached the magical equipment and tested them with a few telepathic thoughts, the flames of light on the surface of the magical equipment suddenly soared, obviously responding to his telepathic thoughts. The magical equipment is not totally broken yet. Liao was about to cry tears of joy. For a specialist of magical equipment, was there a more wonderful thing than to swim in an ocean of ancient magical equipment of the primeval age? Shua! At the center of the enormous space, Tang Qianhe must have touched a certain piece of magical equipment. Intense ripples of spiritual energy were triggered. A golden ball of light expanded suddenly from a small spot that bordered on nothingness to more than 1,000 meters in diameter. On the translucent golden ball were starry spots of light that were linked to each other with the thinnest of lines, with detailed information noted next to them. Liao carefully adjusted the power rune arrays of the crystal suit. Spurting out feeble exhaust flames, he flew into the golden ball slowly and observed the world inside the golden ball. He found himself in a small and yet specific universe. The stars and everything in the sky were slowly swirling around him. This is the navigation map of the Pangu civilization. Liao almost cried out in shock. The star maps that recorded all the celestial bodies in the 3,000 sectors had many categories. Some of the star maps paid special attention to the stars. Some were focused on the resourceful, habitable planets, and some highlighted the location of every black hole. The star map inside the Star Prior's house, for example, was designed to lock onto all abnormal celestial bodies in the entire universe. It was essentially a depiction of the running apocalypses. So, not any random star map could support a voyage in the sea of stars. It was like traveling the world with a global map the size of a palm, which would barely be of any help in providing guidance. The Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector's understanding about the universe was still shallow. All the star maps under their control, except for the star map of Kunlun left by Ba Yenji and the depiction of the running apocalypses in the Star Prior's house, were essentially no different from a global map the size of a palm. They could not be used to guide voyages in space at all. The star map in front of Liao, however, was different. Not only did it include tremendous information about black holes, neutron stars, red giants, geomagnetic nebulas, and safe sailing routes, it also specifically marked countless space zones that had abundant spiritual energy and stable astronomical parameters, and were therefore suitable for space jumps. Other than that, there were also thousands more types of information that were dazzling and utterly incomprehensible to Liao. It was the most professional space navigation map designed to guide the starships. Although Liao failed to understand most of the information, he still managed to recognize the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, which were in the bottom left corner of the picture, and the Flying Star sector, which was in the center. Judging from the relative relation of the three sectors and the scale of the whole map, the range of the star map was not very large, but it still included dozens of sectors around the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector. This is a priceless treasure. Liao only hated that he could not stuff the star map into his stomach. Although it was a product of almost 1,000,000 years ago, from an astronomical point of view, the time elapsed was just a blink of an eye. The macroscopic environment would not be too different. It meant that the detailed space navigation map where the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, the Flying Star sector, and the nearby worlds were included could provide enlightenment for the universal development even today. The three immortal cultivators were also shivering in excitement. It was obvious that a lot of information contained in the space navigation map was not even grasped by the Imperium of true human beings. Not good. Liao suddenly thought of something. The value of the star map was simply too high. There would be dire consequences if it fell to the hands of the Imperium of true human beings. Whatever the price was, he had to prevent the three immortal cultivators from having the star map. This place is an escape center. Tang Qianhe made a professional judgment based on her abundant space travel experience. Pointing at the empty honeycomb, she said, "Those dense holes should have been filled with escape capsules in the beginning. Perhaps the Pangu clan realized that their failure was inevitable. Therefore, they were teleported to the place through the teleportation arrays deployed everywhere on the planetary warship before they boarded the escape capsules and fled from the planetary warship. Escape capsules wouldn't have possessed much power, and it's difficult for them to change their sailing route. Therefore, their destinations were set through a certain piece of control magical equipment in the escape center. That's why there is such a clear and detailed space navigation map here. Escape capsules? All four of them were fascinated. If they could find an escape capsule left by the Pangu civilization, it would be possible for them to figure out the universal sailing technology and the space jump technology entailed in the artifact. The treasure would be invaluable. Explore the honeycomb right now and see if there's any escape capsule left. Even the cunning Su Changfa could not hold his excitement back anymore. Liao could clearly hear his heavy breath in the communication channel. All of spiritual puppets dispersed and started searching the walls that were almost infinitely long. Liao was receiving almost 1,000 pictures through the spiritual puppets simultaneously. He did not need to explore personally but only had to analyze and process the pictures. Most of the hexagonal holes were empty, with dark tubes behind them leading to nobody knew where. Some of the holes had been completely ruined in the explosions together with the escape capsules inside. They had turned into dark scraps and lost all their value. Half an hour later, the spiritual puppets controlled by Tang Qianhe finally found the first intact escape capsule. What surprised them even more was that somebody was inside the escape capsule. The members of the Pangu clan were often 6 times taller than regular human beings. Therefore, their single escape capsules were more like the small-scale crystal warships for human beings. This particular escape capsule was more than 30 meters long and fusiform, bulging at the middle and tapering at each end. It looked like a brilliant lozenge that had sharp edges. The middle part of the spindle adopted certain translucent materials. Thick, deep blue fluids could be vaguely seen inside the lozenge. Despite the scourge of time after hundreds of thousands of years, it was still in the most glamorous colors. In the escape center that was utterly dim, the intact escape capsule was as eye-catching as a firefly on a dark night. Therefore, the immortal cultivators found it without any trouble. Inside the deep blue fluids, a giant was floating, or rather embedded. He was around 15 meters tall and the color of white jade. His skin was fair and smooth. Generally speaking, he was very similar to the members of the Pangu clan who disintegrated themselves and facilitated the evolution of all creatures in the primeval memories that Liao had experienced, except that his skin was less rough than theirs. He was just like a human being that had been enlarged multiple times. There were no bizarre features such as additional heads and limbs or long tusks. Even the number of his fingers and toes was precisely 10. Although his eyes were half closed, there was still an aura of solemnity, perfectness, and inviolability on his face. He was like a magnificent statue in a temple and imposed upon anyone who saw him the urge to worship him and obey his orders. Other than the thick, deep blue fluids that he was submerged in, he was also covered in a skin membrane that looked similar to a mustard-level combat suit. Liao observed from various angles. The skin membrane was reflecting thousands of complicated colors that were swirling and colliding crazily like tornadoes until they condensed into esoteric runes in the end. At first, Liao meant to focus his attention and parse the runes. However, after reading for only a few seconds, he felt that the world was turning upside down, and he could not persist any longer. The complexity of the rune arrays far exceeded the limitation of his computation ability. Perhaps, it was the skin membrane where billions of rune arrays were compiled that preserved the body of flesh and blood from the primeval age to this today and kept it fresh, intact, and full. Compared to other dead bodies on the primeval battlefield, the member of the Pangu clan was athletic with bulging muscles. Deep below the gray skin, there were also vague traces of veins. He did not look like a body that had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years. He seemed to have just fallen asleep the day before and would wake up at any moment. The three immortal cultivators and the cultivator looked at each other. Despite the blockage of the thick helmet, they still felt the shock and ecstasy in each other's eyes. An authentic member of the Pangu clan. Not a fossil, not a corpse, not pieces of light and shadow, but a real existence with flesh and blood. Is he dead? Or is he? It's hibernation technology. He is in the middle of a hibernation that has lasted hundreds of thousands of years. I get it. I get it now. The single escape capsules of the Pangu civilization were hibernation cabins at the same time. Because the single escape capsules were weak and could not change the route easily, accidents were very likely to happen, causing them to brush past their destination. If so, they would float in the universe for a very long time. Therefore, the moment that they entered the escape capsule, they would enter the hibernation state. Even if they were launched into the depths of the universe aimlessly, they would be sustained long enough until they reached their destination or were found by rescuers. By doing so, their odds of survival would be significantly increased. The navigation system and the launch system must have been destroyed by the invading human troops who followed them to the place, when the member of the Pangu clan had just crawled into the escape capsule and entered the hibernation state. He never got the opportunity to be launched. As a result, he was stuck to the place, unable to move at all. Look here. His escape capsule is connected to the escape center through tubes. The entire planetary warship is still providing energy for it. No wonder the hibernation state has lasted hundreds of thousands of years. The four of them could not have been more excited. Proposing their respective opinions, they managed to infer what had happened on the battlefield that day. The key point right now, however, was, is the member of the Pangu clan still alive? It was a complicated issue. Judging from the appearance, he did not seem to have breath or a heartbeat. There were no vital signs on him at all. However, the most advanced hibernation technology could achieve the same purpose by compressing the life activities of the body to the minimum and reducing all the consumption of energy. Otherwise, How could anybody survive a long time in the hibernation state without aging? Yet, even if the member of the Pangu was dead, at the very least, his body was still very healthy. It was certainly possible to retrieve living souls from the body, which would help them to crack the secrets of the Pangu civilization. Let's tread lightly. The Pangu clan was a very dangerous existence. Xianxia swallowed and said, "If he truly is dead, everything will be easier. But if he is alive and awakened, it might not be anything good for us." Liao recalled the warriors of the Pangu clan on the primeval battlefield who could fight the colossi dozens of meters tall on their own. Instantly, he felt an ache in his head. He agreed with Xianxia's judgment. The half-dead member of the Pangu clan was not only an invaluable treasure but also a red-hot potato. I suggest that we keep everything around the escape capsule exactly as it is and deploy 50 spiritual puppets to guard it to ensure that no pieces will hit it, Xianxia said softly, somewhat scared. Right now, there are only two possibilities. The soldier of the Pangu clan is either dead or hibernating. We are not clear of the structure of the escape capsule or the way to open it. If he is already dead and we act rashly, it is possible that we will destroy the hibernation rune array inside the escape capsule. His body will rot and decompose instantly. We won't be able to retrieve a single cell. Liao recalled the vivid body of the Pangu clan that he and Professor Emotian had run into in space just outside Kunlun. Sparkle had only approached it a little bit, when it was already obliterated into smithereens, nowhere to be found again. Such dead bodies that had decayed for hundreds of thousands of years might be extremely vulnerable despite their glamorous appearance. Anything could happen when they were exposed to the air, so it was indeed important that they acted cautiously. If he is still alive, and we are reckless enough to free him in our carelessness, it will be even more terrible. Nobody wants to be faced with an infuriated soldier of the Pangu clan without preparation. With a bitter smile, Xianxia said, "Now that we have likely discovered a living member of the Pangu clan, we might as well slightly change our plan. Since all kinds of resources can be found on the planetary warship, we can totally postpone communicating with the Flying Star sector and focus on the development in this place first. Maybe in a year and a half, we will be able to collect enough resources to upgrade the base toward the war form, so that we will be able to build stronger spiritual puppets and magical equipment with heavy firepower designed to deal with the huge enemies. After all, the member of the Pangu clan has already slept for hundreds of thousands of years, and he is not likely to wake up anytime soon. Once we have enough troops that are strong enough, we can come back and figure out how to open the escape capsule. What do you say?" Liao's interest was piqued. Xianxia's words revealed a piece of key information. The Imperium of True Human Beings space exploration base turned out to be upgradable and developable to different directions. Since there was a war form, there must be other directions such as resource collection form, space teleportation form, and research and exploration form. Maybe, in certain forms, the base could be unfolded into an enormous space gate itself, so that a great army in a foreign world would appear out of nowhere and occupy the new sector. However, the upgrades of the base would obviously cost both time and resources, considering that the preliminary upgrade would not be finished in a year and a half when Kunlun was already such a resource-intensive place. "You can take your time to upgrade." Liao chuckled to himself. For the exploration mission, they had already dawdled too long. Burning Prairie would bring the top-tier experts of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector to the place at any moment. By then, the whole of Kunlun, as well as the half-dead member of the Pangu clan, would be the trophies of the Cultivators. However, he suddenly felt alarmed without a good reason. Something did not seem right. Xianxia's suggestion was one that carried the least risk. Also, a presumably dead body of the Pangu clan was not enough to resolve the three immortal cultivators' imminent peril. What they were in desperate need of was battle magical equipment such as a colossus. After recovering from their initial shock and excitement, Tang Qinhe and Ko Ruhua both agreed with Xianxia's decision. After leaving dozens of spiritual puppets to watch over the member of the Pangu clan, whose status was unknown, they continued exploring around. This time, they paid special attention to the enormous, human-shaped puppets more than 10 meters tall, no matter how broken the puppets were. Ko Ruhua was the specialist of magical equipment among the immortal cultivators. With the debris of the broken colossi, it was possible for him to assemble a makeshift colossus. Moving forward in the remains of magical equipment, which were floating everywhere, Liao felt that he was back in the magical equipment graveyard 20 years ago. The only difference was that the garbage around him was countless times more advanced. Liao discovered sophisticated components inside the simplest-looking sabers and swords when he extended his spiritual threads to explore them. They were 100 times more precise than the chainswords employed by the Imperium or the Federation. Liao was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised at the incredibleness of the magical equipment of the Pangu civilization. What delighted him, however, was that the basic mechanism of the magical equipment was the same despite their incredibleness. There might be an order of magnitude regarding the gap on the precision, but the products had no fundamental differences. As long as the mechanism was the same, it was totally possible for them to understand the designing principles of the magical equipment in the Pangu civilization. They would be able to learn the advanced methods and even catch up to and surpass them. When Liao was fascinated by the future while staring at a super sword almost 30 meters, he suddenly felt that his neck was itchy. Little Black was calling him from the Cosmos Ring and seemed to be pointing at somewhere in the escape center. Little Black, what have you found? Liao sent a telepathic thought into his Cosmos Ring. For some reason, although Little Black had been lazy and unresponsive over the past couple of months after breaking the seal of the flying sword, it was particularly excited after arriving in Kunlun. When Liao approached the debris of some colossi, the guy was always seething in impatience inside the Cosmos Ring, as if it was eager to try them. Liao glanced around. Monitored by dozens of spiritual puppets closely, he did not dare summon Little Black. He simply flew in the direction that it pointed at without alerting anyone. After squeezing through a cluster of broken debris, and passing by a few dead, dehydrated bodies of the Pangu clan, from the middle of a garbage swirl that was slowly revolving, Liao discovered the remains of a dark red colossus. The remains of the dark red colossus were piled up with the garbage of other magical equipment. The surface was lackluster. Even the crimson color there was like mottled lacquer that was about to entirely fall apart. It was so inconspicuous that Liao would never have noticed it in the battlefield where the debris was as boundless as an ocean without Little Black's reminder. The colossus was about 15 meters tall and generally in the shape of a human being, but the details on its body also featured the characteristics of a dragon and a griffin too. The layered spiritual stripes on the plate armor in red waves looked like the burning fire, the scales of a dragon, and most importantly of all, the feathers of a griffin. Liao circled around the colossus and did not find any weapons. They seemed to have been lost during the fierce battle. However, two unbelievable wings that were more than 20 meters long extended out of the back of the colossus. Red turbulence was condensed on the surface of the wings, as if they were made of magma. However, at this moment, the colossus could not have looked more wretched. The entire left arm together with a large cluster of the left shoulder had been ripped off, revealing the broken circuits, rune arrays, tubes, and wires inside. All the components had been seriously corroded and deformed into a mess. It was like a hideous scar that had recovered without any careful treatment. The skull, from which 3 rams jabbed out like the head of a dragon, had been smashed by heavy magical equipment with brute force. 2. The left side of the skull had completely collapsed, and both of the 2 eyes on the face had burst out. They were only still attached to the head by 2 crystal wires that were as thin as spider threads. The breastplate of the colossus had been torn open too, exposing the cockpit that was utterly empty. The wings that had been stretched to the maximum were riddled with even more holes. They reminded Liao of an old hen whose feathers were falling out. It seemed that the 2 wings would break up by themselves after a small flap. The plate armor on all the other parts was packed with cracks, through which one could see the seriously rusted components without any trouble. This colossus looked 100 more times more miserable than a lot of the others that Liao had seen on the primeval battlefield. It did not seem to boast any value to be maintained or even dismantled whatsoever from any perspective. Liao had no idea why Little Black had to pull him to this particular colossus. After circling around the Colossus 3 times, Liao finally noticed something interesting. Despite the wretched appearance of the Colossus, which was equivalent to someone with polio together with hemiplegia, the inside of the cockpit was miraculously intact. When Liao narrowed his eyes and observed carefully, he discovered that the entire cockpit was covered in a scarlet mist that possessed a vague magma-like aura. The other colossi on the battlefield, on the other hand, had most been so deeply susceptible to the minerals and the electromagnetic interference that their cockpits had degraded into lifeless caves despite their originally perfect appearance. Is it possible that the Colossus is still functional? His heart pounding, Liao tried to extend a stream of telepathic thoughts into the cockpit of the Colossus. His telepathic thoughts together with his spiritual threads pierced into the mist, which filled the cockpit and explored deeper and deeper. Finally, he seemed to have touched something that felt like a crystal. Little Black was sending out feeble waves inside the cosmos ring, as if it was guiding Liao to deal with the weird red mist. Making up his mind, Liao condensed his telepathic thoughts into the sharpest needle and stabbed it into the object in the depths of the red mist, which was suspected to be a crystal. Hum! A blood-red sphere rippled out and blew away all the magical equipment debris nearby. The weirdest scene then took place. The crystal deep inside the red mist seemed to have been detonated by him. Like a supernova outbreak, infinite crimson brilliance was unleashed and flowing around the surface of the Colossus. The redness was compressed, turning both thick and stagnated. The Colossus seemed to be surrounded by a cocoon of magma. When the magma was absorbed by the Colossus, and all the details were demonstrated to Liao again, the previously modeled armor was as fresh as new, and the lackluster colors were replaced by dazzling brilliance that resembled a red diamond. It seemed to have passed hundreds of thousands of years from the primeval age to the modern times through the purge of the burning fire. It was revived with unparalleled vigor again. In the meantime, Liao's brain was crushed by the ocean of fire crazily. 2. The overwhelming torrent of information made his head 10 times bigger than usual. The magma integrated with the fire and crawled into his every brain cell. They condensed 2 ancient, dominating words deep inside his brain. Draconic Phoenix. Liao seemed to envision that, on the primeval battlefield, a ferocious beast covered in infinite flames, which looked like both a dragon and a griffin, soared to the sky and tore apart the clouds. The magma seemed to be flooding the air. When the image of the Draconic Phoenix slowly dispersed inside Liao's brain in thousands of sparks, Liao found himself enveloped in hot sweat. He breathed heavily. Draconic Phoenix. Is it the name of the Colossus? It truly sounds awesome. Little Black, how did you notice that something is special about the Draconic Phoenix, and that it is even maneuverable? Speaking of which, how should the thing be maneuvered at all? Liao blinked and observed the cockpit of Draconic Phoenix suspiciously. There were no crystal processors, levers, control light beams, or anything like that, nor any facilities like a virtual helmet or a connection system of synthesized nerves. How should he control it? Liao swallowed greedily. He was about to crawl into the cockpit to study more carefully when one of the pictures on the crystal processor showed that Ko Ruhua was rushing toward him rapidly. It seemed that Ko Ruhua's attention had been caught when he awakened Draconic Phoenix a moment ago. Ko Ruhua, as the chief of arms, should be the one with the highest combat ability of the 3 immortal cultivators. Without a suitable opportunity, Liao did not want to attack him recklessly. On one hand, he wanted to find out whether or not the immortal cultivators knew how to maneuver the Colossus. On the other hand, a magical equipment maniac such as Ko Ruhua would certainly be deeply hooked by the Colossus. There would perhaps be a great opportunity for Liao. Although Liao did not intend to ambush the 3 immortal cultivators there, he might find it difficult to contain himself if the opportunity presented was too wonderful. As he expected, hardly had Ko Ruhua arrived when his eyes were completely attracted to Draconic Phoenix, which was as good as new. He stared at the Colossus without blinking the eyes and completely ignored Liao. Liao heard the suspicious sound of Ko Ruhua's swallowing in the communication channel. I don't know what happened. I extended my spiritual threads into it and stabbed into something during the exploration. Then, It suddenly hummed and got illuminated, pretending that he was at a loss. Liao defended himself in a tizzy. It's all right. It's all right. Ko Ruhua was overjoyed. He shouted, "Fellow cultivator Li, you are truly a man of fortune for us. We have been too unbelievably lucky on this trip with you on the team. Not only have we found a living member of the Pangu clan, we have also discovered a colossus with such a perfectly preserved spiritual residence so quickly." After pausing for a moment, he explained, "The spiritual residence is a term in the field of the colossus studies. It refers to the cockpit of a colossus. Although the limbs of the colossus here are seriously worn, and its left arm is even entirely missing, it can still serve as the core of an assembled colossus as long as its spiritual residence is not damaged. As long as we find the hands and feet of other colossi and connect them to this colossus, we will still be able to bring out at least 60% of its combat ability." Ko Ruhua's words, however, cast Liao in a slight daze. He felt greatly alarmed. The ominous feeling that had been haunting him a moment ago popped up again, turning into a dark shadow and gazing at him coldly. Ko Ruhua was an expert in the nascent soul stage after all. Sensing Liao's subtle rigidness, he immediately struggled out of the excitement of finding a functional colossus. He turned around and asked, "Fellow cultivator Li, is there a problem?" Liao shook his head hard, trying to make the shadow clearer, while he mumbled, "Senior Ko, do you not feel that something is not right?" Ko Ruhua narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Liao scratched his helmet so hard that it was screeching. "Everything seems to have been going too smoothly. Senior, truth be told, I am in fact a man of misfortune, and my life has been full of twists and turns. I have never done anything smoothly. There have always been mistakes or trouble of all kinds, and I can only arrive at the destination after much difficulty. Also, whenever I teamed up with somebody else to explore a relic or hunt a few demon beasts, no matter what the mission was, including those that seemed most safe and secure, my adventure would always prove shocking and life-blighting in the end. Every time, a few of my teammates had to be sacrificed for the mission to succeed. But this time, everything has been going too smoothly. We are exploring such a weird primeval battlefield and a relic of the Pangu civilization, and my teammates are all alive? That doesn't seem right. Why didn't you tell us your buff earlier?" Cough. Cough. "Forget my personal buff. Let's just review the exploration. Do you really not feel that everything has been too smooth? Your starship happened to land next to the impetus tube precisely. We happened to run into a branch right after we descended, and we then happened to discover a city of the Pangu clan after passing the branch. Then, we found the teleportation array leading to this place when we only searched the city casually. In the end, we found a living member of the Pangu clan without any trouble. Everything has happened within less than 3 days. Just like you said, we have been too unbelievably lucky." Liao's words made Ko Ruhua's face grave too. The immortal cultivators had all gained their expertise through mountains of bodies. They were all highly responsive to the environment. Although Ko Ruhua was overjoyed by the shocking discovery just now, he soon noticed a lot of suspicious points after Liao's enlightenment. "Also, do you not feel that the relics here are too intact, Senior Su?" Liao pointed at the surroundings and said, "Since the Pangu clan lost the battle on the planetary warship, why did human beings, as the winners, not clean the battlefield and sabotage the enemy's base? Why did they leave so many things to us?" "It's quite easy to explain," Ko Ruhua replied. "The planetary warship is so huge that the city of the Pangu clan and the escape center we have discovered can't be unique. Chances are that there are hundreds of more. Most of the cities and escape centers must have already been plundered and ruined. We just happened to come across a place that was neglected." "That's exactly the problem," Liao analyzed calmly. "Let's assume that there were 100 cities and escape centers on this planet of the Pangu clan and 99 of them were burnt to the ground in the war. Yet, it only took us 3 days to find the only one that was kept intact without encountering any major obstacles. What are the odds?" Ko Ruhua was silent for a long time, with killing intent leaking out of the gaps of his crystal suit. He said coldly, "What are you trying to say?" Liao's heart was beating faster and faster. as if an invisible ferocious animal was crouching on his back and gripping his neck with its thorny tongue. He could not have felt more creeped out. Instead of caring about the safety of his real identity, he was even bold enough to ask, "Senior Ko, with all due respect, did you come all the way from the Imperium of true human beings for this place in the beginning?" Ko Ruhua was the one that was least interested in deception and tricks among the three immortal cultivators. After hesitating momentarily, he replied frankly, "Not exactly. It doesn't matter if I tell you the truth now. Our original purpose was the Flying Star sector. We were preparing to explore and investigate your world, but when we were about to reach the Flying Star sector, we received mysterious pulse signals from the area. That's why we shifted the direction and came here to take a look. The Flying Star sector is a civilization based on starships. We know a thing or two about super long-distance space voyages, too. There couldn't have been too much fuel left after such a long journey in the Sea of Stars. Could there? You were indeed very brave to make the decision to change the direction of sailing when your fuel was about to run out." Liao smiled and continued asking, "Senior Ko, you mentioned that you received mysterious pulse signals. Did all three of you receive the signals, or only some of you?" Ko Ruhua was dazed for a moment before he replied. "It was Tang Qianhe who received the pulse signals and strongly suggested that we change our direction to explore this area. Neither I nor Master Su noticed anything unusual. However, everybody has their specialties. There are countless signals triggered by electromagnetic waves and astronomical phenomena every second in the Sea of Stars. It is the job of the navigator to distinguish the valuable signals from the messy, chaotic waves. Master Su and I are not good at that. Tang Qianhe has received professional training in that regard. She is a top-tier space exploration expert. Since she insisted confidently, we naturally respected her professional judgment." Liao felt that his entire spine was soaked in icy water. His voice was so frosty that his teeth were almost entirely frozen. So, at first, Senior Ko and Senior Su never intended to explore the area. It was Senior Tang who claimed that the pulse signals here were weird and persuaded you to come here, right? Ko Ruhua nodded slowly. Suddenly, his body shivered as he said gravely, "Are you suggesting?" "I have suddenly thought of something." His teeth clattering, Liao mumbled, "The hibernation system installed in the single escape capsule of the Pangu clan was obviously designed for the escapers to be successfully found again after they were launched into the universe and floating for maybe hundreds of years, right?" "Yes," Ko Ruhua nodded. "The universe is too vast a place," Liao said solemnly. "How could the escapers of the Pangu clan ensure that they would certainly be found again by their companions, even if they were lucky enough not to be killed? After all, in the scale of the grand universe, a small single escape capsule is more insignificant than a grain of dust. If it were me, I would have installed certain magical equipment that could send out distress signals inside the escape capsule. Such a device would send out the message, 'I'm here. Come and save me,' incessantly. Such distress signals should be encrypted through special methods. Only my allies would be able to distinguish them. In the eyes of bystanders and enemies, they would be nothing more than an episode of meaningless noise in the universe. Senior Ko, you are a specialist of magical equipment. Do you think what I said makes sense?" Ko Ruhua put his hand on the sword dangling from his waist softly before he said, one word after another, "It makes a lot of sense. Therefore," Liao's voice sounded so gloomy and cold that it might have come from inside a black hole. "What exactly were the pulse signals that Tang Qianhe received from the planetary warship?" "Not good," Ko Ruhua spat on the ground. "Tang Qianhe said just now that she had found something, but she was not certain about it and asked Master Su to help identify it." "What?" Liao was suddenly alarmed. Subconsciously, he looked at where Tang Qianhe and Su Changfa were at together with Ko Ruhua. Right then, a dazzling ball of light suddenly burst out from the depths of the escape center and expanded to a kilometer away instantly, swallowing all the scraps of magical equipment and the debris of war within the range. The remains further beyond, motivated by the blast, darted around in scorching metal torrents. The escape center that had been quiet for hundreds of thousands of years was now completely awakened by the hot waves and the ear-splitting explosions. The last bit of remaining spiritual energy inside a lot of magical equipment was activated in resonation, too. The battlefield was as chaotic as a pot of boiling soup of particles. Su Changfa's devastated screams echoed in the public communication channel of the four of them. The great world-shaking explosion took place exactly where he and Tang Qianhe were. Like a shocked bird whose wings were broken, Tang Qianhe was blown backward by the blast. Her crystal suit shattered. She flew toward the two of them in desperation. While flying, she shrieked in the communication channel, Not good. Master Su has been. She seemed to be too shocked to speak right now, but her distance from Ko Ruhua was shortened significantly. Don't say anything, Ko Ruhua bellowed at Liao in the private channel before he rushed toward Tang Qianhe. Liao heard the bald man's anxious voice in the communication channel. Xiao Tang, what has happened? Instantly, Liao understood what was going on. Something was definitely wrong about Tang Qianhe. Su Changfa had probably been ambushed by her. Right now, she was still preparing to ambush Ko Ruhua. Fortunately, Ko Ruhua had made up his mind quickly enough, too. He pretended that he did not know anything about it and prepared to ambush Tang Qianhe. Those immortal cultivators are indeed foxy, sordid, and most importantly of all, top-tier actors. Squatting nearby, Liao watched the internal strife of the immortal cultivators. There was only the last 500 meters between Tang Qianhe and Ko Ruhua. Liao could vaguely see tiny sparks condensing around the power rune arrays on the back of Ko Ruhua's crystal suit. It was a sign that the power rune arrays were about to output the most impetus and accelerate the speed to the highest. When Tang Qianhe was about to step into the deadly trap, she seemed to be suddenly alarmed. As if being slapped right in the face brutally, she flipped around without a sign and fled backward. Ko Ruhua bellowed and could only activate his long-prepared erratic light cannons in a hurry. Hundreds of colorful whips of light spurted out of his shoulders, chest, and hands and stabbed toward Tang Qianhe in unpredictable arcs. Liao had thought that Tang Qianhe was merely in the core formation stage. However, the flames of spiritual energy that surrounded her expanded to the level of the nascent soul stage within a moment. Shwa! 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 The superstring light from the both of them collided heavily, resulting in broken glimmers in various colors. Before they expanded into glamorous bubbles and rose up, Tang Qianhe resisted Ko Ruhua's critical attack with her immense spiritual shield. She showed no intention of dawdling at all. Without any hesitation, she rushed to the other end of the escape center in the blink of an eye. As it turned out, she had been concealing her capabilities the whole time. Judging from her movement, which was as swift as a ghost, and her thick superstring shield, even if Ko Ruhua and Liao had attacked her at the same time, they might not have been able to stop her. Boom! 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 She had somehow planted countless smoke bombs and interference bombs among the debris on the battlefield without anybody noticing. The bombs had been so delicately deployed that they had even escaped Liao's attention. Now that all the bombs were detonated, the entire escape center was covered in a black fog that looked like sticky glue. Liao's crystal cameras and probe magical equipment were all jammed. There was nothing but snowflakes and waves on the light beams. No usable information was distinguishable at all. Gritting his teeth, Liao released his telepathic thoughts despite the intense interference, spreading them out and locking onto Tang Qianhe. He immediately gasped. Tang Qianhe had snuck to the member of the Pangu clan who was caught in the hibernation state under the cover of the smoke bomb and the electromagnetic interference. Most of the hundreds of spiritual puppets were under Su Changfa's control, but now that Su Changfa's life status was unknown, and because the spiritual puppets were not designed to attack those on their side, they were all standing by in a daze when they could not make clear what the situation was. A small proportion of the spiritual puppets were controlled by Tang Qianhe and Ko Ruhua respectively. They were immediately divided into two groups and started brutalizing each other. Tang Qianhe, however, triggered an enormous 3D control menu in front of the single escape capsule of the Pangu clan under the cover of the 100 or so spiritual puppets on her side. Although the control menu was designed for the members of the Pangu clan, and was not suitable for human beings' smaller stature. Tang Xianxia was flying up and down fluently and skillfully like a colorful butterfly. What's she doing exactly? Seeing that Tang Xianxia had inputted dozens of runes already, Liao and Ko Ruhua both felt so cold that their souls were nearly frozen. They knew the answer precisely. Tang Xianxia's purpose could not have been more obvious. She was going to wake up the member of the Pangu clan who was in the hibernation state. Goosebumps rising all over his body. Liao immediately understood what had happened. Professor Mo Xian, the Fire Ant King, and he had come to Kunlun because of the guidance of the minor apocalypse of the Imperium of True Human Beings. The reason the minor apocalypse of the Imperium of True Human Beings changed direction in the end, on the other hand, was because Tang Xianxia, the navigator, received pulse signals that were indistinguishable for normal people. Of course, it could be explained by the fact that Tang Xianxia had received professional training before, which allowed her to tell the useful information from the meaningless noises in the universe. However, there could also be another explanation. The single escape capsule, in which a hibernating member of the Pangu clan was kept, was not aware that the Pangu civilization had long perished. Since ages ago, it had been sending out distress calls to the outside world incessantly and dutifully according to the preset programs. It might have been because Tang Xianxia heard Pangu's calling that she intentionally led Su Changfa and Ko Ruhua to the place. Liao and the rest of them had been attracted to the place because of her, too. Everything had been under her control. She had known their final destination since the very beginning. That was why they had discovered so many perfectly preserved cities and relics on their way, and were fortunate enough to discover a living member of the Pangu clan. Seeing Tang Xianxia's performance in front of the escape capsule of the Pangu clan, which looked like a bizarre dance, Liao felt that his lips were cramping uncontrollably. He suddenly felt that their earlier use of the word fortune could not have been more ironic. Without any hesitation, he raised his crystal cannon and activated the erratic light cannon, joining the fight. The competition of beliefs between the cultivators and the immortal cultivators could be left aside for a moment because there would be dire consequences if a member of the Pangu clan was reincarnated. With Liao's participation, the firepower was immediately doubled. Many spiritual puppets under Tang Xianxia's control were immediately riddled with holes and on the brink of destruction. However, Tang Xianxia's skills in manipulating the spiritual puppets had significantly soared, too. The 100 or so spiritual puppets under her control formed the solidest wall, stopping Liao, Ko Ruhua, and their spiritual puppets from coming close, while resisting their overwhelming wrath. Tang Xianxia! Tang Xianxia! Ko Ruhua was roaring like a prehistoric animal. You betrayed the Imperium! How dare you betray the Imperium! Tang Xianxia heard none of it because she was busy on all fours. Her limbs were like the fingers of the member of the Pangu clan as he tapped on the 3D control menu at a fixed speed. Every tap would raise ripples of light, as if she were dancing the most incredible dance in the middle of a bright golden ball. Boom! Ko Ruhua fully burst into fury. His hands condensed seals quickly, while the flames of spiritual energy flooded out of his body, turning into an enormous giant almost 20 meters tall. The face of the giant was similar to his own. It was also roaring furiously with veins bulging out. The giant waved the fists and smashed the spiritual puppets that were controlled by Tang Xianxia. The spiritual puppets were blown into smithereens before they had time to scream. Ko Ruhua was going all out. He was now burning his life and unleashing his soul power without bothering about anything else, demonstrating his nascent soul where his infinite cultivation had been condensed in the most glamorous and brilliant way. Liao had once seen several fellow cultivators unleashing such unbelievable strength during the riot of the immortal cultivators in the Flying Star sector. According to the ancient cultivators, it was known as the departure of the nascent soul. The fury of an expert in the nascent soul stage was definitely not to be underestimated. The remaining spiritual puppets were not able to hold on any longer and were all ripped apart as if they were made of paper. Liao gritted his teeth so hard that they were creaking. He pondered whether or not he should utilize the strength of the nascent soul stage, too, in order to disrupt Tang Xianxia's waking ritual together with Ko Ruhua. However, the firepower behind him was suddenly enhanced. The last few spiritual puppets on Tang Qianhe's side were wiped out with none left. The spiritual puppets that had been idling in midair, not knowing what to do. A moment ago all came back to life. It was Su Changfa. The old cunning fox was not dead yet. It appeared that, even if he had failed to recognize Tang Qianhe's trap in time, his sharp senses had still helped him survive the disaster. However, he could not have looked more miserable. His right arm and his right leg were both cut off from the joint, and the wounds were temporarily sealed by clusters of bluish gel. There was such a shocking hole on his abdomen that Liao could put his arm through his stomach without meeting any obstacle. His crystal suit was like a hedgehog, with colorful pieces of crystals stabbed all over it. The destructive shrapnel from crystal bombs seemed to boast the weird ability of stopping the body from being recovered either by the crystal suit or the body itself. With Su Changfa's expertise in the nascent soul stage, he should have been able to seal his veins, muscles, and skin easily. However, at that moment, even his tiniest movement would cause tremendous blood to flow out of the gaps of the crystal shrapnel. The flood turned into red, round pearls in the environment without gravity and floated around him. Despite his heavy wounds, Su Changfa still extended his right hand and almost stabbed his middle finger and his index finger into his forehead, while he tried his best to activate his telepathic thoughts to control the spiritual puppets. Liao, Ko Ruhua, and Su Changfa bombarded crazily at the same time. All the spiritual puppets under Tang Qianhe's control were blown into ash and powder until there was nothing left. However, Tang Qianhe, who was dancing within the gold ball of light, finished her last step. The escape capsule of the Pangu clan slightly shivered. The shell that was originally translucent, even a bit dirty, was now getting more and more clear and bright. Uncanny forces were being released from the depths of the escape capsule, forming an immaculate sphere barrier around the escape capsule and Tang Qianhe. Liao observed carefully, only to discover that the sphere barrier was made of billions of runes, each of which was shining brilliantly in octagonal shapes while they integrated and changed. Ah! Ko Ruhua roared. He drove the giant that was made of his nascent soul to crash into the sphere barrier. After an ear-splitting noise, the hundreds of runes around the point of impact were suddenly enlarged. Hundreds of colors in different shades were unleashed, with ripples spreading out. All the runes that were involved in the ripples were enlarged, too. Eventually, the blast was passed out and shouldered by the billions of runes together, causing no actual damage at all. The sphere barrier was as perfect as before. Ko Ruhua's giant nascent soul, on the other hand, was blown away by the counterforce. Its color was much more lackluster than before. Ko Ruhua vomited a mouthful of blood. 2. His moan could be heard in the communication channel. Boom! 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 Having no time to care about his bleeding wounds, Su Changfa maneuvered hundreds of spiritual puppets to rain their firepower upon the sphere barrier. Ripples were spreading out everywhere on the sphere barrier, and it was shaking all the time. Yet, it did not collapse no matter how hard they tried. In the meantime, protected by thousands of runes, the escape capsule was shining more and more brightly. Liao could vaguely feel that the thick, deep blue fluids inside the escape capsule were bubbling crazily. They were getting thinner and thinner, as if all the energy and nutrition inside were being absorbed by the member of the Pangu clan. He is indeed not dead yet. He is now devouring energy crazily in order to wake up from the prolonged hibernation. Liao was greatly appalled. Tang Qianhe had finished all the operations. The rapid movements a moment ago seemed to have drained all her spiritual energy and even her vitality. She opened her arms and closed her legs, floating in the zero gravity like a cross. If measured with a piece of magical equipment, it would be easy to find that her arms and her torso was in the most perfect right angle without the slightest error. Shwa! 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 The crystal suit on her body dismembered one piece after another. Eventually, her elegant body, which was shivering slightly, was revealed. There was no telling whether she was fatigued or anxious. In the end, Tang Qianhe's mysterious face appeared in front Liao and the immortal cultivators. Liao did know how he should describe the face. Generally speaking, with such a great scheme working out, She should have been blushing and gloating in excitement, if not bursting into crazy laughter. Should she not? However, there was none of such expressions on Tang Qianhe's face. She was only wearing an eternal, enigmatic smile, as if a certain strange force had pumped away all her feelings and emotions and only left the last 1%. She was eyeing the three of them completely unlike a hunter eyeing the prey that had fallen into the trap. There was no satisfaction, delight, or fear. Instead, her eyes were full of brilliance, of pitifulness and sacredness. She seemed to be looking at three lambs that had been lost, or three sinners who were waiting to be saved from their ignorance. Liao sniffed. He did not like being observed in such a way. Not at all. He would rather face an enemy who roared, laughed, gloated, or went on a rampage, such as Yan Shibei, Xiao Xuanxia, Elder Nether Spring, or Lu Zue, than confront such a holy and yet hollow face. Tang Qianhe, why did you betray us? Why? Ko Ruhua crashed into the sphere barrier time and time again, only to be blown back without any exception. His giant nascent soul was getting dimmer and weaker. Devastated, he howled like a wounded animal. Save your strength. Su Changfa gnashed his teeth. She has joined the Covenant Alliance. She wouldn't hear anything that you are saying. Tang Qianhe works for the Covenant Alliance? Ko Ruhua paused for a moment. In disbelief, he shouted, Impossible. It's impossible. Before we left, we all received the most rigorous Ring 2 test. How can she be a spy of the Covenant Alliance? It means that the Imperium's 7th generation Ring 2 test system has been deciphered by the Covenant Alliance, Su Changfa declared in hatred. Those wretched puppets are upgrading themselves incessantly, too. The latest generation of demi-humans are already able to simulate 99% of the feelings and the ways of thinking of human beings. The Ring 2 test is our last defense line. If it is cracked, it will be more than simple for them to infiltrate us. With the proof right before their eyes and the peril that they were in, they had no time to brag about the invincibility of the Imperium of true human beings to Liao anymore and spoke part of the truth. Inside the sphere barrier, Tang Qianhe was still looking at them with a pair of eyes that were full of pity. The curve of her lips was precise and had absolutely no change at all during the time. Ko Ruhua's roar did not move her at all. She kept smiling while she said, Betray you? No, I am your salvation.